Chapter 1251. David sat in the cave, slowly absorbing the spiritual energy flowing out of the cave. This spiritual energy is extremely abundant and pure. The only pity was that David couldn't open the boulder in front of him, otherwise he would know what was inside. Yuaning, if I can step into Yuaning, I will have the power to fight with the Martial Arts Alliance and the Long family, and have the opportunity to rescue my mother and Sonia. David thought to himself. He needs to use the fastest speed to hit the nascent soul, which is the realm of Marquis in the martial arts world. Although David has now reached the strength of a half-step Wuho. In the face of the newly promoted Marquis, he also has the strength to fight, but if he really has to face the huge family like the Martial Arts Alliance and the Long family, David has no chance of winning. Even facing the Ning family, if Mr. Shi hadn't appeared in time, David would have been a corpse by now. Therefore, David has an incomparable desire for strength, and he needs to break through as soon as possible. It's just how difficult it is to attack the nascent soul from the golden core. In addition to understanding, it also needs a certain opportunity. It is common for some people to be stuck in a big realm all their lives and cannot break through. And David's goal is not just nascent soul, he needs to hit a higher realm. Because only after reaching a certain level of strength, can a new world be discovered. He now wants to know who his father is, and who he is. The truth he wants to know must be climbed step by step with strength, and then he will get closer and closer to the truth. When I really become an immortal, the Martial Arts Alliance and the Dragon family are not worth mentioning. David's eyes shone with incomparably longing light. Under the action of David's congealing heart technique, the spiritual energy is continuously transformed into spiritual energy, hitting new heights of the realm again and again. In the blink of an eye, 3 days have passed. The spiritual power in David's body is already very abundant, and he is constantly attacking the realm of Marquis. At the same time, Ji Ruxue in the Red Lotus Palace was always tense and anxious. She didn't know if the Holy Beast Palace would call. I don't know when to call, these days are the most tormenting. The entire Red Lotus Palace has long been ready for battle, and the Guardian formation in the palace has begun to operate. But for 3 days in a row, there was no news at all. There was no movement in the Holy Beast Palace, which made Ji Ruxue a little restless. Sister, you haven't had a good rest for 3 days. You look haggard. You should go and rest. Seeing her sister so haggard, Xiaomin said very distressed. No, there is no movement in the Holy Beast Palace, I can't sleep. Ji Ruxue shook her head. At this moment, a disciple of the Red Lotus Palace suddenly ran in. Palace Master, the people from the Holy Beast Palace are here. In a word, Ji Ruxue was shocked, and her expression became extremely nervous. It should come, it will always come. Ji Ruxue murmured. How many people came to the Holy Beast Palace? An elder asked. A person. The disciple said the truth. A person? This time, Ji Ruxue was stunned. Even if their Red Lotus Palace is not as powerful as the Holy Beast Palace, but to send someone over here, this is too contempt for their Red Lotus Palace. Who sent the Holy Beast Palace? One person dares to come here, I look down on our Red Lotus Palace. Ji Ruxue's face was full of anger. It's Xiaoda, the elder of the Holy Beast Palace. The disciple said. Ji Ruxue frowned slightly, then said, invite him in. Soon, Xiaoda walked into the Red Lotus Palace with a smile, not like a crusade. Palace Ji, I take the liberty to interrupt, and I hope you don't take offense. Xiaoda laughed and gave Ji Ruxue a salute. Chapter 1252. Although Ji Ruxue was a little puzzled, but the other party was so polite, she couldn't be rude. Elder Xiao, you are very kind, you can come to our Red Lotus Palace, that is the blessing of our Red Lotus Palace. Take a seat, serve tea. After Ji Ruxue finished speaking, she sat down on the chair. Someone immediately brought Xiaoda a chair and served a cup of tea. Palace Master Ji, we Mingren don't speak secretly. I came this time under the order of our Palace Master, for the sake of Xiang Chong. Xiaoda said directly. When Ji Ruxue heard it, she knew that the other party really came for this matter. Elder Xiao, that Xiang Chong was killed by our Red Lotus Palace. If you want to avenge that Xiang Chong, just do it directly. Ji Rushue's aura began to rise, ready to take action at any time. Seeing this, Shao De quickly waved his hand. Palace Ji misunderstood, I didn't come here for revenge on Xiang Chong. That Xiang Chongsa is so daring, he actually plots against the Ji Palace Master, and he will die. I came here to apologize to the Ji Palace Master. Our Palace Master said that it was he who was incapable of discipline and made that Xiang Chong do such a dirty thing. Xiao Da's words made Ji Rushue stunned. She didn't even know what to say next. It was completely different from what she thought. What kind of person Fei Qingping is, the master of the Holy Beast Palace, Ji Rushue knows too well that she will not take the initiative to admit her fault and make amends. Besides, as the largest sect in the south, Fei Qingping didn't need to apologize to others. But now they have found someone to apologize to the Red Lotus Palace. This made Ji Rushue not understand what medicine was sold in the gourd of the Holy Beast Palace. Elder Shao, if you have something to do, just say it. You say that, and I don't even know what to say. Ji Rushue felt that the Holy Beast Palace must have some intentions, so she hoped that Shao De could say it. Seeing Ji Rushue like that, Shao De laughed. Palace Ji, I am indeed here to apologize this time, but there is one more thing, that is to invite David to go to the Holy Beast Palace for a seat. Our palace lord knew that David came to the south and was in your Red Lotus Palace, so he immediately sent me to invite him. Our palace lord appreciates David very much. As soon as Ji Rushue heard it, she immediately understood that the Holy Beast Palace came to apologize. It turned out to be aimed at David. If David was not in the Red Lotus Palace, the Holy Beast Palace would definitely not be so polite. In this way, it should be that the Holy Beast Palace is also a little afraid of David's reputation. After knowing that Xiang Chong was killed by David, he did not dare to shoot David. After all, David also has his own power in Kyoto, and the official Mr. Shi in Kyoto has a good relationship with David, and has come forward to help David many times. Elder Shao, it's too unfortunate that you came here. Mr. Chen is cultivating, so I don't want to disturb you. Ji Rushue said apologetically. Cultivation? Shao De frowned slightly. How long does it take David to get out of the customs? I can't say for sure, but it shouldn't take a few days. The time David gave Ji Rushue was 10 days, and now 3 days have passed, so David will come out in a few days. Well then, I'll come to invite him in a few days. Shao De got up, and after giving Ji Rushue a salute, he turned and left. After Shao De left, everyone in the Red Lotus Palace was excited. As long as the Holy Beast Palace did not attack them, they could stay in the Red Lotus Palace safely. Ji Rushue breathed a sigh of relief, and fell asleep. This sleep, Ji Rushue actually slept for 2 days and 2 nights. In the past 2 days and 2 nights, David was constantly attacking. But if you can't break through that barrier, you can't reach the realm of Marquis, and you can't form nascent soul within your body. Chapter 1253. Just when David broke through in the cave, it was thousands of kilometers away in Kyoto. The head of the Ning family, Ning Dahai, has left the customs. After exiting the customs, Ning Dahai looked at the ruined Ning family, and the whole person was full of anger. What the H3LL is going on? What the H3LL is going on here? Ning Dahai roared. On the side, Ning Ji, whose face was covered by a black turban, walked carefully to Ning Dahai's side. Dad, David did all this. He ruined our Ning family, and I almost died at his hands. Ning Ji's voice was gloomy and low. Ning Dahai frowned slightly, looking at Ning Ji in front of him. He always felt that his son seemed to have changed. In broad daylight, what are you doing? Ning Dahai tore off Ning Ji's black scarf and was stunned. He found that half of Ning Ji's face had been deformed, like a skeleton, and his appearance was very scary. The wounds on Ning Ji's body were repaired, but the wound on his face was not healed. He also has one leg, and he walks with a limp. Seeing his son turn into such a ghostly person, Ning Dahai almost lost his mind. David? I don't care if he escapes to the ends of the earth, I must kill him. Go check where is this David right away. Ning Dahai roared. and the terrifying aura shot up into the sky, and the birds that flew by were instantly shaken by this aura. South, the Red Lotus Palace. David didn't know about Ning Dahai's exit, nor did he know that Ning Dahai was investigating him and had been cultivating in the cave. On the 9th day, David still failed to break through. At this time, David had stopped cultivating and walked out of the cave. It seems that such a forcible breakthrough is not enough, it still needs an opportunity. David shook his head involuntarily. Brother Chen. Seeing David coming out of the cave, Xiaomin hurriedly shouted. Xiaomin, why are you here? When David saw Xiaomin coming to him, he felt a little surprised. Is someone from the Holy Beast Palace here? Yes, here we come. Xiaomin nodded. When David heard this, his face changed slightly. Take me there, how is your sister? Xiaomin looked at David's nervous look and covered her mouth with a smile. Brother Chen, do you like my sister? Xiaomin asked with a smile. David was stunned. Why do you say that? You see how nervous you are. My sister is fine, don't worry. The person from the Holy Beast Palace is here, but only one person came, saying that they want to invite you to the Holy Beast Palace. Xiaomin said. Please go to the Holy Beast Palace. David was a little puzzled. He had nothing to do with the Holy Beast Palace. What did the Holy Beast Palace ask him to do? Let's go, Elder Shao of the Holy Beast Palace is waiting for you. Xiaomin took David and walked towards the main hall of the Red Lotus Palace. Brother Chen, my sister is the Palace Lord. She can't marry you. According to the rules of our Red Lotus Palace, the Palace Lord cannot marry. But I can be your little lover. I think my sister likes you very much, and you care about her so much. You can stay in the Red Lotus Palace in the future. How good it is for my sister to go out and get in, and we are all beautiful women here. Isn't that what you guys like most? Xiaomin looked at David with a wicked smile and said. You're so young, what are you talking about? I'll tell your sister later and let him take care of you. David gently hit Xiaomin on the head. The Red Lotus Palace is indeed the place where every man goes out, but David will not stay here, he still has a lot of things to do. Soon, David followed Xiaomin to the main hall, and saw Ji Ruxue chatting with a middle-aged man. Seeing David coming, Ji Ruxue hurriedly stood up and said, Mr. Chen, this is Elder Shao from the Holy Beast Palace, who came here specially to invite you. Chapter 1254. Seeing that David was here, Shao De quickly got up and said, Mr. Chen, our Palace Lord has always heard of Mr. Chen's name, so we want to talk with Mr. Chen. Tell me about it. There won't be any conspiracy here, right? I killed the adopted son of your palace master, doesn't he want revenge? David looked at Shao De and asked cautiously. No matter what you are doing, you are either a traitor or a thief. David followed the Holy Beast Palace without any affiliation, and even killed Fei Qingping's adopted son, and now he wants to invite him as a guest. This is so anomalous. Ha ha ha, Mr. Chen is really joking. It's just an adopted son. How can our Palace Lord take it seriously? There are more than 10 adopted sons of our Palace Lord. What does that Xiang Chong have? Shao De laughed. When David heard it, he realized that Xiang Chong had been holding the Holy Beast Palace to support him. It turned out that in front of Fei Qingping, Xiang Chong's adopted son was nothing but bullshit. David looked at Shao De, who was not a treacherous person, so he nodded and said, Okay, I'll go see your palace master with you. After explaining a few words to Ji Ruxue, David followed Shao De to the Holy Beast Palace. The Holy Beast Palace is more than 2 hours' drive away from the Red Lotus Palace. It was only after the Holy Beast Palace that David knew what luxury was. The Sacred Beast Palace is full of Chinese-style villas, with mountains and waters, and the environment is particularly good. It is like a tourist resort. Shao De took David to the front of a villa, pushed the door and walked in. As soon as he entered the door, he saw a huge seat, and the seat was covered with a tiger skin. And Fei Qingping, the master of the Holy Beast Palace, was sitting on the seat, and there were several Wuzongs standing beside Fei Qingping. Palace Master, Mr. Chen is here. Shao De said towards Fei Qingping. Fei Qingping looked at David, his eyes burst with light, and a force of coercion erupted from Fei Qingping's body. David frowned, and bursts of golden light flashed on his body instantly, resisting this coercive force. David's face was gloomy. He didn't expect that Fei Qingping would do it to himself as soon as they met. It seems that this is a hongmen banquet. But just when David was about to display his indestructible golden body and prepare to fight, Fei Qingping suddenly took back the pressure. Ha ha ha, as expected, a hero is a teenager. No wonder you turned the world of martial arts in Kyoto upside down at such a young age. Fei Qingping narrowed his eyes and laughed. I don't know what Palace Master Fei is looking for from me. David directly found a seat and sat down, and asked lightly. I just admire your strength and just want to see you. Fei Qingping stood up, walked towards David, and then sat next to David. You are a half-step Wuho. I really want to know, how did you turn the world of martial arts in Kyoto upside down, and how did you escape from the capital? Fei Qingping was a little puzzled. It is said that with David's strength, he was nothing in the martial arts world of Kyoto. It should be easy for those people to kill David, but now David can live well. If you invite me here, just want to ask these, then I have no comment. David got up and was about to leave. You are young and your temperament is quite explosive. You came to our south from Kyoto, didn't you just come to escape? I know that many people in the Kyoto martial arts world want to kill you, so you stay in our holy beast palace, and I can protect you well. And I can accept you as my adopted son. As long as you become my adopted son, who would dare to be your enemy in the entire south? Even if those people from Kyoto come, they have to give me face. Fei Qingping said very arrogantly. When David heard this, Fei Qingping actually wanted to accept himself as his adopted son, so he couldn't help laughing. Although David is now a half-step Wuho, it is not difficult to fight against Fu Qingping. Chapter 1255. After all, this guy is also a new marquis, and his strength is not very strong. I don't have the habit of being a son to others, not to mention my own affairs. I can handle it myself, just ignore the kindness of Palace Master Fei. David did not give Fei Qing any flattery. Fei Qingping was taken aback. He didn't expect David to reject him. To know how many people want to worship him as adoptive father, Fei Qingping chooses his adopted son, but it is very harsh. But David refused without hesitation, which surprised Fei Qingping. David, I have a good intention, don't you think about it? Fei Qingping asked. Don't think about it, because even if I worship you as my adoptive father, you can't help me. Do your Holy Beast Palace dare to follow the Kyoto Martial Arts Alliance? Dare to follow the Long family? Even if the Ning family in Kyoto came to arrest me, do you dare to say no to the Holy Beast Palace? David looked at Fei Qingping, and a series of questions made Fei Qingping bewildered. Fei Qingping blushed, because David's words were heartbreaking. Whether it is the Kyoto Martial Arts Alliance, the Long family, or even the Ning family, their Holy Beast Palace really does not dare to offend. If these people came to arrest David, the Holy Beast Palace would not dare to stop him. Fei Qingping wanted to keep David and accept David as his adopted son, and he also had his own plans. Since knowing that David killed Xiang Chong, Fei Qingping has checked David on the martial arts forum. And know that David has a lot of treasures. Fei Qingping thought that the soldiers would not kill the sword, and take the treasures on David's body as his own. If David joined the Holy Beast Palace, those treasures would naturally become Fei Qingping's. Fei Qingping did not expect that David would be so disrespectful. Since you look down on my Holy Beast Palace so much, don't blame me, you killed my adopted son, you have to give me an explanation today. As soon as Fei Qingping finished speaking, the disciples of the Holy Beast Palace surrounded David. These are all senior disciples of the Holy Beast Palace, and each of them is in the realm of Wuzong. Palace Master, didn't you say you wouldn't take revenge for that Xiangchong? At this time, Xiao De saw that Fei Qingping was going to attack David, so he hurriedly stood in front of David. Fei Qingping frowned. Elder Xiao, what do you mean? Palace Master, when I invited Mr. Chen, I promised not to trouble him for Xiang Chong's affairs, but now I go back on it. Even if Mr. Chen doesn't agree to stay in the Holy Beast Palace now, we can give him time to think about it. I believe he can make the right choice. Xiaoda fights for another chance for David. It's not that Xiaoda has any friendship with David, it's just that Xiaoda thinks he promised David, but now Fei Qingping has backed out, which makes Xiaoda feel that he has broken his trust in David. Elder Xiao, get out of the way, have you forgotten your identity? You are the elder of the Holy Beast Palace. Fei Qingping roared angrily. David glanced at Xiaoda gratefully, and then said lightly, Elder Xiao, you better stay out of the way, today's affairs have nothing to do with you. Xiaoda glanced at David ashamed, and finally could only dodge. Only Fei Qingping can call the Holy Beast Palace. Although he is an elder, he has no right at all. David, I'll give you another chance. If you can hand over the treasure on your body, I don't need to hold you accountable for killing my adopted son. Fei Qingping said to David. When David heard it, he suddenly laughed. It turned out that Fei Qingping was not here to take revenge on Xiang Chong, but for the treasure on his body. If you have the ability, just get it yourself. After David finished speaking, golden light flickered on his body, and scales quickly covered David's whole body. At this moment, David is like a golden fighter. Chapter 1256. I'm not self-sufficient. Fei Qingping snorted coldly, do it. The disciples of the Holy Beast Palace all rushed towards David. David's body trembled slightly, and a terrifying aura erupted, directly sending the disciples of the Holy Beast Palace flying out. Some people with low strength were directly shaken, and their internal organs were shattered, and there was no sound in an instant. David is now a half-step Marquis, and he is not afraid even in the face of new Marquis. To him, these martial sects are like ants. Fei Qingping frowned, it seems that I underestimated you. After he finished speaking, Fei Qingping's martial power exploded, and then his fists smashed directly at David. Fei Qingping's fists, like a giant hammer, directly tore apart time and space. Seeing this, David dodged Fei Qingping's attack in a flash, but with this punch, Fei Qingping directly smashed the villa in half. David, I know you have an indestructible golden body, but under my iron fist, your indestructible golden body is completely useless. After Fei Qingping finished speaking, he punched him again. David frowned slightly, it seems that being too famous is not a good thing. Many details have been exposed on the martial arts forum. As long as the other party checks a little, they can know their details. Holy Light Fist. David's fist was covered with golden light, and then he punched him. David also wants to try, what is the state of his half-step Wuhou peak? Maybe following Fei Qingping in this battle will give him a chance to break through. Boom! The fists met, and after a loud noise, the entire villa collapsed with a bang. David and Fei Qingping all soared into the sky from the ruins. Then it fell on the mountainside not far away, and at this moment, a large number of disciples of the Holy Beast Palace saw this, and they all gathered around. Don't get close to anyone, if you get close, you will die. Xiaoda shouted at the disciples of the Holy Beast Palace. The Battle of Marquis Wu's strength is not something that ordinary disciples can intervene in and get close to. It is only the Yue of the counterattack that can grind these disciples into flesh. Hearing what Xiaoda said, the disciples of the Holy Beast Palace did not dare to approach, and they all stepped back. Fei Qingping looked at David with narrowed eyes, at this moment his arm was numb from the shock. You are a half-step Marquis, how can you have such terrifying power? Fei Qingping looked at David in surprise. Although the realm of Marquis Wu and Marquis Banbu is only a tiny difference, in terms of strength and aura, there is a gap. But now Fei Qingping, the Marquis, did not take advantage of David, the half-step Marquis. It's not that my power is terrifying, it's that your Marquis is too bad. You shouldn't be taking medicine pills to drive yourself to the realm of Marquis, right? David sneered at Fei Qingping. You BA5 tard, you dare to despise me so much, I've been in the Marquis realm after practicing 4 decades, how can I make you despise me? After Fei Qingping finished speaking, a terrifying energy erupted and rushed towards David again. For a time, the figures of the two people shuttled across the mountain, and there were rumbling explosions everywhere. From the mountainside to the top of the mountain, the entire top of the mountain has been sold off a lot. After fighting hundreds of moves, Fei Qingping felt that his physical strength was a little weak, but watching David, the more he fought, the more courageous he became. David is very excited at the moment. He is not in a hurry to defeat Fei Qingping, but is using him to temper himself. Stepping into the threshold of Marquis Wu might be broken by Fei Qingping. Fei Qingping panted heavily and looked at David in disbelief. No wonder those in the martial arts world in Kyoto want to kill you. You are a half-step Marquis, and even my Marquis can't help you. Fei Qingping only felt powerless at the moment, and there was not much energy left. You are also worthy of being called Marquis? Just like you, Marquis can beat you with just a half-step. David said with a mocking expression. Chapter 1257. David, it's too deceiving. Fei Qingping's eyes widened, and then he bit the tip of his tongue. A mouthful of blood spurted out from the tip of the tongue, turning into a bright red blood mist. The blood mist drifted away, and the entire sky began to change color. Rumbling. It seems that the thunder is rolling in, and then the earth begins to shake. It's broken. The palace chief starts the mountain protection formation. Everyone should leave quickly. Xiaoda roared at all the disciples of the Holy Beast Palace. The disciples of the Holy Beast Palace were so frightened that they all fled, and the Holy Beast Palace, which was like a resort, collapsed at this moment, and it was a mess. David, today you forced me to do this, I will make you pay the price. Fei Qingping roared. David's face became solemn. He did not expect that the Holy Beast Palace would have such a high-level formation. It seems that the ancestor of this Holy Beast Palace was definitely a master before. The blood fog filled the air, and then bloody hands appeared in the blood fog, like H3LL. These bloody hands grabbed David directly. No matter how hard David tried, he couldn't break free. Elder Xiao, start the battle. At this time, Fei Qingping said to Elder Xiao. The palace master thinks twice. The mountain protection formation is activated, the Holy Beast Palace will be destroyed, and the disciples of the Holy Beast Palace will be killed and injured countless. Xiaoda persuaded Fei Qingping. As long as I am alive, the Holy Beast Palace will not be destroyed. As for those disciples, it is their honor to dedicate their lives to the Holy Beast Palace. Quickly start the battle. Fei Qingping glared at Xiaoda. With a hesitant expression on his face, Xiaoda slowly stepped forward and walked to Fei Qingping's side. Now as long as Elder Xiao starts the formation, David will be instantly pulled into the void formation by those bloody hands, and he will never be able to get out. In order to prevent the mountain guarding formation from being opened indiscriminately, the ancestors of the Holy Beast Palace had to have two people in order to truly activate the mountain protection formation. Therefore, after Fei Qingping started the mountain protection formation, it was officially started only when Xiaoda started the formation. But at this time, Xiaoda, looking at David who was controlled by the bloody hand, did not act for a long time. Xiaoda, do you dare to disobey? Fei Qingping's face was full of anger. At this moment, he was already very weak. If Xiaoda didn't do anything, he would not be able to hold on anymore. Xiaoda gritted his teeth, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Suddenly there was a Sinhan's dagger in his hand, and then it stabbed into Fei Qingping's chest. Blood spurted out instantly. Fei Qingping's eyes widened, looking at Xiaoda in disbelief. Fei Qingping's aura was sluggish, and the blood fog and bloody hands disappeared instantly. David got rid of the shackles, and looked at the scene in front of him in disbelief. He also didn't expect that Xiaoda attacked Fei Qingping from behind. Why? Fei Qingping glared at Xiaoda. Although his life was not in danger at this moment, his breath dissipated, and he could be slapped to death with just one palm. Xiaoda looked at Fei Qingping and said angrily, "You are cruel and inhumane. The entire Holy Beast Palace is about to become your private property. If you are unhappy, you will kill people and put the lives of all the disciples in the Holy Beast Palace. Look in your eyes. I've had enough of you. I've had enough of you already." Xiaoda roared, then pulled out his dagger and stabbed Fei Qingping again. Seeing this, David stepped forward and snatched the dagger from Xiaoda's hand. Xiaoda looked at David in surprise. "Mr. Chen, what are you doing? Why are you stopping me?" Xiaoda didn't understand why David stopped himself from killing Fei Qingping. Fei Qingping killed David just now, and he was not at all soft-hearted. Even Fei Qingping wondered why David wanted to save himself. Elder Xiao, don't kill him first, can you leave him to me? David asked Xiao De. Chapter 1258. Xiao De looked at David suspiciously. Mr. Chen, what do you want to do? I want to borrow him to help myself break through. David said truthfully. David wanted to use Fei Qingping's strength to help him break through to Marquis Wu. You must know that Fei Qingping is Marquis of Wu. If he can absorb Fei Qingping's strength, he might be able to break through. Xiao De didn't understand what David meant, but nodded anyway. And Fei Qingping looked at David and said, David, what do you want to do to me? Fei Qingping's face was full of fear. Of course it's absorbing your strength. After David finished speaking, he put his hand on Fei Qingping's head. Immediately afterwards, Fei Qingping began to become distorted, and the strength in his body was continuously inhaled by David. Fei Qingping struggled, but to no avail. Xiao De, who was on the side, looked at David in shock. He felt a little unbelievable. He didn't understand how David could do such evil. Wuho is Wuho. David took a full hour to absorb Fei Qingping's strength, and Fei Qingping had already turned into a mummified corpse. David sat on the ground and began to refine Fei Qingping's strength. The heart condensation technique worked to the extreme, and after 3 full hours, David slowly opened his eyes. Feeling the golden core in the body, there is no sign of a breakthrough. Draining the strength of a marquis, there is no movement. David frowned. He felt that this nascent soul stage was too difficult to break through. Mr. Chen, are you an evil cultivator? Xiao De looked at David in horror. What do you think? David smiled lightly. If I am an evil cultivator, do you think I can still leave Kyoto? Xiao De thought it right. If David was a cultist, let alone those martial arts families, even the Kyoto officials would not be able to let David run around. David was arrested long ago and put in jail. Mr. Chen, I'm sorry, I misunderstood. Xiao De followed David to apologize, and then said, thanks to Mr. Chen today, if Fei Qingping does not die, our Holy Beast Palace will become the target of public criticism sooner or later. I should thank you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be able to break through this mountain protection formation easily. David knew that if it wasn't for Xiao De, he might still be trapped in the formation. Xiao De smiled. We each have what we need. Now that the Holy Beast Palace has been destroyed and many disciples have fled, I will slowly develop the Holy Beast Palace. Elder Xiao. No, it should be called Palace Master Xiao. I hope that after you take charge of the Holy Beast Palace, you don't go to the Red Lotus Palace, or I will not agree. David smiled. Although there was a smile on his face, his tone was threatening Xiao De. David couldn't stay in the Red Lotus Palace forever, so he had to let Xiao De know in advance. Don't worry, Mr. Chen, I will make an announcement that our Holy Beast Palace and the Red Lotus Palace will form an alliance, so that no sect family in the entire south would dare to attack the Red Lotus Palace. Xiao De understood that they could not fight against David. Since they knew that they could not fight, it would be better to give David a face. That's the best. David smiled. Now that Fei Qingping is dead, it's time for me to go back. After David bid farewell to Xiao De, he returned to the Red Lotus Palace. Seeing David gone for a whole day, Xiaomin and Ji Rushua asked David curiously what Fei Qingping asked David to do in the Holy Beast Palace. David looked at the two sisters and said with a faint smile, in the future, the Red Lotus Palace will no longer have to worry about being spied on, then Fei Qingping has already been killed by me. Now that Xiao De has become the palace master of the Holy Beast Palace, he decided to follow the Red Lotus Palace. The palace forms an alliance, so no one will dare to spy on the Red Lotus Palace. David's words left Ji Rushua and Xiaomin stunned. Chapter 1259. Brother Chen, did you really kill that Fei Qingping? Xiaomin asked in surprise. Of course, don't you believe my strength? David smiled playfully. I believe too much. Xiaomin jumped up excitedly. Brother Chen, you are amazing, I love you so much. Saying that, Xiaomin K, said David fiercely on the face, which made David a little embarrassed. Ji Rushua was also very happy, and no longer had to worry about the day when the Red Lotus Palace would be attacked by the Holy Beast Palace. Sister, Brother Chen helped us in the Red Lotus Palace, except for such a big hidden danger, you still don't thank Brother Chen, show it? Xiaomin said to Ji Ruxue. How do you express it? Ji Ruxue was stunned. Of course I KSS Brother Chen and give him a sweet KSS. Xiaomin smiled and said. When Ji Ruxue heard this, her face turned red. David was also full of embarrassment and hurriedly said, It's okay now, I should go too. Mr. Chen, it's too late today, or you'll be staying for one night. Ji Ruxue blushed and whispered to David. David looked at the sky, it was indeed a little late, so he nodded and agreed, and left tomorrow. In the evening, Ji Ruxue cooked again and gave David a table of delicious food. During the meal, David could see that neither Xiaomin nor Ji Ruxue wanted him to leave. But David knew that there were still many things waiting for him to deal with, and he had to fly away. Brother Chen, will you really come back after you leave? Xiaomin asked slightly sadly. Of course it's true. I haven't figured out the secrets in the cave. Of course I'll be back, don't worry. David smiled slightly. Is it just to come back and find out the secret? Ji Ruxue looked at David with emotion in her eyes. David glanced at Ji Ruxue, hurriedly lowered his head and started to eat, not knowing what to say. Now Sonia is still suffering, David has no heart to think about other things. He can't do something sorry for Sonia at this time. As for Gu Linger, it was Sonia's best efforts to match, and David agreed to give Sonia a companion. After dinner, David went to bed early to rest. He didn't want to chat more with Ji Ruxue and Xiaomin, the more chat, the deeper the relationship. In the middle of the night, David was in a daze. Suddenly I felt a warm body, followed by a burst of body fragrance. David was startled, got up quickly, and found Ji Ruxue on his bed. David wanted to turn on the light but was stopped by Ji Ruxue. Don't turn on the light. Ji Ruxue did not ask David to turn on the light, probably because she was shy. David didn't turn on the light, but got out of bed and lit a chimney for himself. Miss Ji, I understand your kindness, but I already have a girlfriend, and he is still locked in the dungeon of the Martial Arts Alliance. I can't be sorry for her. Ji Ruxue listened to David's words and put on her clothes silently. Sorry. Ji Ruxue was lost and walked out. Just as she walked to the door, Ji Ruxue stopped and looked back at David. I'm not a tch, nor do I have no self-respect, I just really like you, I hope you can understand. I understand. David nodded. Ji Ruxue turned and left, she didn't want David to misunderstand that she was a casual woman. Ji Ruxue walked back, David looked at the stars in the sky and missed Sonia. At the same time, in the dungeon of the Kyoto Martial Arts Alliance, Zhu Zhishan put on his clothes and came to the dungeon. He would wait until midnight every day before coming to the dungeon. In a room in the dungeon, Sonia was sitting quietly, waiting for the arrival of Zhu Zhishan. Chapter 1260. Because every night, Zhu Zhishan will come to this cell. Sonia's cell is well arranged, and no matter what kind of treatment, it is the best. The only drawback is that she can't see the sun and has no freedom. When Zhu Zhishan entered the room, Sonia got up mechanically, took off her jacket, and revealed her snow-white arms. On Sonia's arm, there are large and small needles everywhere. Zhu Zhishan didn't talk nonsense either, he took out the needle and pried it, and soon the blood was sucked out along the needle. Sonia lost her expression as she watched her blood being sucked out. She's used to it. After sucking the blood, Zhu Zhishan put a pill on the table. It was used to replenish the body with Sonia. Zhu Zhishan knew that Sonia was a treasure and would not do anything to dry up the water. Zhu Zhishan collected the blood, then turned around and prepared to walk out of the cell. At this moment, Sonia spoke. How is David? Sonia asked Zhu Zhishan. Sonia hadn't spoken for a long time, but today she suddenly did. Zhu Zhishan walked out and said, alive. After knowing that David was still alive, Sonia breathed a sigh of relief. Zhu Zhishan took Sonia's blood and walked directly into the depths of the dungeon. The depths of the dungeon are filled with all kinds of unpleasant smells. After reaching the innermost cell, Zhu Zhishan threw the blood he had just drawn into it. Immediately afterwards, the sound of swallowing began to appear in the dark cell. The voice stopped quickly, and then a hoarse voice came out, "Did David kill it?" "Not yet, Ning Dahai of the Ning family has already rushed to the south to kill David, so I postponed our assassination mission." Zhu Zhishan replied. "Well, remember, David must not stay, this son will definitely be the biggest hidden danger in the future," said in a hoarse voice. Zhu Zhishan opened his mouth and seemed to want to say something, but he didn't say it, and finally turned and left. Early in the morning, David got up and said goodbye to Ji Ruxue and the others. Ji Ruxue and Xiaomin reluctantly sent David to the gate of the Red Lotus Palace. "Brother Chen, don't forget what you said, come to see us when you have time," Xiaomin said to David. "Don't worry, it definitely will." David gently stroked Xiaomin's head, and after glancing at Ji Ruxue, he turned around and was about to leave. But before David took a step, he was stunned for a moment, and his brows furrowed deeply at random. I saw one after another tyrannical breath coming in a posture of enveloping. There was an aura that was extremely tyrannical, and the entire Red Lotus Palace was enveloped by this tyrannical aura. This aura seemed to be deliberate, in order to prevent the people in the Red Lotus Palace from escaping. Ji Ruxue and everyone in the Red Lotus Palace felt the terrifying pressure, and their expressions changed drastically. Soon, I saw several people approaching the door of the Red Lotus Palace. One of them, a middle-aged man with a cold face, glanced at David and asked, "Are you David?" David nodded, and then asked, "Who are you?" "Ning Dahai." The middle-aged man replied. Boom! David's scalp went numb. He didn't expect that Ning Ji's father had left the customs and found it here. Feeling the breath of Ning Dahai, he was obviously stronger than that of Fei Qingping. With such strength, David is really not sure how to deal with it. "Your son can't beat me, now I'm here." Although David was worried that he was not Ning Dahai's opponent, but he couldn't lose in terms of momentum, so he sneered. "Boy, stop talking nonsense, today I'm here to take revenge, you destroy my Ning family, hurt my son, I'm going to tear you to pieces." Ning Dahai's face was gloomy and cold, and the breath on his body kept exploding. Chapter 1261. It's up to you, if you fight alone, you may not be my opponent, David said aggressively to Ning Dahai. If David deals with Ning Dahai alone, he is not necessarily an opponent. If Ning Dahai brings those masters to join him, David will not be able to fight back. Arrogant. Ning Dahai's eyes narrowed, and then he waved his hand. "You all step back, no one is allowed to move without my order." Ning Dahai backed away from his subordinates. And David looked at Ji Ruxue. "Miss Ji, you take Xiaomin and the disciples of the Red Lotus Palace back to the palace quickly, don't get close. Mr. Chen, this person is Marquis Wu, I'm afraid." Ji Ruxue could feel that Ning Dahai's breath was in the realm of Marquis, and she was afraid that David would not be an opponent at all. "Don't worry, that Fei Qingping is also Marquis Wu, so he was killed by me." David smiled slightly. "In this kind of battle, even if you help first, you won't be able to help at all. You lose your life in vain. No matter what happens, none of you are allowed to step forward. Otherwise you can't help me, but instead distract me and help me." Ji Ruxue also understands that in this kind of battle between Marquis, they have no ability to intervene at all. "Well, be careful yourself." Ji Ruxue nodded. Soon, Ji Ruxue and the others also retreated hundreds of meters, and directly retreated into the Red Lotus Palace. At this moment, only David and Ning Dahai were left facing each other. "Kid, I know that you are using aggressive tactics to deliberately let me and you duel, but in the face of absolute strength, any kind of strategy is futile." After Ning Dahai finished speaking, a terrifying aura rushed out of his body instantly. Immediately afterward, a streak of energy was like a flying knife, rushing towards David directly. David frowned. He didn't expect Ning Dahai's speed to be so fast, and he shot unprepared. Brush brush. In an instant, countless energy left many scars on David's body. Fortunately, David's body was strong enough, so he didn't hurt his bones. Before he could think about it, David's body radiated golden light, and the golden scales grew, and David's undamaged golden body was brought into play. In the next second, Ning Dahai slapped David's head with one palm, and this palm would kill David. Facing Ning Dahai, David didn't dare to show any slights. Tannen's burst of breath is enough to make David breathless. Holy Light Fist. David gritted his teeth and swung the Holy Light Fist out directly. The golden light exploded, piercing the void, and the dazzling golden light slammed into the palm of Ning Dahai's palm. Boom! Like a nuclear explosion, a deafening sound rang out, followed by a wave of air visible to the naked eye swept all around. And David's body quickly retreated. Ning Dahai's strength, David was not enough to resist. There was a large pit of more than 10 meters left at the scene, and Ning Dahai did not move at all. David squinted his eyes slightly, and his heart was full of mixed feelings. He knew that facing Ning Dahai, he had no chance of winning. Ning Dahai's strength is too strong, and he is simply not comparable to his half-step Wuho. It's no wonder that you can destroy the Ning family and hurt my son. Sure enough, you have some skills. There are really not many young people with strength like you. It's a pity that you are about to die, and there is one less genius in the world. It's not good for you to offend anyone, but it's my Ning family. After Ning Dahai finished speaking, without giving David a chance to breathe, a huge palm slapped towards David with overwhelming force. The energy contained in Ning Dahai's move was more powerful than a bomb. Moreover, Ning Dahai's speed was extremely fast, and an afterimage flashed away, and then appeared in front of David. Chapter 1262. Before David could react, Ning Dahai slapped David's chest with a palm. David's body instantly flew backwards like a kite with a broken string, and the large scales on his chest fell off and disappeared. Brother Chen. Mr. Chen. Seeing David fly away with a slap, Xiamen and Ji Ruxue were all nervous. David fell heavily to the ground, then looked at the two people and said, "Don't come here." At this time, David's chest had collapsed, and it was obvious that he had several broken ribs. There was blood overflowing from the corner of his mouth, and the blood in David's body was scurrying everywhere. The strength of Ning Dahai's palm was beyond David's imagination. This is fortunate that there is no damage to the golden body and body protection, and David's physical body is also very strong, so it does not cause more damage. David wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and stood up slowly. Ning Dahai looked at David, his brows were slightly wrinkled, and he was a little surprised. "You actually resisted my palm, it seems that your body is strong enough." Ning Dahai is not a newly promoted marquis now. He has been in marquis for 6 or 7 years. Otherwise, even if the Ning family does not join the martial arts alliance, would no other sect family dare to provoke him? Ning Dahai is a veteran Wuho, and he was already famous in Kyoto before. However, he did not expect that his palm would not kill David. "You are too weak." David looked at Ning Dahai coldly. Although Ning Dahai's strength far surpassed him, David would never admit defeat and give in. Ning Dahai's face turned cold. He didn't expect David to have a hard mouth, and he would dare to say such a thing. "I'll make you stubborn, give me death." Ning Dahai had an angry look on his face, and then his figure disappeared in an instant. It was almost a moment before he arrived in front of David. David had been staring at Ning Dahai for a long time, and did not dare to be distracted at all. When Ning Dahai moved, the hairs on David's whole body had already exploded. "Holy Light Fist!" David shouted angrily. Even though he hadn't seen Ning Dahai's figure yet, David's punch had already been thrown out. David knew that by the time he saw Ning Dahai's figure, it was too late to start. David's fist was wrapped in golden light, and a swimming golden dragon wrapped around his arm. The power of the dragon was brought into play by David. The power of the dragon. Ning Dahai's eyes narrowed slightly, and then he slapped David's chest fiercely. This palm contains all of Ning Dahai's inner strength, not to mention David's half-step Wuho. Even a real Wuho would not dare to follow Ning Dahai to fight hard. Boom! With a loud noise, David's arm was twisted instantly, and his body flew out. But this time, Ning Dahai did not stand still, his body swayed, and there was a pain in the palm of his hand. Ning Dahai showed surprise in his eyes, and looked at David in disbelief. The power of the dragon is really extraordinary. Ning Dahai looked at David with greed in his eyes. And David looked at his twisted arm, and his other hand tugged instantly, restoring the twisted arm. Just now he mobilized almost all the power of the dragon to block Ning Dahai's palm. But now David knew that the power of the dragon in his body could not support him to fight. "Boy, hand over the dragon crystal on your body, and I will let you die a little more happily, what do you think?" Ning Dahai was also interested in Longjing in David's body. "Longjing can't be obtained by a person like you. You, like your son, are both robbers. Your entire Ning family is the stuff of male thieves and female prostitutes." David insulted Ning Dahai. "Little beast, you are courting death." Ning Dahai's face was cold, and the anger on his body kept rising. Chapter 1263. As the head of the Ning family, who would dare to speak to him like this, dare to scold him? Immediately afterwards, Ning Dahai took out both palms, and rushed towards David with rolling energy. "Little beast, I'm going to abolish your bones, crush your dantian, and make you suffer for the rest of your life." Ning Dahai roared, murderous aura filled the air. David's face was cold, and he didn't dare to be slighted in the slightest. The dragon crystal in his body flickered with golden light, and a golden dragon hovered above David's head. The power of the dragon was fully released by David. He knew that he needed to work hard, otherwise he would not be able to carry it at all. Ning Dahai looked at the golden dragon hovering above David's head, but was stunned for a moment, but he didn't stop his hands. David threw out his fists and greeted him fiercely. Dodging is useless, David can only hit hard now. Boom! Smoke and dust rose, the earth trembled, and a huge force spread out. Even Ji Rushue and the others, who were hundreds of meters away, felt incomparable pressure and hurriedly tried to resist. The smoke and dust dissipated, and there was a large pit on the ground, and the golden light of David's whole body disappeared, replaced by bloody scars. David's strength is still far from that of Ning Dahai. Even if he exerts all the power of the dragon, he still cannot resist Ning Dahai's attack. David lay in the deep pit, staring blankly at the sky. The sky at this moment has become gray. Gritting his teeth, David slowly stood up. David stood up even though his body was covered in scars now. When Ning Dahai saw that David could still stand up, his whole body was shaking with anger. If this is spread out, how can he Ning Dahai have the face to see people? It's too embarrassing to say that an old-fashioned marquis can deal with a young man who is half a step marquis. I don't believe it, you are Xiaoqiang who can't be beaten. Ning Dahai gritted his teeth, and bursts of red light appeared on the palm of his hand, followed by a burst of red light, which compared the sun. Immediately afterwards, the red light was like a sharp sword, blazing out towards David. Then the red light burst into a shower of swords, directly wrapping David in it. Seeing this, David knew that he had no way to dodge, so he closed his eyes, and the spiritual power in his body formed a faint mist around his body, trying to block these sword rains. Puff puff. One after another sword rain hit David's body, and the faint mist formed by David's spiritual power could not stop the sharp sword rain. It was defeated in an instant, and then wounds were shot out on David's body. David's body was almost penetrated by these sword rains, and the blood dyed David into a blood man. And the spiritual power of the body also collapsed instantly, and the bones of the limbs were also cut off. David fell heavily to the ground, his eyes were scarlet, looking at Ning Dahai. Even at this time, there was no trace of fear in David's eyes. Seeing that David is already like this, there is still war in his eyes. This made Ning Dahai feel challenged and despised. I will let you experience death slowly. When Ning Dahai stretched out his hand, a huge suction force directly sucked David from the deep pit into Ning Dahai's hand. David gritted his teeth, the condensation art in his dantian was running frantically, hoping to mobilize his spiritual power and take this good opportunity to give Ning Dahai a blow. It's a pity that the spiritual energy in David's body seemed to be disintegrating, and it couldn't be condensed together at all. Ning Dahai held David in one hand with a grim smile on his face. And David's face became more and more ugly. Don't worry, I suddenly don't want to kill you anymore. I want to make you live in pain for the rest of your life. You are my son's life, and I can't make it easier for you. Ning Dahai said, and threw David to the ground. Chapter 1264. Then Ning Dahai stepped on David's head and looked at David indifferently. "Old man, you can kill me if you have the ability. As long as I have a breath, I will make your Ning family perish forever." David stared at Ning Dahai and said, "Little beast, it's already like this, and you dare to speak hard." Ning Dahai was furious, and then kicked at David. David's body was like a ball, and was kicked out by Ning Dahai. David's internal organs were tumbling, and blood spurted out of his mouth. Immediately afterwards, Ning Dahai walked up to David and kicked it out again. Just like that, one foot after another. Ning Dahai took David as a ball. David was already blood and blood at this moment, and there was no intact place on his body. "Brother Chen." Seeing David's tragic state, Xiaomin couldn't bear it any longer and wanted to rush out, but was pulled by Ji Ruxue. "Don't go over." Ji Ruxue pulled Xiaomin tightly. "Don't move, don't move." David tried his best to roar at Xiaomin and Ji Ruxue. Every word spewed out a mouthful of blood. Ning Dahai beat David, but all avoided the key points. What he wants now is not that David should die, but that he will suffer all the pain. David's consciousness began to become blurred at this moment, and his eyes were hazy. Soon, Sonia appeared in David's mind, and his mother appeared. Although he could not see his mother's face clearly, the feeling of closeness made David very comfortable. The previous scenes, like a movie, appeared scene by scene in David's mind. "Am I really going to die?" David shouted deep in his heart and wanted to resist, but his body had long since stopped moving. Ning Dahai didn't know how long he tortured David. Anyway, none of the bones on David's body were complete. Seeing David dying, Ning Dahai was also a little tired. "Little beast, you can just lie in bed like this for the rest of your life." After Ning Dahai finished speaking, he slapped David's lower abdomen with a palm. The huge force instantly shattered David's dantian, and the golden core above his dantian also shattered into countless pieces. The trace of life in David's body disappeared in an instant. And David also directly closed his eyes and passed out. Seeing this, Ning Dahai hurriedly kicked David, frowning, "Damn, dead? How can you die?" Ning Dahai did not expect that David would be so resistant to fighting that he directly destroyed his dantian and died. This makes Ning Dahai a little pity. The Longjing in David's body has not been taken, and it is dead, so there is no way for Longjing to take it. Ning Dahai glanced at the people in the Red Lotus Palace, but he did not attack them. It was not that Ning Dahai was kind and soft-hearted, but he was a veteran marquis. If he attacked such a small sect, he would be ridiculed. Ning Dahai is disdainful to take action, and there is no need to take action. "Let's go." Ning Dahai saw that David was no longer alive, so he waved his hand and led him away. When Ning Dahai walked back, Xiaomin and Ji Ruxue rushed towards them in an instant. "Brother Chen! Mr. Chen!" Xiaomin and Ji Ruxue cried bitterly, looking at David like that. They couldn't bear it any longer. "Sister, hurry up and save Brother Chen!" Xiaomin begged to Ji Ruxue. Ji Ruxue looked at David like that. Her whole body was shattered, even her dantian was shattered. How could she be saved? Even if David was rescued, life would be worse than death in the future. "Sister, can you save Brother Chen?" Seeing that Ji Ruxue hadn't yet rescued David, Xiaomin shook Ji Ruxue's arm. "Xiao Min, Mr. Chen is dead, he is dead," Ji Ruxue said with tears. Chapter 1265. "No, it's impossible, Brother Chen won't die." Xiaomin cried bitterly, shaking David's body desperately. "Brother Chen, wake up, wake up." But no matter what Xiaomin did, David kept his eyes closed and motionless. Ji Ruxue bit her lip. She was very sad and wanted to cry, but in front of everyone in the Red Lotus Palace, as the palace master, she couldn't be like Xiaomin. "Come on, carry Mr. Chen in." Ji Ruxue sent someone to carry David into the Red Lotus Palace. At this moment, David was placed in Ji Ruxue's yard, and Ji Ruxue turned everyone away. Ji Ruxue gave Xiaomin an elixir to calm her mood and rest. Ji Ruxue faced David alone, called a basin of water, and began to slowly wipe David's body. Tears rolled down Ji Ruxue's face. Although she knew David for a short time, Jirushua knew that David had already lived in her heart. "Don't worry, I will wipe you clean, and I won't let you go like this," Jirushua muttered to herself while wiping. At this time, David seemed to be in chaos. He wanted to open his eyes and control his body, but he couldn't. It's as if consciousness and body have been detached. Am I really dead? David's eyes were full of white chaos, and he couldn't figure out whether he was alive or dead. I don't know how long it took, and farewell. Jirushua wiped cleanly on David's body. Jirushua, a big girl with no experience, cast aside her shame and wiped David's body all over. As the night fell, the full moon rose. Jirushua was still sitting beside David, sitting quietly like this, quietly looking at David. Until midnight, Jirushua still didn't move. Several elders called her several times and asked her to rest, but Jirushua didn't move at all. A breeze blew, and suddenly a soft moonlight shone on David's body. The dantian in David's body was healing, but the broken golden core did not come together, but kept changing. Soon the golden core fragments turned into a small golden figure, standing above David's dantian. Boom! David, who had been in chaos all the time, suddenly felt his eyes light up. When he opened his eyes, he found a soft moonlight shining on him. David was a little surprised. He didn't know how much time had passed. He turned his head slightly and found that Jirushua was sitting beside him. Jirushua's eyes were very red, obviously crying for a long time. "You're gone. In this life, I may not like any man anymore. You are the only man who makes me tempted, and the only man who sincerely helps me, but doesn't covet my body. Waiting for tomorrow, I will bury you beautifully, and bury you in this red lotus palace. Don't worry, I will visit you every day and burn paper for you." Jirushua's eyes were dull, and she muttered to herself. She didn't realize at all that David had opened his eyes at this moment. "Since you like me so much, why are you burying me alive?" David looked at Jirushua and smiled lightly. David had heard from Jirushua's words. It turned out that they all thought they were dead. In fact, David himself thought he was dead, but he didn't want to come back to life. David's words shocked Jirushua instantly and jumped up from the chair. Jirushua was stunned when she saw that David was looking at her with a smile. After a while, Jirushua reacted and threw herself into David's arms. Chapter 1266. "So you're not dead, so you're not dead," Jirushua cried with joy. David wanted to raise his hand and pat Jirushua lightly, but found that his hand couldn't move at all. David was startled, and hurriedly wanted to sit up, but found that his legs couldn't move. Apart from controlling his head, he couldn't control his whole body at all. This time, David was a little panicked. David hurriedly checked it with a deep heart. He was surprised to find that the golden core in his body turned into a little golden man. The little golden man is lifelike, and his appearance is exactly the same as himself. Is this the Yuaning?" David almost shouted out in excitement. He didn't expect that he would get a blessing in disguise and break through to the realm of nascent soul. At this time, David remembered the last battle with Ning Dahai. Ning Dahai shattered his dantian and Jin Dan. Is it necessary to break the Jin Dan to break through the realm of nascent soul? David was thinking, maybe it's called not breaking and not standing? David seemed to know why he always had no way to break through. He never thought about breaking through his golden core, let alone breaking through nascent soul. He needed such an opportunity. Now David is like a pony crossing the river, and many things need to be explored by himself. Jirushua raised her head and looked at David, who was alive, not to mention how happy she was. "Stop crying, help me up," David said to Jirushua. After Jirushua heard this, she was stunned and said, "David, you can't get up, you can only lie down, your bones are all broken." David frowned. No wonder why he couldn't control his body. It turned out that his bones were all broken. Then what is the use of breaking through to the realm of nascent soul? Seeing David's appearance, Jirushua said quickly, "Don't worry, I will go and find a doctor for you. Even if you can't be cured, I will support you and guard you for the rest of your life." Seeing Jirushua like this, David had mixed feelings in his heart and couldn't tell what he felt. He could see that Ji-Rushue was sincere to him, but David didn't dare to be tempted by Ji-Rushue. Sonia is still suffering, he has to rescue Sonia. If at that time, Sonia can accept Ji-Rushue, she may be tempted by Ji-Rushue. At this moment, a dark cloud suddenly floated in the sky, covering the moon in the sky. The soft moonlight on David also disappeared. Click. Suddenly, a light of lightning struck down and struck David impartially. In an instant, David's skin was split open, and a burnt smell filled the air. David. Ji-Rushue was shocked. David finally survived, and was struck to death by lightning again. Ji-Rushue wanted to step forward and carry David into the room. Don't move, step back, this is thunder. David shouted at Ji-Rushue and asked Ji-Rushue to back off. David knew that this was a thunder calamity. Since he had broken through to the nascent soul realm, there would definitely be a thunder calamity. At this time, David was facing Lei Jia incomparably outward. After the thunder calamity, the body will be reshaped, and the broken bones on David's body will be intact. And after the thunder calamity, David's body will become more powerful. Thunder tribulation. Ji-Rushue was confused and did not understand what thunder robbery was. After all, a martial artist does not need any thunder tribulation to cross the realm, so it is normal for Ji-Rushue not to know. David's consciousness entered his body instantly, and found that nascent soul was also struck by a lightning bolt at this moment. Then the nascent soul released bursts of golden light. David's body also began to flicker, and a terrifying aura descended from the sky. Click. Chapter 1267. Another thunder robbery hit David's body fiercely. This thunder tribulation was extremely powerful, and the enormous energy blew Ji-Rushue away. Quick, hide in the room. David shouted at Ji-Rushue. Ji-Rushue was also a little stunned at the moment, and hurriedly rushed into the room. The two thunderstorms almost made David's body black, like a burnt mummy. And after this thunder calamity, the light emitted by the nascent soul in David's body actually skyrocketed again. David is now covered with golden light, and the layer of dark material begins to fall off, but the scars on David's body are gone. At this moment, David's skin is white and bright, even better than a baby's skin, as if it was growing again. This made Ji-Rushue in the room look stupid. David tried to control his body and stood up. Soon, the palms could move, followed by the feet, and soon David stood up slowly. At this moment, David's face was radiant, and his whole body radiated light. But when David stood up, he suddenly felt a chill down below, and after he lowered his head suddenly, he almost scared David to death. It turned out that he was standing naked at the moment. David looked at Ji-Rushue, who was looking at him through the window in the room. David almost died of embarrassment. With his fingers pinched, a blindfold appeared instantly, directly hiding David. David couldn't stand being watched like this. What's more, he has to endure thunder calamity and cannot be distracted. Soon, the dark clouds piled up and became thicker and thicker, indicating that the third thunderstorm was coming. Rumbling. The third thunder robbery fell, and a lightning bolt rushed out of the dark cloud like a silver snake, and the huge force directly bombarded David. The entire Red Lotus Palace was shaken by this thunderstorm. This also caused many people in the Red Lotus Palace to wake up from their sleep. Then looked at the vision outside the window in surprise. No one dared to leave the room, and no one knew how there was such a bad weather at night. They didn't know that the ghost weather was caused by David. The thunder robbery hit David's body, and the golden light on David's body was a little more exuberant. And the nascent soul seems to be growing like a baby, obviously bigger than the beginning. Rumbling. Another thunder robbery fell. David sat cross-legged, his eyes were slightly closed, his consciousness entered directly into his body, observing nascent soul, without caring about his own body at all. Now, if Yuaning doesn't die, David can't die. Even if his body rots away and disappears, David can slowly recover. Click. The thunder robbery, which contained the power of heaven and earth, smashed on David's body. Each thunder is stronger than the last. David's body was split into flesh instantly, but it would soon be repaired by golden light. After thinking about David's blindfold, Ji-Rushue would not be able to see him, otherwise, seeing him like this, he would definitely be frightened. Rumbling. One after another thunder robbery smashed down, and there were 10 thunders, slashing on David. The dark clouds in the sky are slowly dissipating, and this thunder tribulation is over. But at this moment, David, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, seemed dissatisfied with these 10 thunder tribulations. Because the more fierce rage, the more powerful the tempering of David's body. Let's do another thunder tribulation. David raised his head and waved his right hand forward fiercely, and a golden light went directly towards the dark clouds in the sky, randomly submerging into the dark clouds. The dark clouds that had dissipated soon gathered together again. The golden light that was submerged in the dark cloud, after traveling through the dark cloud, turned back towards David. David is actually using his own strength to create a thunder calamity. If anyone else sees this, his jaw will drop. If you want to know that other people have survived the thunder calamity, they are all worried, and how many people have been wiped out in the thunder calamity. Chapter 12:68. Now David actually created his own thunder tribulation and forged his own body, which is simply too perverted. Rumbling. Under this thunderstorm, David's body was instantly bombarded into scum. At this time, David's consciousness could even see the scene where he was blasted out of scum. But soon, with the golden light of nascent soul, David's body began to slowly heal. The dark clouds in the sky dissipated, and the golden light on David's body was restrained, and a faint light flickered on his skin. This light was emitted by the pure flesh. When the consciousness entered the body, David could see that the light on Yuaning also changed, and David's consciousness seemed to be able to feel the breath of Yuaning. This is the realm of nascent soul, this is the realm of Marquis. David's eyes burst into 2 bright lights. And David's body became like crystal jade, crystal clear. Mr. Chen. When Ji Rushua saw the dark clouds dissipate, she ran out of the room. With a wave of David's hand, the blindfold was removed, and David was exposed in front of Ji Rushua. Ji Rushua blushed instantly when she saw David, and then threw the clothes in her hand to David. David hurriedly put it on, but also embarrassed and didn't know what to say. Sister, what happened just now? At this time, Xiaomin ran over. She, who had taken the medicinal pill, had already fallen asleep, but was abruptly awakened by the thunder tribulation just now. When Xiaomin ran into the yard and saw David, he was stunned. Xiaomin glanced at David, then suddenly screamed, "Ghost, ghost." Xiaomin turned pale with fright, and hid directly behind Ji Rushua. Little girl, you are the ghost. Have you ever seen such a handsome ghost? Seeing that Xiaomin was frightened by himself, David said jokingly. It's no wonder, after all, they thought they were dead, so now that they were standing alive, they would definitely be afraid. Xiao Min, your brother Chen is not dead, he is not a ghost. Ji Rushua smiled and said to Xiaomin. Then Xiaomin stuck his head out, and then looked at David. Even if brother David is not dead, can't it seem like a different person? He has injuries all over his body, and his bones are shattered. Even if he doesn't die, he can't stand. When Xiaomin said this, Ji Rushua didn't know how to answer Xiaomin anymore. Because of many things, she was also confused now. I have a magic weapon on my body that can reshape my body, so I will be as good as ever. If you don't believe me, come and pinch me. 2. See if I'm a ghost. David smiled slightly. Xiaomin slowly moved over, and then pinched David's arm hard. You child, are you really working hard? David pretended to be in pain. Seeing this, Xiaomin immediately became happy. So you are really big brother Chen, not a ghost. Xiaomin was happy, but suddenly burst into tears again, and rushed forward into David's arms. Brother Chen, I'm scared to death, I thought you were really dead. Xiaomin cried and said. I'm fine, I'm fine. David comforted Xiaomin. That night, David didn't sleep, neither did Xiaomin and Ji Rushua. The 3 chatted all night in Ji Rushua's room. When the sun just rose from the east, David glanced out the window and slowly got up. This time, neither Ji Rushua nor Xiaomin spoke. Because what needs to be said has already been said at night. They knew that David had to leave because David had his own business to do. After leaving the Red Lotus Palace, David left without turning his head, because he was afraid of turning back and couldn't help his feelings. Ning Dahai. This time, when I step into Marquis Wu, I will use the Ning family to stand up. Killing intent burst out from David's eyes. He has now broken through to the realm of Marquis, and all the things that should be dealt with have to be dealt with. Chapter 1269. Kyoto. The entire Kyoto martial arts world, and even the entire martial arts forum, has been blown up. The news that David was killed by Ning Dahai had already spread. David can be said to be the most talked about person in the martial arts world recently, and this time David was killed. Some regret it, some rejoice. Inside the Kyoto Protectorate, Mr. Shi sat in the chair without saying a word, but his face was cold and terrifying. Zhao Waoqi and Xing Jun, the captain of the law enforcement team, stood on one side, and neither dared to speak. The atmosphere in the entire law enforcement pavilion was very depressing. Recently, Mr. Shi has often been in the Dharma Protector Pavilion, which makes Zhao Waoqi, the pavilion owner, under increased pressure. How is it possible? How is it possible? David shouldn't have died so easily. I can't see him wrong. Mr. Shi muttered to himself. Mr. Shi, this news was indeed spread by Ning Dahai himself, and Ning Dahai also spread a few photos. And with the strength of Ning Dahai, Mr. Chen is indeed not his opponent. As a veteran Marquis of Ning Dahai, even if Mr. Chen's talent is good, he can't match that Ning Dahai. As Zhao Waoqi spoke, he opened the martial arts forum and found several photos of David posted by Ning Dahai. Looking at the photos, David's appearance is already terrible. Obviously, the dead can't die anymore. Mr. Shi looked at David's photo and fell into silence. After a while, he said to Xing Jun, Captain Xing, tell me about your recent discovery. Mr. Shi, there have been evil cultivators everywhere recently, and it's becoming more and more frequent. Some evil cultivators are even more hyped up and recruiting disciples. I also killed a few evil cultivators this time, but these are only small sects, and the big evil cultivators have not been seen. But looking at the past few years, the activities of some evil cultivators have indeed become more frequent recently. Xing Jun's truthful report. It seems that the water is still not muddy enough, and some big fish are always reluctant to come out of the water. Mr. Shi sighed lightly and fell into silence. Medicine God Valley. After seeing the news that David was killed, Long Wu's body was shaking. How could this be? It's impossible, it's impossible. Long Wu couldn't believe that David was killed like this. Such a result made Long Wu difficult to accept. Everything he did was for David and his eldest lady, but in the end, David died so easily. Long Wu's tears couldn't stop flowing. He raised his head and shouted, Why, God, why are you doing this? Why are bad people in power and good people can't live long? Long Wu's eyes were full of hatred. He hated God, and those sanctimonious guys. It's a pity that he is just an ordinary person now and can't do anything. Miss, I'm sorry for you, I'm sorry for you, when will you see the sun again? Long Wu lay on the ground and cried bitterly. At this time, Gu Linger, Wu Meyer and Xiaolan came over, and when they saw Long Wu like this, they were all surprised. Because the three girls didn't pay much attention to the martial arts forum, they didn't know the news of David's death. Uncle Long, what's wrong with you? Gu Linger looked at Long Wu and asked in surprise. Yes, Uncle Long, what's wrong with you? Wu Meyer and Xiaolan also asked. Long Wu hurriedly got up, wiped his tears, then squeezed out a smile and said, It's nothing, it's just the New Year's Eve, and I'm feeling homesick. Homesick? Wu Meyer looked surprised. Uncle Long, where do you have a home? I have been with you for so many years, and we have been dependent on each other for so many years. I have never heard of you saying that there is still a home. I have never seen you go home. Chapter 1270. I just didn't tell you. Long Wu was exposed by Wu Meyer, looked a little flustered, and hurriedly put his mobile phone in his pocket. He didn't want Gu Linger to know that David was dead. She was afraid that Gu Linger wouldn't be able to take the blow. Gu Linger saw that Long Wu's expression was obviously wrong, so she asked, Uncle Long, are you hiding something from us? Why do you put your mobile phone on? No, no. Long Wu explained in a panic. Gu Linger took advantage of Long Wu's inattention and snatched the phone from Long Wu's pocket. When Gu Linger turned on the phone and saw the news that David was killed by Ning Dahai, the whole person instantly became stupid. She couldn't believe it was true, but when she saw the attached photos, she collapsed to the ground. The mobile phone in his hand fell to the ground, and Gu Linger was sluggish. She didn't believe it was true anyway. No, it's not true, it's not true. Gu Linger cried out loudly. Xiaolan and Wu Meier hurriedly comforted Gu Linger, but when the two of them knew that David was killed, they both lost their voices instantly. David's death hit them all too hard. Long Wu could only cry silently. He didn't know how to persuade Gu Linger and the others. I don't know how long I have been crying, the tears have already dried up. Gu Linger got up slowly. There was no tear in his eyes, instead, there was a strong killing intent. I want to kill everyone in the Ning family and avenge David. I can't let him rest in peace under Jiuquan. Gu Linger gritted her teeth, her body filled with terrifying murderous aura. Linger, don't be impulsive, even David is not the opponent of Ning Dahai. If you go to take revenge, that is courting death. Long Wu persuaded Gu Linger. Gu Linger's mind has been made up, her eyes are terrifyingly cold. At this moment, Gu Linger is no longer a girl, but a cold vengeance machine. Linger, I'll accompany you. Xiaolan said to Gu Linger. And me, I'll go too. Wu Meier also said. Long Wu looked at the three girls and could only sigh heavily. Then I'll accompany you back to Kyoto, but if you want to avenge David, you must not be reckless. Since the three girls were so determined, Long Wu decided to take them back to Kyoto. Do everything possible to avenge David. Valley of the Wicked. When Zhao Ligua learned the news after David was killed again, he fell into a rage. Although he couldn't believe it was true, the bloody photos of David on the martial arts forum had to make him believe it. David is dead, and my life is meaningless. If I can't avenge him, then I'll go with him. I don't want him to be alone down there. Zhao Ligua's shadowless villa, as a hall of the Dragon's sect, now that the sect owner, David, has been killed, he has the responsibility to avenge David. Mr. Chen, don't worry, I will definitely avenge this revenge for you. A cold light flashed in Zhao Ligua's eyes. Dad, let's take someone to kill the Ning family now to avenge Brother Chen. Zhao Chuang's crying eyes were red, and he gritted his teeth. With our current strength, it is useless to go to the Ning family. Now wait for the four wicked people to get out of the customs, let's kill the Ning family together. As long as I, Zhao Ligua, have a breath, I will fight the Ning family to the end. Zhao Ligua knew that their strength was not enough to avenge David. Now the four villains are still healing in the Demon Suppression Tower. After the four villains leave the customs, they will kill the Ning family together. Even if they kill all of them, they will die with the Ning family to avenge David. Chapter 1271. Kyoto, a restaurant. Many warriors like to come here to eat, chatting, and pastime by the way. Just as everyone was eating and chatting, two curvy, very beautiful girls walked into the restaurant. As soon as the two girls walked into the restaurant, they attracted the attention of many people. The two girls didn't care about everyone's eyes, they just found a place to sit down. These two girls are Wu Meier and Xiao Lan, and the two of them came here not to eat, but for a purpose. After sitting down, Xiao Lan and Wu Meier's eyes were placed on the two middle-aged men who were eating not far away. Both of them exude the breath of Wu Zong, and the cuffs of the clothes they wear are also embroidered with the word Ning. This is the unique clothing of the Ning family. It is obvious that these two middle-aged people are from the Ning family. You two ladies, what would you like to eat? At this time, a waiter came over and asked Xiaolan and Wu Meier. Oh, I'm sorry, we're waiting for someone, someone will arrive in a while, we're ordering. Xiaolan said to the waiter. The waiter didn't say anything, just turned and left. However, Wu Meier and Xiao Lan's eyes were still fixed on the two Ning family members. The two Ning family members also felt that someone was staring at them, so they turned to look at Wu Meier and Xiao Lan. When they saw the two girls staring at them, the two Ning family glanced at each other, and a wicked smile appeared on the corners of their mouths, then got up at the same time and sat at the table of Wu Meyer and Xiaolan. "Two little sisters, do you mind if we sit here and eat together?" a Ning family member said. "Of course I don't mind. Someone pays the bill, so I don't mind." Xiaolan smiled slightly and threw a wink at the Ning family sitting next to her. At this moment, the Ning family's eyes suddenly lit up, and then they looked at Xiaolan with a smile. And the Ning family next to Wu Meyer was also fascinated by Wu Meyer's wink. "Two big brothers, there are many people here, let's go to a good place, shall we?" Seeing the appearance of the two Ning family members, Xiaolan knew that she had been charmed and said, "Good good." The two nodded in succession. Soon, Wu Meyer and Xiaolan walked out of the restaurant with the two Ning family members. When walking to an alley, Gu Linger suddenly flashed out. Then, with a wave of the dagger in his hand, the two Ning family members instantly fell into a pool of blood. After killing the two Ning family members, Gu Linger and the others hurriedly fled and began to look for their next target. They were going to use this method to kill the Ning family bit by bit. In 2 days, Gu Linger and the others used this method to kill more than a dozen people in the Ning family. At this time, in the Ning family hall, Ning Dahai kept walking back and forth, feeling a little uneasy. In just 2 days, more than a dozen people in the Ning family died unexpectedly. He didn't know who in the capital was targeting their Ning family. In the entire Kyoto martial arts world, there will never be many aristocratic families who dare to target their Ning family like this. Trash, it's all a bunch of trash. It's been 2 days. Can't find any clues? Ning Dahai roared at some of the higher-ups of the Ning family. These people bowed their heads, and no one dared to speak. "Dad, the other party in this matter is obviously aimed at our Ning family, and I have investigated, the other party may be 2 women. Ning Ji said to Ning Dahai. 2 women. Ning Dahai frowned. Among the people we were killed, there was a Wu Zone. Which woman is so powerful? The strength of these 2 women is not strong. Among the dozen or so people we lost, there were only 2 martial sects. After we raised our vigilance, they were all great masters. It can be seen that their strength is not strong. The reason why they were able to kill 2 of our martial sects in the first place is likely to be seduced by beauty and let our people lose their vigilance." Ning Ji analyzed it carefully. "Then go check, find these 2 women anyway, I want to see who is targeting our Ning family." Ning Dahai roared. Ning Ji nodded and immediately took someone to investigate. Chapter 1272. Inside the Kyoto Protectorate. The Ning family was killed more than a dozen people in 2 days, and Mr. Shi already knew about this. "Zhao Wuji, who do you think might have done this?" Mr. Shi asked Zhao Waoqi. "Mr. Shi, I can't guess, but Mr. Chen was killed by Ning Dahai, but there are still a group of people under Mr. Chen. These people are all swearing to follow Mr. Chen. Whether it is the Valley of the Wicked, the Shadowless Villa, or even the Valley of the God of Medicine, these people are all possible. However, the strength of the people who do this will definitely not be too high. Apart from killing 2 Ning family martial sects at the beginning, there are only some great masters in the back." Zhao Waoqi analyzed it. "This David, I don't know where the charm comes from, so many people follow him with all their hearts." Mr. Shi said in surprise. Zhao Waoqi shook his head. "I don't know either, but these people respect Mr. Chen very much, and they obey orders." "You said, what happened in the past 2 days, could it be that David did?" Mr. Shi suddenly asked. Zhao Waoqi was taken aback. "Does Mr. Shi still suspect that Mr. Chen is not dead? I still don't believe that David would die so easily." Mr. Shi sighed. Zhao Waoqi shook his head. "This is definitely not what Mr. Chen did. If it were him, he would definitely break into the Ning family in a high-profile manner, and fight with Ning Dahai to the death or the death. It's not like Mr. Chen's temper to do this kind of assassination, sneaky thing. I didn't expect Pavilion Master Zhao to know me so well." Just as Zhao Waoqi finished speaking, David walked in with a big smile. Seeing David, Zhao Waoqi instantly widened his eyes, his face full of incredulity. "Chen, Mr. Chen, are you really not dead?" Xiao Waoqi couldn't believe it. Looking at the photo, David was covered in bruises, and he couldn't even see his appearance. Mr. Shi is right, how could I die so easily? David smiled lightly, then clasped his fist towards Mr. Shi and said, Mr. Shi. Ha ha ha, it seems that I guessed right, your kid really doesn't die so easily. Mr. Shi laughed loudly, not only did you not die, but it looks like you have made a breakthrough. It can be seen that David is not dead, and Mr. Shi is also very happy. Well, I broke through to Marquis Wu. David nodded. Mr. Chen, what the H3LL is going on? Then Ning Dahai spread the news that you had been killed by him, and there are photos to prove it. And does the recent assassination against the Ning family have anything to do with you? Xiao Waoqi was full of curiosity, he really wanted to know what was going on. David didn't hide it either. He told about his battle with Ning Dahai, which made Xiao Waoqi and Mr. Shi nervous. But in the end, when he heard that David was a blessing in disguise and broke through directly to Marquis Wu, Xiao Waoqi seemed very surprised. As for the assassination of the Ning family in the past 2 days, I don't know who did it. I only arrived in the capital today, and I just heard about it. It took David more than 3 days to arrive in Kyoto. He didn't go to the Ning family for the first time, but came to the Dharma Protector Pavilion in order to spread the news that he was still alive. By the way, on the Martial Dao Forum, humiliating Ning Dahai well, David's purpose in doing this is to establish his prestige. David, you choose to come back, what are your plans next? Mr. Shi asked David. David's face turned cold, and he said coldly, I want to challenge Ning Dahai and their entire Ning family. I want everyone to know that offending me will end. Looking at David's killing intent, Mr. Shi did not speak. Chapter 1273. On the other hand, Zhao Wuji said, Mr. Chen, you have just stepped into Wuhou, don't underestimate the Ning family, they are. I know. David waved his hand and interrupted Xiao Waoqi's words, I know that there are heavens and people, and I dare to say this. It's not arrogance, but everyone in the Ning family who must die. Xiao Waoqi wanted to persuade him to say something, but was stopped by Mr. Shi. Since David wants to challenge the Ning family, then let him go. The challenge post, Xiao Waoqi, please post it. When David challenges the Ning family, no other sect family is allowed to intervene, otherwise don't blame me for being rude. Mr. Shi said to Xiao Waoqi. Mr. Shi knew that David had many enemies in Kyoto, but there was more than one Ning family. If David was seriously injured when he was dealing with the Ning family, then the other sects and noble families would definitely pounce on him like a tiger. Mr. Shi is helping David to solve his worries. Thank you, Mr. Shi. David also understood that Mr. Shi was helping him. Don't thank me, I'm not entirely here to help you, I'm also helping myself. Mr. Shi said. David didn't understand why Mr. Shi said this, but David was still very grateful for Mr. Shi's help. After coming out of the law enforcement pavilion, David went to investigate what happened to the Ning family in the past 2 days. He wants to see who is targeting the Ning family. At the same time, according to Mr. Shi's instructions, Xiao Waoqi sent David back to the capital to challenge the Ning family and posted it on the martial arts forum. And Mr. Shi's announcement was also sent out, warning all the martial arts families, when David dealt with the Ning family, no one was allowed to intervene. This time, the Kyoto martial arts world exploded in an instant. 2 days ago, it was said that David was dead, but after only 3 days, David actually returned to the capital, and he had to challenge the Ning family. Although there is no photo of David to corroborate it, this information was sent by the law enforcement pavilion, so it cannot be fake. The law enforcement pavilion represents the official, how could it be possible to publish fake news? The Ning family became a whirlpool of public opinion for a while, all because Ning Dahai was bragging, deliberately falsifying photos, and did not kill David at all. And when Ning Dahai saw the news on the forum, he was so popular that he almost vomited blood. He obviously destroyed David's dantian, and all the bones of David's body were broken. And there is no life at all, that is, death. Why did he suddenly return to the capital, and dare to challenge the entire Ning family in such a high-profile manner? Impossible, absolutely impossible, this must be fake news. Ning Dahai roared. Dad, this is from the Dharma Protector Pavilion. It shouldn't be fake, right? Ningji said. Ning Dahai stared. What do you mean, they are not fake, so what I said is fake? No, that's not what I meant. Ningji quickly shook his head and said. Facing his father, Ningji was very afraid in his heart. I don't believe that David is still alive. Even if he is alive, he must be a waste. Ning Dahai didn't believe what the forum said at all. He believed in his own eyes. Leave this matter on the forum for now. Have those two women been found? Ning Dahai didn't care about what was said on the forum, and asked Ningji. The two women have been found. I sent someone to catch them. I believe they will be back soon. Ningji said. Well, when I catch them, I will definitely strip them off and throw them on the street to be humiliated. Ning Dahai's teeth rattled. When you catch those two women, remember to keep one for me. I haven't enjoyed it for a long time. At this moment, Ningji suddenly remembered an old and hoarse voice. Ningji's face changed with fright. He hurriedly looked at Ning Dahai, and found that Ning Dahai didn't pay attention to him, so Ningji was relieved. Chapter 1274. Kyoto, on a not-so-prosperous street. Because it was late and the weather was a little cold, there were no people on the street. In a small alley next to the street, Gulinger and the three of them were hiding inside. They were waiting for the Ning family who passed by. Because they saw the two Ning family members go to a restaurant on the street, they believed they would come out soon. Soon, from one end of the street, two middle-aged people who were drunk came along with each other's arms. These two people were the Ning family, the people Gulinger and the others were waiting for. Come, I'm already drunk, just to start. Wu Meier said in a low voice when she saw the two Ning family members walking towards this side. Go. Xiaolan pulled Wu Meier up and prepared to go out from the alley. Be careful, you two, these two are the strengths of Wu Zong. Gulinger reminded the two of them. In the beginning, they were able to succeed against the two Wu Zongs of the Ning family, because the other party did not have any psychological precautions. Later, the Ning family were prepared, and they were thinking that it would not be easy for them to do something at the Wuzong level. Don't worry, these two guys are so drunk, they must be fine. Xiao Lan said with confidence. Soon, the two Ning family members came over, and Xiaolan and Wu Meier greeted them. Two big brothers, where are you going? Xiaolan showed a coquettish attitude, and asked with a raised eyebrow. When the two Ning family members saw Xiaolan and Wu Meier, their eyes suddenly lit up. Ha, I didn't expect to meet two beauties at night. It just so happens that I'm a little bored, let's accompany big brother Lele. One of the Ning family members grabbed Xiaolan with a wicked smile. Xiaolan dodged gently. Brother, what's the hurry, let's find a place, we can't be on the street. Saying that, Xiaolan threw a wink, and Wu Meier also threw a wink at another Ning family member. I saw a flash of light in the eyes of the two Ning family members, and then their eyes became a little dull. Seeing that she succeeded, Xiaolan raised a smile on the corner of her mouth, and then pulled out the dagger. At the same time, Gulinger also rushed out of the alley and started with Xiaolan. But at the moment when the two started, the two Ning family members, whose eyes were dull, flashed brightly, and they controlled Xiaolan and Gulinger. This sudden change shocked Xiaolan and Gulinger, as well as Wu Meier who was beside her. Brother, what are you doing? Wu Meier spoke softly to a Ning family member. And the magic of charm constantly radiates from his eyes. Your charms are useless to us. As soon as a Ning family member stretched out his hand, Wu Meier was detained. This time, the three girls panicked. It turned out that the two Ning family members had not fallen for their charm. It turns out that our Ning family were all killed by the three of you in this way. Now I will take you to see the master. The two Ning family members controlled Gulinger and the three of them and walked towards the end of the street. Gulinger and the others struggled desperately, but to no avail. The opponent was Wu Zong, and they didn't have the strength to fight back. But when they reached the end of the street, several people suddenly found a person with his back to them, standing in the middle of the street. When the two Ning family members saw this, they instantly exuded aura and prepared for battle. This brother, who are you? We belong to the Ning family. At this time, a Ning family stepped forward and asked the person whose back was to them. Let the three of them go. While speaking, the man slowly turned around. When Gulinger and the others saw the man's appearance, they were all stunned, their eyes widened, and they were very excited. Chapter 1275. David, David. Gulinger and the three girls shouted excitedly. Looking at David in front of them, they couldn't believe their eyes. Especially Gulinger, her voice was hoarse and her body was shaking. When the two Ning family members heard that the other was David, their expressions became extremely ugly. You are David? Aren't you already dead? One of the Ning family members asked in a trembling voice. I'm dead, but I'm alive again. With a faint smile on his face, David slowly approached. You, don't come here, or I'll be rude to them. The two Ning family members hurriedly controlled Gulinger and the others, and wanted to use the three of them to blackmail David. But David's footsteps did not stop, and he continued to move forward. Let the three of them go, and I can spare you from dying. If you dare to touch one of their hairs, I will make your life worse than death. David's voice was indifferent and calm, but every word was like a heavy hammer, hitting the hearts of the two Ning family members fiercely. Don't come, I told you not to come. One of the Ning family panicked, his body trembling violently. Wu Zong, but was frightened to such a point. Did you take my words as a deaf ear? I asked you to let the three of them go. David's face turned gloomy, and endless killing intent instantly filled him. A gust of breeze blew past David with killing intent, blowing towards the two Ning family members. The two Ning family members trembled, and they only felt like they had fallen into an ice cave. Let them go. Suddenly, David let out a thunderous roar. The two Ning family members were shocked, and then let go of their hands and knelt to the ground with a thud. Gulinger and the three hurried to David and hid behind David. Don't kill us, we are also obeying orders. The two Ning family members began to beg for mercy. Two dignified martial arts masters, but at this moment, like grandsons, begging to David. David didn't do anything, and the pressure on his body made the two of them throw away all their dignity. I said, if you let people go, I will let you go. You can get out now, go back and tell Ning Dahai that tomorrow I will come to the door in person to seek revenge for him. David said coldly. When the two Ning family members heard this, they were so frightened that they turned their heads and ran away, without daring to hesitate. David. After the two Ning family members ran away, Gulinger plunged into David's arms. Tears flowed uncontrollably. Seeing David hugging Gulinger, Xiaolan felt an indescribable feeling in her heart. She also wanted to rely on David's words, and also wanted to have a support for herself. It's just that she can't, her energy since childhood has made her much stronger than other girls. Why are you crying? I'm fine. David comforted Gulinger gently. I thought you were really dead, and I don't want to live anymore, I want to accompany you. Gulinger said while crying. I'm not so easy to die, I haven't tasted the taste of a big beauty, how can I die? David said jokingly. As soon as Gulinger heard this, her face turned red, and she punched David gently. What nonsense are you talking about, you are still in front of people. Okay, you two don't flirt, let's go back quickly, or Uncle Long will be worried. At this time, Wu Meier couldn't stand it any longer and said. Uncle Long is here too. David was a little surprised. After all, Long Wu has no skill at all now. He is just an ordinary person. If he comes to Kyoto, it is very dangerous. If Long Wu was discovered by the Long family, he would definitely be captured and tortured. Chapter 1276. Well, with Uncle Long's idea, we can kill so many people in the Ning family. If we went to the Ning family to fight recklessly, we would be dead by now. Wu Meier said. David looked at Gulinger and the three girls with mixed feelings in his heart. He knew that he was dead, but he took revenge for himself despite the danger. Let's go and see Uncle Long. David said. Kyoto, Ning family. The two people who patted and captured Gulinger were kneeling in the hall at the moment. Ning Dahai sat on it with an unbelievable look on his face. Are you sure that the person you saw was David? Ning Dahai asked. Patriarch, it's him, he can't be wrong. One of the Ning family members said. Ning Dahai frowned and remained silent. He couldn't understand how David survived. Another point is that it has only been 3 days, even if David is not dead, but his body is so seriously injured, how can he recover? Then David didn't take action against you, and the two of you ran back like this? Are you afraid of David if you have a hostage in your hands? Ning Ji angrily confronted the two Ning family members and asked, You are also Wu Zong, are you so cowardly? Eldest young master, David didn't do it, but the aura emanating from it, the two of us couldn't bear it, let alone do it. A Ning family member explained. Nonsense, that David is only half a step marquis, how could he have such a terrifying aura? Ning Ji didn't believe it, he fought with David. If you don't want to do it, it is impossible for the two Wuzong masters to bear the aura alone. Eldest young master, really, we didn't lie to you. The breath that David exudes is probably not worse than the master. I think that David should have broken through to Marquis Wu. The two Ning family members hurriedly explained. Breakthrough to Marquis? Ning Ji's eyes widened in disbelief. If David broke through to Marquis Wu, wouldn't his hope of revenge be even more remote? Breakthrough to Marquis? Ning Dahai stood up abruptly, his face full of shock. Yes, according to the breath that David exudes, it should be Marquis Wu. A Ning family member nodded. Ning Dahai sat back again with a thud. The whole person fell into silence. If David was not dead, he would accept it. If David's body has recovered, he can accept it. But if David had broken through to Marquis Wu, then he would not be able to accept it. What is this? In just a few days, a man who was on the verge of death, and his dantian was shattered, broke through to Marquis Wu. Who can I tell you, who can believe it? Did I help him? Ning Dahai suddenly remembered something. At that time, he shattered David's dantian and wanted to make David an ordinary person. Always be a jerk. But he didn't want to, this time directly gave David an opportunity to make a breakthrough. Ning Dahai knew that if he wanted to break through to Marquis Wu, he could not simply practice blindly. The opportunity was also very important. As for what the opportunity is, it all varies from person to person. Every person who breaks through Wuho has a different opportunity. Some people may break through after a sleep and a dream. Some people may break through by playing chess, and everyone is different. Some people are trapped in the half-step Wuho for a lifetime, and they have not found an opportunity. Could it be that David's opportunity is to break his dantian? Ning Dahai now regrets a little, and regrets breaking David's dantian at that time. I regret not being able to turn David's head off at that time. But regret is useless now. You all go down. Ning Dahai waved his hand and let the two Ning family members go down. Dad, what shall we do next? Then David will come to the door tomorrow and will challenge you. Ning Ji asked Ning Dahai. Chapter 1277. Ning Dahai was silent, and he was a little overwhelmed. If David really makes a breakthrough, then it will be uncertain who will live and who will die. The most important point is the relationship between David and Mr. Sher. When David was in the south, he could chase after him and kill David. But now David is back in Kyoto, right under Mr. Sher's nose. Really want to challenge, if David is lost, will Mr. Sher come to the rescue? This is something no one can tell. At the beginning, David made a lot of trouble in the Ning family and was besieged by everyone. Seeing that David was about to be killed, Mr. Sher appeared. Obviously, Mr. Sher did not want David to die. Ning Dahai was caught in a dilemma. It is not a matter of fighting David, nor is it not a fight. After thinking over and over again, Ning Dahai looked at Ning Ji and said, You go out with me tomorrow, and now it's better not to confront that David head-on. Then David has Mr. Sher's support behind him. If we lose both sides with him, the other sect family will be proud in the end. Dad, what do you mean, let's hide out and admit it? Ning Ji looked at Ning Dahai and asked. BA5 Tard, what is acknowledgement? We are temporarily avoiding its edge. Ning Hai glared and said. Ningji rolled his eyes and suddenly said, "Dad, I can find someone to deal with David." "Who?" Ning Dahai was taken aback and asked. "The largest family in Mabe, Luo Jinyu, the head of the Luo family." Ningji said with a gloomy smile. "The head of the Luo family? Could it be that the Luo family has a grudge against David?" Ning Dahai asked with a puzzled expression. "Of course there is a grudge." Ningji smiled, and then told Ning Dahai about the matter. When Ning Dahai heard that Ningji killed Luo Xiang and Luo Jinzhua, and then put the blame on David, his face became a little ugly. He looked at Ningji with a bit of disgust. It's just that Ningji is his son, so he can't do anything. But for Ningji's sinister character, Ning Dahai didn't like it very much either. As a veteran Wuhou, he doesn't like to use such despicable methods. "Okay, you don't need to worry about this, just go out with me tomorrow." Ning Dahai waved his hand. Ningji saw that his father did not agree, so he didn't say anything else and left. Kyoto, a certain hotel. Long Wu looked at David with excitement, his inner happiness could not be described in words. He thought that David was dead, and that the eldest lady would never be saved. But now David is not only not dead, but has also broken through to Wuhou. It seems that there is hope to rescue the eldest miss. "Uncle Long, when I destroy the Ning family, I will go to the Martial Arts Alliance and the Long family to rescue Sonia and my mother, and we will have a reunion year together," David said firmly. Long Wu was silent for a moment, and then said, "David, don't underestimate the Long family and the Martial Arts Alliance, you have to be well prepared." "Uncle Long, I know, but I always have to try it. I believe that in Kyoto, they dare not kill me blatantly, and Mr. Sher will not agree with them to do that. David dares to do this now, also because there is Mr. Sher behind him." "David, why would Mr. Sher help you so much? Would he have any intentions?" Long Wu frowned. "I don't know either, but Mr. Sher said that when he helped me, he was helping himself." "I don't understand what it means," David said. "The intention to harm others is essential, and the intention to guard against others is essential. How long do you have snacks for yourself? Go to Ning's house tomorrow and be very careful," Long Wu told David. "Well, Uncle Long, don't worry." David nodded. "It's getting late, rest early and recharge your batteries." After Long Wu finished speaking, he asked Gulinger and the others to go back to their rooms to rest. He was afraid that the three girls would disturb David's rest. Chapter 1278. The next morning, David went to Ning's house. Gulinger and the others wanted to follow, but they were organized by David. Because they followed, not only could they not help, but also drag themselves down. Long Wu also did not support the three girls to go, and took the three girls back to Yaoshan Valley, in order not to distract David. To prevent a sect family from catching them and then blackmailing David, then David will be passive. When David came to the Ning family, he found that there were already people standing next to the Ning family's villa, and some people had prepared the equipment for shooting. It seems that these people are here to watch the fun, but David doesn't care. He posted messages on the martial arts forum just to let people know. However, although the sun has risen, the door of Ning's house is closed, and no one comes in or out. David walked to the gate of Ning's house, then took a deep breath and shouted, "Ning Dahai, get out of here, your grandfather David took your dog's life." David's roar directly shocked those who were watching the fun, dizzy, and even some people with low strength fainted. This time, everyone was shocked and stepped back. But after David yelled, he didn't see any movement from the Ning family. When David saw this, he stepped forward and knocked the gate of Ning's house flying out. It was only at this time that the Ning family's butler hurried out. Seeing David's vicious, godlike appearance, everyone in the Ning family didn't dare to make a sound. Only the steward of the Ning family said, "Our master is not here, you are not here today." When Ning's housekeeper spoke, his body was shaking. "Not here? I think he's avoiding me," David said coldly. "It's really not there, or you can look for it." After the Ning family butler finished speaking, he asked everyone in the Ning family to get out of the way. And David swaggered into the Ning family and began to look for Ning Dahai. However, after looking around, I didn't find Ning Dahai, not even Ning Ji. Our master has something to do and is really not at home. Ning's housekeeper said. Since he's not here, then I'll wait for him. After David finished speaking, he moved a chair and sat at the door of Ning's house. Then he glanced at everyone in the Ning family, and said to the two martial sects who arrested Gu Linger last night, "You two, go and pour me a pot of water." The two Ning family Wuzong glanced at each other, and then looked at the crowd outside, wondering for a while whether they should listen to David or not. After all, so many people are watching and filming. If David orders this, it will be a shame. The two of them don't count as shame, but they're also shameful for the Ning family. But when the two were hesitating, David suddenly put out his palms. The terrifying spiritual power roared out, like a gust of wind, and instantly moved towards the two Ning family Wuzong. The two Ning family Wuzong masters didn't even have a chance to dodge, and their bodies were directly knocked out. Then he fell heavily to the ground, vomited blood and died. This scene directly shocked everyone. David killed two Wuzong masters at once. This strength is simply too scary. Go, pour me a cup of tea, David said lightly again. This time, two people from the Ning family rushed to pour tea for David, and they didn't dare to hesitate at all. David sips tea and waits for Ning Dahai. At this time, the martial arts forum had already been blown up, and the matter of David's coming to Ning's house had already been broadcast live on the forum. You go and inform Ning Dahai that as long as he doesn't come back for an hour, I will kill the two of the Ning family until I kill everyone in the Ning family. David looked at the housekeeper of the Ning family and said in a cold tone. At this moment, when David said such a thing, no one at the scene would think that he was bragging, because David just showed his hand to let everyone know that David has this strength. Chapter 1279. Relying on these people from the Ning family, David could not be stopped at all. On the martial arts forum, comments are everywhere. David is so awesome. He went into Ning's house alone, and was so scared that Ning Dahai ran away. Fkuck, killing the two Wuzongs of the Ning family as soon as I make a move, this is too awesome. I think this Ning Dahai must be scared. He was bragging 2 days ago, saying that he killed David, and now he is slapped in the face. This David must have stepped into the Marquis of Wu. You can see it just by looking at it. On the forum, many people watched the live broadcast and commented frantically. At this time, a challenge post that was originally posted on the top of the martial arts forum was quietly deleted. But soon, it was discovered by sharp-eyed people. Damn it, Xian Pengfei's previous post about challenging David on New Year's Day is gone. Is this guy scared? It's really gone, then Xian Pengfei must be scared and scared. Now that David has become the #1 in the free and easy list, I'm afraid no one will dare to disagree. David is too awesome, he has reached Marquis Wu in a short period of time. Everyone mocked at Xian Pengfei, and they were envious of David. It's just that David didn't read the forum and didn't care about it. He just waited for Ning Dahai's arrival. He was looking at the time, and after an hour, when he didn't see Ning Dahai's figure, he would make another move to kill the two Ning family members. At this time, Ning Dahai and Ning Ji were also paying attention to the Martial Dao forum. When they saw that David made a move, he killed two Wuzongs, and when the two of them didn't even have a chance to react, Ning Dahai's face was extremely ugly. He never imagined that in just a few days, David's strength had grown by leaps and bounds, and it was no longer a level. Seeing the humiliation and foul language towards him and the Ning family on the forum, Ning Dahai almost died of anger. At this moment, the housekeeper of the Ning family called Ning Dahai. Master, then David came and killed both of us. Now I want to see you, but if I can't see you, he said he will kill two of us within an hour. The butler said in a trembling voice. I already knew, let him kill, I have to deal with things first. After that, Ning Dahai hung up the phone. For those servants of the Ning family, it doesn't matter how many you kill, as long as he is fine. Dad, are we just watching David kill everyone in the Ning family? Ning Ji asked Ning Dahai. Aren't I thinking of a way? It's best not to fight against David at this time. Once I lose, David won't kill me, and there will be many aristocratic sects that will attack our Ning family. These people are all jackals, just waiting for our Ning family to fall. The reason why Ning Dahai didn't want to play against David was that he was afraid of being defeated and injured after playing against David. Even if David spared his life, the other Zongmin families would take advantage of the situation to rob him. In front of interests, there are no eternal friends. Otherwise, let's go to the leader of the alliance, and let him talk to David directly in the name of the leader of the martial arts alliance. What David wants, we can give it to him, as long as David can stop targeting us. As the so-called gentleman takes revenge, it is not too late for 10 years. When I step into the realm of Marquis, I am going to find David. Ning Ji said to Ning Dahai. It's a good idea to find someone to make peace, but Zhu Zhishan can't do it, David won't give him face, and now there is only one person who can persuade David. Ning Dahai narrowed his eyes slightly and said. Who is it? Ning Ji asked. Mr. Shi. Ning Dahai said slowly. Now, only when Mr. Shi speaks, David will listen. But, will Mr. Shi agree to us? He has always been on David's side. Ning Ji asked. Try it, I don't think Mr. Shi doesn't want the Kyoto martial arts world to be in chaos. After Ning Dahai finished speaking, he immediately stopped a car to find Mr. Shi. Chapter 1280. In the law enforcement pavilion, Mr. Shi sat quietly in the hall drinking tea, as if waiting for something. Zhao Waoqi waited by the side, not daring to breathe. Normally, Mr. Shi would leave after a while in the Dharma Protector Pavilion, but looking at it today, he would not leave for a short time. At this moment, a member of the Protectorate Pavilion hurried in, and then said to Zhao Wuji, Pavilion Zhao, someone asked to see Mr. Shi. Who is it? Zhao Wuji asked. Is it Ning Dahai? Mr. Shi asked. Yes, it's their father and son. The member of the Protectorate nodded and said. It seems that Ning Dahai is not foolish enough to you. Mr. Shi smiled lightly, let him come in. The member of the Guardian Pavilion withdrew, while Zhao Waoqi looked at Mr. Shi in surprise. It seems that Mr. Shi came to the Dharma Protector Pavilion early in the morning, so he was waiting for Ning Dahai. Mr. Shi, did you guess that Ning Dahai would come to you? Zhao Wuji asked curiously. I guessed it, but I don't have full confidence. It seems that Ning Dahai doesn't want to follow David to death. Mr. Shi said. Zhao Waoqi looked at Mr. Shi with admiration, his eyes full of admiration. Soon, Ning Dahai was invited in along with Ning Ji. After seeing Mr. Shi, Ning Dahai and Ning Ji saluted Mr. Shi in unison, Mr. Shi. Mr. Shi nodded slightly, well, sit down. Mr. Shi let the father and son sit down, but soon, Mr. Shi's eyes fell on Ning Ji, and his face became a little dignified. Seeing Mr. Shi staring at him, Ning Ji suddenly became a little uncomfortable. But soon, Mr. Shi looked away from Ning Ji and asked Ning Dahai, what are you looking for from me? Mr. Shi, then David is at the door of my Ning's house. You have to challenge me. As a veteran Wuho, I will fight with him. Whether I win or lose, I have nowhere to put my old face. Besides, the two of us fight, I am afraid that the entire Kyoto martial arts world that we are about to provoke will shake. So I want to ask Mr. Shi to come forward and talk about David. If he has any requirements, you can mention it. I will try my best to satisfy him. Ning Dahai lowered his posture and said to Mr. Shi. Mr. Shi smiled slightly, Ning Dahai, when you went to kill David, didn't you say that as a veteran Wuho, you have no place to save face when you attack a newcomer? Mr. Shi's words hit Ning Dahai's weakness at once. Ning Dahai could only smile awkwardly, but he couldn't say a word. I can persuade that David, but as for whether that David will listen to me, I can't tell. This kid has a very stubborn temper. Mr. Shi said slowly. It doesn't matter, as long as Mr. Shi comes forward, whoever dares not give face in the entire martial arts world, I believe that Mr. Shi will be fine. Ning Dahai did not expect Mr. Shi to agree to his request so happily. You must know that David is backed by Mr. Shi, and when David challenged himself, he must have been inspired by Mr. Shi. Ning Dahai didn't want to, but Mr. Shi agreed to persuade David. Okay, you go out and wait for me. Mr. Shi said. Ning Dahai thanked him repeatedly and followed Ning Ji to wait outside the door. Mr. Shi, are you really going to persuade Mr. Chen? You know about his challenge to Ning Dahai? Zhao Waoqi asked Mr. Shi with an incredible face. He didn't understand why Mr. Shi agreed to Ning Dahai's request. Of course I'm going, but then David will definitely not give me face. Mr. Shi smiled and walked out. Ning Dahai hurriedly opened the car door for Mr. Shi in person, and then the car set off towards the Ning family. Chapter 1281. In front of Ning's house. David sat quietly. Minutes passed, and there were already 4 dead bodies of the Ning family at David's feet. Seeing that an hour is almost up. At this time, everyone in the Ning family was sweating profusely and trembling all over. Because they don't know which of them David will do when the time is up. This unknown death is the most terrifying. In front of Ning's house, more and more people were watching the excitement. This Ning Dahai seems to be really cowardly. Their Ning family has died so much, and they dare not show up. It's still a veteran Wuho, it's not as good as SHT. This time, David's reputation is about to start. The younger generation is invincible. Everyone was talking. David's face was calm, his eyes were closed, and David didn't seem to hear the discussions of the people around him. Suddenly, David opened his eyes. At this moment, those Ning family members were so frightened that they backed away. Because they know that when the time is up, David is going to kill. David got up slowly and looked at the Ning family. Your master doesn't want you anymore, so it's useless for you to live. When the Ning family saw this, they fell to their knees one after another, begging David to spare his life. In the face of life and death, dignity is AF.art. But there is no pity in David's eyes. He will not pity anyone who opposes him. His every pity is cruel to himself. If he fell into the hands of these people, he believed that no one would pity him. Just when David was about to make his move, suddenly a car came quickly. Ning Dahai rushed out of the car and shouted at David, "Stop, David, stop me." David looked at Ning Dahai and raised the corner of his mouth. You finally showed up. But who knows, Ning Dahai ignored David, but hurriedly turned around, opened the car door, and invited Mr. Shi down. Seeing that Mr. Shi actually came, David frowned slightly. And those onlookers were also surprised. There were discussions. Damn it, this Ning Dahai wouldn't be cowardly to rescue soldiers, right? Do you want Mr. Shi to come forward? Mr. Shi is the backer behind David. Why did Ning Dahai invite Mr. Shi? Do you want to make peace with David? The patriarch of the dignified Ning family, the veteran Wuho, was forced into such a situation by a hairy boy. The discussion was loud, and Ning Dahai could hear it clearly, all mocking him. But Ning Dahai doesn't care about these at this time. What he needs is to preserve his strength. Mr. Shi, why are you here? David asked Mr. Shi. Ning Dahai invited me here because he wanted me to persuade you to give up challenging him. He wants to make peace with you. Whatever you want, the Ning family can promise you, as long as you don't trouble the Ning family. Mr. Shi said. Make peace with me? David sneered. When I broke my dantian and my bones, why didn't you say you want to make peace? Why didn't you say you want to make peace when you killed dozens of people in the Valley of the Wicked? Want to make peace with me now? It's too late. David, what I did in the past, there is something wrong with my Ning family, especially what my son does to you. I will strictly control him. As long as you promise not to trouble my Ning family, I can give you any resources. Ning Dahai lowered his posture and said to David in front of many people. I don't need anything, I want your life, I want your Ning family to disappear from the capital. David exudes a strong killing intent. Ning Dahai frowned and gritted his teeth. David, do you really want to die with me? That is, if the two of us really fight, it's uncertain who will live and who will die, but it's definitely other aristocratic families who will benefit. Chapter 1282. Don't worry, it must be you who died. David said firmly. Ning Hai's face was flushed, but he was speechless, so he looked at Mr. Shi, hoping that Mr. Shi could help him speak. David, what if I don't allow you to challenge the Ning family now? Mr. Shi asked David. Then I won't challenge, but I will still kill everyone in the Ning family, even if they suffer official repression," David said murderously. As soon as David's words came out, everyone was shocked at once. This is a blatant challenge to Mr. Shi's majesty. Provoking the majesty of the official, and asking who dares to follow the official against the official, is simply tired of living. "Aren't you afraid I'll kill you?" Mr. Shi's face was slightly cold. David shook his head. "Before you kill me, I will send everyone in the Ning family to H3LL. Everyone looked at Mr. Shi, and David said all the words here, so they looked at Mr. Shi's reaction. However, David dared to speak like this, and everyone admired it. After a moment of silence, Mr. Shi suddenly turned his head to look at Ning Dahai. "Well, I said it, this kid is very stubborn, he may not listen to my words, you have seen it, I can do nothing." After speaking, Mr. Shi turned around and left, seemingly taking 2 steps gently, but soon his figure disappeared. This time, Ning Dahai's face was extremely ugly, and he did not expect that David would dare to show no respect to Mr. Shi in front of everyone. Mr. Shi represents the official majesty, so wouldn't the official majesty be damaged? But after this incident, everyone knew more about David's status in Mr. Shi's heart. If it were someone else, Mr. Shi would have been slapped to death long ago. "David, are you really going to die with me?" After Mr. Shi left, Ning Dahai also had no lobbyist and could only speak to David. "Who said that the fish will die and the net will break? You are no longer qualified to talk to me on an equal basis." David's eyes were full of contempt. After Ning Dahai heard this, he furiously said, "David, you are deceiving people too much, don't think that you are not really afraid of you. If it wasn't for fear that other sect families would take the opportunity to attack, I would have called you long ago." David sneered, "No one will attack, because I will make your Ning family disappear, and your Ning family's resources are also mine. Whoever dares to rob me, that is my enemy." David's words can be described as domineering. This is to challenge the entire martial arts world in Kyoto. "Okay, I'll see how talented you are today, so mad." I saw the breath of Ning Dahai began to rush out, and the terrifying energy began to permeate. Seeing this, the people around stepped back one after another. The 2 marquis started to do it. It was like bombing the scene. Anyone who got close would be unlucky. Ning Dahai made a song with both hands, and then his figure disappeared in a flash, grabbing towards David's chest fiercely. David looked at Ning Dahai, not moving at all. The golden light on his body flickered, and scales began to quickly cover his body. At this time, the color of the scales on David's body was even brighter. Ning Dahai's speed is very fast, but when Ning Dahai grabbed David's chest with one claw, David was able to quickly activate his golden body. You must know that a few days ago, David didn't even have a chance to react. Stab! Ning Dahai's 5 fingers are as hard as steel, but they grabbed David's chest at once, but they didn't hurt David at all. Not even the undamaged golden body was broken. The gleaming scales neatly covered David's body, and none of them fell off. How so? Ning Dahai's face was full of surprise. He had to know that with a blow a few days ago, the undamaged golden body on David's body almost collapsed, a large number of scales fell off, and the luster also dimmed. Chapter 1283. But today, his blow didn't cause any damage to David, and he didn't even break the undamaged golden body. "You can't even break my body protection magic, how can you kill me?" David sneered. Ning Dahai gritted his teeth and shouted angrily. Blood began to fill the sky, and then the blood condensed on Ning Dahai's palms. Ning Dahai's palms were as bright red as if they had just been fished out of fresh blood. "This is Ning Dahai's stunt bloody hand." Then Ning Dahai jumped up and slapped David with a palm. When David saw this, golden light began to flash on his hand, and the power of the dragon was all gathered on his palm. After all, Ning Dahai is also a veteran Wuho. David, who has just been promoted to Wuho, has not yet ignored Ning Dahai's strength. "Holy light fist!" David shouted angrily, followed by a dazzling light from David's palm. Compared with the sun in the sky, this light is even worse. Boom! A bloody fog filled the air, and Ning Dahai's figure retreated a few steps. Looking at David, he didn't move, not even shaking. This time, the strength of the two people was immediately distinguished. Everyone looked at David in surprise, and their eyes were full of incredible. Hey, isn't David too terrifying? It's incredible to have completely crushed the veteran Marquis at such a young age. Genius, this David is indeed a genius. Everyone was talking, they didn't expect David's strength to completely crush Ning Dahai. Originally, they thought that the two were of equal strength, and there would be a century of war. There are always hundreds of rounds of battle, and it is only when the sky is dark that the winner can be determined. But now, you can see the level of strength with just one palm. Ning Dahai's face was ugly. With the palm of his hand, he could really feel the improvement of David's strength. This is not a slight improvement, at least dozens of times. The improvement of a big realm will increase the strength exponentially. Ning Ji, who was not far away, watched his father get knocked back by David's palm, and his face became unspeakably ugly. He didn't know when he would reach David's strength. This kid is really a genius, but with me here, don't worry, I will make you a genius too. At this moment, a hoarse and old voice sounded in Ning Ji's mind. Hearing this voice, Ning Ji raised the corner of his mouth, and a smug look appeared on his face. Ning Dahai stared at David with an ugly face, but he was not in a hurry to make a move, he seemed to be waiting for something. And David saw that Ning Dahai would not attack, so he wanted to attack first. But David just moved, but he felt abnormal. I saw that the golden scales on David's body began to be dyed red by a burst of blood. David's body was also infected by this blood, and soon David's body turned red. Everyone was stunned when they saw this sudden change. Ning Dahai laughed, David, although your strength has become stronger, but you have been poisoned by my blood, and you will die soon. It turned out that the blood mist condensed on Ning Dahai's hands just now was poisonous. Although the real challenge was not to use poison, but now it was a battle of life and death, who would care about that? David stared at Ning Dahai, he didn't expect Ning Dahai to use poison. You don't have to look at me like this, weren't you very confident just now? Didn't you say I couldn't kill you? Ning Dahai became more and more complacent. David didn't speak, and the heart condensation technique started running quickly, and the blood poison on David's body began to be absorbed into his body. Ning Dahai watched the blood poison enter David's body, and he was secretly relieved. Blood poison entered the body, Daluo Jingxian came, and he couldn't save it. It's just that Ning Dahai didn't know that those blood poisons had already become David's resources. At this moment, the blood poison was transformed into spiritual power under the action of the heart condensation art, which was stored in David's Dantian. Chapter 1284. Seeing that the blood red on David's body was getting lighter and lighter, Ning Dahai couldn't be more happy. Soon, David died of drug poisoning, and he wanted everyone to witness this moment. The golden light on David's body slowly flickered, and the blood poison was completely absorbed. You blood poison, it's really a good thing. David's eyes were greedy, and the breath on his body exploded. This time, Ning Dahai was stunned, and everyone was stunned. No one understands what is going on here. He clearly saw that David's body was invaded by blood poison. How could there be nothing wrong? At this time, David's breath in his body was even more surging and raging. Aren't you afraid of blood poison? Ning Dahai looked at David in shock. David smiled coldly, I forgot to tell you that I am the valley owner of Medicine God Valley. Do you think I am afraid of your so-called blood poison? David's words shocked Ning Dahai. Ning Dahai didn't know David's relationship with Yao Shenggu. Ning Dahai doesn't know, but some people do. After all, Yao Shenggu has always obeyed David's orders. We have forgotten the identity of David, the owner of Yaoshan Valley. Where is Yaoshan Valley? How could he be afraid of poisoning? This is really playing a big knife in front of Guangdong, planted. David, I don't know how many identities he has. Everyone was talking quietly. But no one knows that the reason why David is not afraid of this blood poison has nothing to do with his identity as the owner of the Medicine God Valley. David simply did not want everyone to know the secret of his concentration secret. Ning Dahai's face was gloomy, he knew that today's affairs were not easy to handle. Even David is not afraid of blood poison, It looks like he is going to work hard. What else is there to do? David clenched his fist, and golden light flashed on his fist. A golden dragon was wrapped around David's arm, which was the ultimate display of the dragon's power. Holy light fist! David shouted angrily, and then he punched out. Jinlong let out a dragon roar, and then charged straight towards Ning Dahai. A gust of wind instantly blew on the ground, and endless terrifying spiritual power, like sharp knives, instantly surrounded Ning Dahai's whole body. There was panic in Ning Dahai's eyes, and the energy in his body was continuously released, forming a protective shield around his body. The tinkling sound is endless. Ning Dahai gritted his teeth and resisted. But suddenly, a huge and incomparable force slammed into Ning Dahai's chest, and Ning Dahai's body instantly flew out. Boom! Ning Dahai slammed heavily on the ground, instantly smashing a deep hole into the ground. Everyone looked at David in horror, his face full of incredulity. This punch, just one punch, the power that erupted was so amazing. Dad! Master! Ning Ji and the Ning family all rushed over and helped Ning Dahai up. There was blood on the corner of Ning Dahai's mouth, and his face was very pale. You all get out of the way. Ning Dahai's anger was also forced out, and he pushed Ning Ji away. After taking 2 steps forward, Ning Dahai glared at David, took a deep breath, and slapped his palm on his chest. Immediately afterwards, a mouthful of blood spurted out of Ning Dahai's mouth. Ning Dahai then quickly waved his hands in the air, as if he was using some kind of magic. In an instant, terrifying breaths rose up, and the blood spurted by Ning Dahai turned into a cloud of blood. And these blood mists were suddenly inhaled into the body by Ning Dahai. David, you forced me, I'm going to fight with you. Ning Dahai glared at his eyes angrily, his whole body began to skyrocket. Soon, Ning Dahai's body turned blood red, like a blood man. Chapter 1285. Ning Dahai waved his hands, and soon his hands saw a huge red mark. Even if I exhaust my life skills, I will kill you. Ning Dahai's face was extremely gloomy, and the mark on his hand became brighter and brighter. Is Ning Dahai crazy? He actually started to burn his own blood? It is estimated that Ning Dahai knows that if he does not do this, it will be difficult to deal with David. Anyway, everyone will die. Is Ning Dahai planning to die together? Seeing Ning Dahai like this, everyone was very surprised. After all, it is not easy to cultivate to Wuho, especially for a veteran Wuho like Ning Dahai. It is even more difficult. It is impossible for many people to burn off their own blood and energy in this way. This is Ning Dahai's blood demon seal. He is using his own blood to summon the blood demon to fight. But after he casts this technique, I'm afraid he won't die, and he will become a crippled person. David is in danger now. Someone saw Ning Dahai's technique and said lightly. When everyone heard it, their eyes widened in a hurry, for fear of missing a wonderful picture. David looked at Ning Dahai like that, and saw brighter and brighter marks on his hands, and frowned slightly. David seemed to be able to feel the strong aura of death from the mark. It was as if there was a demon in that mark, breaking through the mark at any time and rushing over. Soon, the blood-red mark became bigger and bigger, and in the end, the whole person's mark was as bright as a mirror. And in this mark, a beast full of fangs is roaring. Everyone looked at it in surprise, and their eyes were full of incredulity. No one had ever seen Ning Dahai cast the blood demon seal. I would like to sacrifice blood to give me infinite power. Ning Dahai yelled at the beast in the mark. Soon, the mark broke, and the beast full of fangs rushed out. This shocked everyone, and many were timid and fled in fright. The beasts kept dripping blood, and the terrifying aura emanating from their bodies made it difficult for everyone to breathe. Go kill. Ning Dahai pointed at David, then bit his fingertip, and instantly flicked a little blood onto the beast's forehead. Roar! The beast roared, and looked at David with eyes like copper bells. Immediately afterwards, the figure rose into the sky, like a mountain, rushing towards David. Rumbling. The huge body of the beast moved towards David to suppress it. Bloody aura, murderous aura, permeated the entire sky, and the beast leaped into the sky, bringing an endless storm, and the gust of wind swept the bloody aura from the beast's body, constantly approaching David. In front of this huge beast, David's body looked so insignificant. David looked at the huge beast, the golden light on his body continued to flicker, and the dragon crystal continued to emit the power of the dragon. David condensed all the power of the dragon and radiated it from his body. The power of the dragon turned into a golden dragon, and then hovered above David's head. Everyone who saw this strange scene was once again shocked by David. Seeing the beast rushing over, the golden dragon above David's head uttered a dragon roar, and then suddenly rushed towards the beast. It can be seen that when the golden dragon rushed towards the beast, the body of the beast obviously paused. Rumbling. Jinlong's body instantly collided with the beast. In an instant, the universe shook, the avenue roared, and the world trembled. You must know that the energy emitted by the collision between the golden dragon and the beast is not something that can be emitted by the battle between two marquis. Chapter 1286. The huge energy spreads around. People who thought they were hiding far away were hit by this sudden energy, and many people flew out one after another, and even some people with low strength, their bodies were instantly shattered by this terrifying energy. Watching the hilarity, I put my life in it, so without that strength, I can't even watch the hilarity. David gritted his teeth, resisting this terrifying energy, while Ning Dahai was blown back again and again. Boom! There was another explosion, and the body of that ferocious beast exploded in mid-air in an instant, then turned into a little spot of light and disappeared into the air. And the golden dragon returned to David's body instantly after uttering a dragon roar. David let out a long sigh. He didn't expect that after breaking through Yuaning, even the power of the dragon has been enhanced a lot. Everyone looked at David in stunned eyes, and some people swallowed their saliva unconsciously. You must know that this blood demon seal of Ning Dahai is displayed by burning blood essence and even spending his whole life. And that beast represented Ning Dahai's craziest and peak state of strength. But it is such strength, but it is unbearable. How is it possible? How is it possible? Ning Dahai was completely desperate at this moment. He tried all means, but he still couldn't shake David. The current David is not the David of a few days ago. The strength of a big realm improved, so that the two people formed a gap. This disparity in strength made Ning Dahai no longer have any hope of winning. That's all you can do. David looked at Ning Dahai coldly. Ning Dahai didn't speak, but the aura on his body quickly wilted, and he soon became an ordinary person. His hair was instantly gray, like an old man who was dying. The current Ning Dahai has long since lost the appearance of the head of a martial arts family, nor the arrogance he used to be. Seeing this, everyone knows that Ning Dahai was defeated, and the defeat was completely. And those Ning family members were already extremely frightened at this moment, because the defeat of Ning Dahai also heralded their death. Puff, puff. The Ning family knelt down. They were kneeling for David, begging David to save his life, and they were also kneeling for Ning Dahai, hoping that Ning Dahai could save them. At this moment, after seeing his father's defeat, Ning Ji's eyes flashed coldly, and his figure quietly slipped into the yard. After passing through the secret passage of the Ning family, he had already escaped. Ning Dahai looked at the Ning family who were on their knees, and his face was full of ending and helplessness. David, I am defeated, you can do whatever you want with me. I hope you can let them go, let go of my son. Ning Dahai had already understood that he could not survive, and he only hoped that David would let the Ning family go. Do you think it's possible? Did your Ning family let go of the wicked man? Dozens of people in the Valley of the Wicked, all of them have died tragically, their bones are not cold, and they all died for me, and I have the responsibility and obligation to avenge them. David's eyes were full of killing intent. He would not let anyone in the Ning family go, because these people had blood from the Valley of the Wicked on their hands. Kindness towards the enemy is cruelty towards oneself. Especially in the martial arts world, there are only life and death, no mercy. David is not the virgin, all those who provoke him will die. I can give you all the treasures and resources of the Ning family. In my secret room, there are quite a few magic tools. I will give them to you together. I just ask you to let my son go. At this time, Ning Dahai didn't even know that Ning Ji had sneaked away long ago, and he was still worried about Ning Ji. Chapter 1287. Ning Dahai, you are still worried about your son. Your son abandoned you and ran away, and now he has run away." At this time, among the crowd watching the battle, someone shouted loudly. It was only then that Ning Dahai noticed that Ning Ji had already disappeared, and David had just discovered it. At first, David's attention was on Ning Dahai, but he didn't pay attention to Ning Ji, but he didn't want this guy to escape. When Ning Dahai saw his son escaped, not only was he not angry, but he laughed out loud, "Ha ha ha, this time, my Ning family will not die. Even if your son escapes to the ends of the earth, I will still take his life." David's eyes narrowed slightly, and his voice was cold. "You can't kill my son, you can't kill it, because everyone here will die." Ning Dahai roared fiercely. Immediately afterwards, I saw Ning Dahai's breath start to applaud, and a ray of light from his chest pierced his skin and shone out. This is the golden elixir in the martial artist's body. Only when you reach the realm of Marquis will the golden elixir be generated, but for the warrior, there is only 1 in 100 that can give birth to the golden elixir. A force that destroys the sky and destroys the earth is constantly condensing in the golden elixir of Ning Dahai's chest. This Ning Dahai turned out to be the Marquis of Jindan. He is going to explode himself, run quickly. At this time, among the people watching the battle, some people saw that Ning Dahai was about to explode, and began to flee desperately. Soon, those watching the battle all ran away, and the self-destruction of a Marquis Wu was probably more powerful than hundreds of tons of explosives. "David, this time, I want to die with you." Ning Dahai roared at David. Just now, Ning Dahai would rather be killed by David than self-destruct, because there is Ning Ji and everyone in the Ning family. If he blew himself up, then the Ning family wouldn't even want to survive, and Ning Ji wouldn't survive either. Therefore, even if Ning Dahai dies, he will not blow himself up and die with David. But it's different now. Since David didn't plan to let the Ning family go, and Ning Ji had escaped, Ning Dahai had no worries. "To perish with me?" The corner of David's mouth evoked a sneer. "I will not stop you from self-destruction, I just want to test whether my body can resist the self-destruction of a Marquis of Wu." David did not stop Ning Dahai. Now he is in the realm of Yuaning. As long as Yuaning is not destroyed, David will not die. Even if the flesh is blown to pieces, it will not die. This is David's confidence, that's why he dares to try. David's body shone with dazzling golden light, and the undead golden body was exerted to the extreme at this moment, and all the muscles in the body were contracting together. "Master, don't." Those Ning family members panicked when they saw that Ning Dahai was about to explode. They blocked Ning Dahai, not because they didn't want Ning Dahai to die, but because they didn't want to die. If Ning Dahai blew himself up, none of them would survive. The butler of the Ning family stepped forward, preparing to stop Ning Dahai from self-destructing. But who knew that the Ning family's butler had just stepped forward, and was slapped on the head by Ning Hai. As the Ning family, how can you be so greedy for life and fear of death? Ning Dahai was like a madman at the moment, his eyes were scarlet. Seeing this scene, everyone in the Ning family was shocked. After looking at each other, they all rushed towards Ning Dahai. They want to stop Ning Dahai from blowing himself up, because Ning Dahai blows himself up, they are sure to die. And if Ning Dahai is dead, they may still have a glimmer of hope in the face of David. It seems that they are planning to kill Ning Dahai to perform in front of David in exchange for a chance to live. Looking at the Ning family members who rushed over like crazy, Ning Dahai trembled in popularity. Extreme anger has already left him speechless. Chapter 1288. What? Ning Hai roared loudly. The body instantly burst into countless rays of light, followed by a huge explosion. The ground shook and the surrounding buildings instantly turned into powder. And those Ning family members who had not rushed to Ning Dahai's side were instantly swallowed up by the air waves, and their bodies also turned to ashes. David gritted his teeth, only to feel an endless force coming towards him. His whole body was blown away directly. The scales on the body began to fall off in a large area, and in the end, the undamaged golden body completely shattered. David's body was under tremendous pressure, and he quickly passed out. I don't know when, David slowly opened his eyes, and there were already scars on his body. However, it is not life-threatening, and within 100 meters of Ning Dahai's self-destruction, there is already nothing and everything has turned into powder. Marquis Wu's self-destruction is really powerful. David looked at the scarred body and muttered to himself. At the same time, the Kyoto-Budo Alliance. Zhu Zhishan was having a meeting with several noble families, and in front of them was a big screen, which played the scene of David fighting with Ning Dahai. Did you see that in just a few days, David has broken through Marquis Wu and has undergone earth-shaking changes? If you don't kill him, it will be a trouble later. Zhu Zhishan said solemnly. I really didn't expect that David's strength has improved too fast. Will this guy learn any evil skills? Long Jinghua couldn't believe that David, whom they had completely looked down on in the past, dared to fight against the veteran Marquis Ning Dahai in just a few months. Yes, I also doubt that this David has any evil powers. Another homeowner said. Impossible, this David must have other secrets. Zhu Zhishan shook his head. Because he knew that David had no evil powers, if there was, he would have discovered it long ago. I thought that Ning Dahai really killed David, but it turned out to be bragging. A homeowner said with a disdainful face. Since David isn't dead, let's do it. Fortunately, the killers I prepared didn't leave. Zhu Zhishan's eyes narrowed slightly, but Mr. Shi is behind David, so we have to do everything we need to do. If Mr. Shi pursues it, we are grasshoppers on a rope, and we must advance and retreat together. I wish the alliance leader, you can rest assured, since we chose to stand together, of course we will advance and retreat together. A homeowner assured. That's good, I can guarantee that it won't take long, the entire Kyoto martial arts world will be the sphere of influence of our martial arts alliance. A sly smile appeared on Zhu Zhishan's face. Rumbling. At this moment, the ground suddenly shook, as if there was an earthquake. What happened? Zhu Zhishan was stunned, and frowned. The others also hurriedly looked outside, wanting to see what was going on. Leader, Ning Dahai blew himself up. At this time, an elder of the Martial Arts Alliance ran in and said, Blow yourself up. This time, Zhu Zhishan and everyone were stunned. They knew what the power of a Wuzong self-destruction was. How are the casualties? Zhu Zhishan asked. A Marquis Wu blew himself up, with great power, and those who watched the battle were afraid that they would all be affected. If so many people were killed or injured in the Kyoto martial arts world at once, the leader of the Martial Arts Alliance would also be responsible. It's not clear yet, but those who watched the battle have already left. It is estimated that Ning Dahai and David died together, and the Ning family is afraid that it will be over. The elder replied. Go check it out now. Zhu Zhishan roared. The elder hurried to check it out. And Zhu Zhishan sat on the seat with a cold face. Chapter 1289. He didn't expect that David would force Ning Dahai to blow himself up, knowing that a Marquis of Wu would not easily blow himself up even if he died. After all, Marquis Wu also has a family. If he blows himself up, it means that the entire family will disappear from the world. This time, David is afraid that he will definitely die. A homeowner said lightly. Marquis Wu blew himself up, and there could be no living creature within a radius of 100 meters. Let's wait until it's clear, I always feel that David didn't die so easily. Long Jinghua spoke slowly. Long Jinghua knew David's true identity, and David's strength had grown so fast. It wasn't because he was cultivating evil arts, so it was related to the secret he wanted to know. He imprisoned his sister for more than 20 years and never killed Long Ruodong, just wanted to know the secret. And this secret may be hidden in David's body. Yes, let's check it out, you go back first. Zhu Zhishan waved his hand, and several martial arts family patriarchs left. Just after leaving, 7 men in black walked in. The 7 people were all dressed in black, even their heads were covered by black scarves, and only a pair of eyes were exposed, but these people's eyes were dull, and they didn't even blink, just like dead people, silent. Facing the 7 men in black, Zhu Zhishan took out David's photo, squeezed it lightly in his hand, and the photo instantly burned. The goal of the 7 of you is this person, to bring me back alive. Zhu Zhishan ordered to the 7 men in black. The 7 men in black nodded and walked out without saying a word. The reason why Zhu Zhishan didn't kill David and wanted to bring him back alive was because he also wanted to get the dragon crystal in David's body. When fighting against Ning Dahai again, the golden dragon hovering above David's head deeply shocked Zhu Zhishan. So he changed his plan and planned to capture David alive, then take out Longjing and kill him. At this time, David looked at Ning Dahai, who had already turned into powder, and the Ning family, who had disappeared, and felt a little pity in his heart. Ning Dahai is a marquis of the golden elixir. If he can get the golden elixir, it will definitely be of great help to David's cultivation. But now Ning Dahai has become a powder, and the golden pill no longer exists. The next step is to find a way to find that Ning Ji. Ning Ji is the culprit. No matter if you escape to the ends of the earth, I will find you. David's eyes were full of determination. The Ning family has solved it, but there is one more thing, and that is the huge industry and resources of the Ning family in Kyoto. This requires someone to take over and take care of it. David himself has no time and must find talent. However, the Shadowless Villa has been relocated by David as a whole to the Valley of the Wicked. The distance is a bit far, and there is no way to take over the Ning family's huge industry. It is not appropriate for the Bai family to take over. After all, the Bai family is just a simple business family, taking over the industry of the martial arts family. Let's not say whether the Bai family has the strength to defend. There are many things the Bai family does not understand at all. Just when David was thinking, a person, Dong Jiahao, suddenly appeared in his mind. The Dong family is also a famous martial arts family in Kyoto, and Dong Jiahao is a more righteous guy, and he has a good relationship with him. Therefore, David hoped that the Dong family would take over the huge industry of the Ning family. As for Dong Likun, David believed that he would never dare to hurt his heart again. Thinking of this, David walked towards Dong's house, and just took 2 steps, but found that someone seemed to be watching him secretly. David's consciousness emanated, and he immediately discovered that not far away, an elder of the Martial Arts Alliance was secretly watching him. The corner of David's mouth raised slightly, but he did not turn around, but said coldly, "Sneaky, not like the style of the Martial Arts Alliance, since you are here, get out." David's words shocked the elders of the Martial Arts Alliance, but they walked out cautiously. Chapter 1290. Are you here to see if I'm dead? David looked at the elder of the Martial Arts Alliance and asked. The expression of the elder of the Martial Arts Alliance became a little ugly, but he still nodded. In front of David, he did not dare to conceal the slightest. David just killed Ning Dahai, and if you want to kill him, it is just a matter of one palm. The David at this time is no longer the David he was a few months ago. A few months ago, David followed Long Shao, and the elders of their martial arts alliance completely looked down on David, but now, when facing David, they have to bow their heads cautiously. This is strength. In the face of strength, you have to bow your head. Go back and tell Zhu Zhishan that I, David, are doing well, let him get ready, and I will personally go to the martial arts alliance. David looked at the panicked appearance of the elders of the martial arts alliance, and smiled coldly. After finishing speaking, David turned around and left without doing anything to the elders of the martial arts alliance. David still needs him to go back and report to Zhu Zhishan. Looking at David's back, the elder of the martial arts alliance let out a long sigh of relief. Call. This child is too terrifying, too terrifying. The elder of the martial arts alliance wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and hurriedly turned and left Dong's house in Kyoto. At this time, the Dong family has lost its former prosperity. The Ning family and the Dong family were enemies. After Ning Dahai left the customs, all the families that were originally attached to the Dong family had all left the Dong family. Dong Likun sat in the hall, looking at the somewhat desolate Dong family. His expression was indescribably lonely. Dad, Ning Dahai died and was killed by brother David. At this time, Dong Jiahao walked into the hall and said to Dong Likun. When Dong Likun heard this, his expression was slightly shocked. He is very clear about Ning Dahai's strength. Even if he fights against Ning Dahai, the outcome is unpredictable, but Ning Dahai has a better chance of winning. Now it seems that Ning Dahai has been killed by David, so he is no longer David's opponent. Dong Likun is very regretful now, regretting his own interests. and even wanted to kill David in order to get the treasure on David's body. This is probably the most regretful thing he has ever done in his life. He knew that if it wasn't for Dong Jiahao's reasons, the next person David would kill would be their Dong family. Although the last time David killed the Ning family, they had a brief cooperation with the Dong family. But Dong Likun still regrets it a lot. If it wasn't for his greed, with the relationship between David and Dong Jiahao, their Dong family would definitely be able to get David's help. The current David is no longer the former David. Being able to kill Ning Dahai makes David the most promising star of the younger generation. And their Dong family missed the opportunity to follow David because of his greed. Dong Likun knew that in the near future, David would definitely be able to look down on the entire Kyoto martial arts world, and even the entire Daxia martial arts world. "Master, Mr. Chen is asking to see you outside." Just then, a servant of the Dong family came in and reported. "Mr. Chen?" "Which Mr. Chen?" Dong Likun asked suspiciously. "It's David, the one who has a good relationship with the young master." The next man replied. Hearing David's sudden arrival, Dong Likun stood up abruptly, and his heart began to beat a little. Because he didn't know what David's purpose was. David had just killed Ning Dahai, and he immediately arrived at their Dong's house. Would he also come to kill himself? Dong Likun's face became a little ugly. "Dad, let's go out and see. I believe brother David won't do anything to you," Dong Jiahao said with confidence. Dong Likun nodded, and now he can only go out and take a look. It's a blessing, not a disaster, it can't be avoided. Dong Likun followed Dong Jiahao out. Chapter 1291. When Dong Jiahao and Dong Likun went out, they saw David standing at the door covered in blood. "Brother David, are you injured?" Dong Jiahao's face was startled, and he hurriedly stepped forward to check David's injuries. David smiled lightly. "It's just a small injury. Mr. Chen, I have some good gold sore medicines here, as well as qi tonifying pills. I will order someone to bring them right away." Dong Likun also stepped forward and hurriedly followed David respectfully. "Patriarch Dong, don't need it, it's all minor injuries, and it will get better soon," David said gratefully. Seeing David's tone of voice, Dong Likun finally breathed a sigh of relief, and immediately turned around and made a gesture of invitation. "Mr. Chen, please come to the room." David walked into Dong's villa, and Dong Likun poured tea and water for David himself. David actually saw the panic in Dong Likun's heart, and he smiled lightly. "Brother David, I heard that you killed Ning Dahai." Dong Jiahao asked David. David nodded. "Killed, but he blew himself up." "Blow yourself up?" Dong Jiahao and Dong Likun were all shocked. They knew the power of a marquee self-destruction. Ning Dahai blew himself up, but David was fine. He only suffered some minor injuries, which was enough to show David's strength. Wouldn't Ningji also be killed by Ning Dahai's self-destruction? Dong Jiahao asked curiously. "Ningji escaped, but even if he escapes to the ends of the earth, I will find and beat him." David shook his head. "That's a pity. This Ningji is too sinister. If he escapes, you have to be more careful," Dong Jiahao told David. "Thank you brother Dong for reminding me." David nodded, and then continued, "Brother Dong, I came to the Dong family this time because I wanted your Dong family to take over all the properties and resources of the Ning family. You also know that the Ning family's property is huge, and many martial arts families are eyeing it. Now that Ning Dahai is dead, if no one takes over the Ning family's property, it will be quickly eaten away. I don't have time to manage these, and these industries mean nothing to me, so I hope brother Dong can take over." After David finished speaking, Dong Jiahao and Dong Likun were stunned. Especially Dong Likun. David didn't ask him to settle accounts. He felt very lucky, but he didn't want David to send such a big bargain to the Dong family. "Brother David, what you said is true. You must know that the Ning family's property is one of the best in the entire Kyoto." Dong Jiahao asked in disbelief. "Of course it's true," David said with a slight smile. "Brother David, since you trust me so much, Dong Jiahao, have nothing to say. In the future, as long as you say a word from brother David, Dong Jiahao, will go through fire and water, and I will do anything." Dong Jiahao looked at David very excitedly, his eyes turned red. On the other hand, Dong Likun was so ashamed that he knelt down in front of David with a thud. David was stunned for a moment, and hurriedly stepped forward to help Dong Likun up. "Patriarch Dong, what are you doing?" "Mr. Chen, I have never done anything wrong, but I am ashamed of Mr. Chen. In the future, I, Dong Likun, will be Mr. Chen's pawn, and everyone in my Dong family will obey Mr. Chen's orders. If I, Dong Likun, dare to do something with two hearts, the world will not allow it." Dong Likun was impressed by David's mind at this moment. He could not wait to slap himself a few times. "Patriarch Dong is serious. Brother Dong and I are friends, and he has helped me a lot. It's good for us to help each other." David smiled lightly. David didn't stay at the Dong family for a long time. After talking about some things, he left. He was going to go to the Valley of the Villains to see if the 4 villains had recovered. Chapter 1292. Valley of the Wicked. At this time, Zhao Ligua summoned all the people, and today the 4 wicked people are going out. And Zhao Ligua planned to bring someone to find the Ning family today to fight to the death. Zhao Ligua knew that this was going to be a disaster, but he was not afraid. David is dead, Zhao Ligua will never live, he must avenge David. The gate of the Devil Town Tower slowly opened, and the 4 villains came out. When the 4 wicked men saw Zhao Ligua taking everyone and guarding the gate of the Demon Suppression Tower, they were all stunned. "Zhao Zhuangzhu, what happened?" Ding Dao asked Zhao Wuji. Zhao Waoqi's expression was solemn, and he pondered for a while, because he didn't know how to follow the 4 villains. After a while, Zhao Waoqi opened his mouth and said, "Master Dinggu, Chen. Mr. Chen is dead." Zhao Waoqi's words instantly made the 4 villains stunned on the spot. Zhao Waoqi, UF.art. How could Mr. Chen die? How long did we stay in the tower? Ding Busan yelled at Zhao Waoqi. You have been here for a month, and during this month, Mr. Chen hid in the south, but he was still found by the Ning family's head, Ning Dahai, and then killed Mr. Chen. Zhao Wuji gritted his teeth, his face full of grief. How could this be? How did you know the news? Ding Dao asked in disbelief. Ning Dahai said it himself, and he also announced that Mr. Chen is the corpse. I called everyone together, just waiting for you to go out and avenge Mr. Chen. Zhao Wuji said. Ding Bu's body flickered, and he almost didn't fall, but was supported by Ding Buer behind him. Ning family, I want him to pay his debts with blood. Ding Bubu widened his eyes angrily, and his anger was burning. Ning Ji led people to kill almost everyone in the Valley of the Wicked, and now Ning Dahai killed David. This blood debt must be repaid. Ning Dahai, I'll kill your ancestor, we'll kill this BA5 tard now and avenge Mr. Chen. Ding Busan gritted his teeth and roared. Yes, kill the Ning family and avenge Mr. Chen. If you kill one, you won't pay, but if you kill 2, we will earn 1. Ding Busi followed suit. Ding didn't try hard to calm down his mood, and after a while, he said, the Ning family is so powerful, we will die if we go. Zhao Zhuangzhu, you take your people to stay, don't go to die in vain, the 4 of us go. When Zhao Ligua heard it, he was stunned and said, Master Dinggu, don't you 4 go and die in vain? With so many of us, we can still compete with the Ning family. Don't worry, none of us are afraid of death. Since we choose to go, we will have the determination to die. Ding Dao waved his hand. Zhao Zhuangzhu, don't get me wrong, I'm not saying you are afraid of death, I just don't want you to die in vain. The 4 of us can go. At the last minute, we will blow ourselves up. Zhao Ligua was stunned when he heard the word self-destruction. In general, few martial artists choose to self-destruct, because after self-destruction, it will vanish and nothing will be left, not even a corpse. And the self-destruction of a Marquis Wu would be even more terrifying. Zhao Ligua looked at Ding, not knowing what to say. He also instantly understood why Ding Dabu didn't let them go. A Marquis of Wu blew himself up, and there would be nothing left within 100 meters of the scene. If they go, they will turn to ashes in the end. Yes, we can blow ourselves up. Anyway, our life was saved by Mr. Chen, and we just went with him. Ding Busan said loudly. Zhao Ligua gritted his teeth, his eyes full of reverence. Chapter 1293. Do you like self-destruction so much? At this moment, a faint voice came from the direction of Taniguchi, the wicked man. Everyone was shocked and hurriedly followed the voice. When they saw David appear in front of them, everyone couldn't believe it. Especially Zhao Ligua and Zhao Chuang. Brother Chen, are you not dead? Zhao Chuang charged towards David incredulously. Zhao Zhuangzhu, isn't this Mr. Chen? Where did you get the fake news? Seeing David appear, Ding Dao suddenly asked Zhao Ligua angrily. Me? Zhao Ligua was also full of confusion, not understanding why David was still alive. Okay, don't blame him, I did die once. David smiled slightly and shared his experience with the four villains. When they heard that David actually killed Ning Dahai and destroyed the Ning family, everyone was shocked. Almost no one does not know the strength of the Ning family in the martial arts world of Kyoto, but now it has been destroyed by David alone. After David explained some things, he directly entered the town magic tower. Following a battle in Ning Dahai, although David was victorious, his body was also damaged, especially his spiritual power was severely depleted. He needs to go to the Martial Arts Alliance to be a dignitary after the town demon tower returns to its peak state. It took 3 days for David's spiritual power to completely recover. This time, David found something very difficult for him. That is his current strength. Even if he is cultivating in the demon suppression tower, the speed is much slower. Before breaking through Marquis Wu, if David wanted to recover his spiritual power, he would soon be able to recover in the demon suppression tower. But now it has been 3 days. This is only to restore spiritual power. If you want to improve your strength, I am afraid that it will take longer. However, there is no way to do this. After all, every breakthrough in the realm not only brings about an increase in strength, but also doubles the difficulty of cultivation. It seems that I have time to go to the Red Lotus Palace. David thought of the cave in the Red Lotus Palace. If he could unlock the secret of the cave, it might be of great help to his cultivation. After leaving the Demon Town Tower, David came to the Hall of the Valley of the Wicked. The four evildoers and Zhao Ligua were all there, and when they saw David coming out, they all went up to meet him. Mr. Chen, are you okay? Ding Dao asked David. David smiled slightly. It's all right, you guys stay in the Valley of the Wicked, I'll go to the Martial Arts Alliance. Everyone was shocked when they heard that David was going to the Martial Arts Alliance. Mr. Chen, the Martial Arts Alliance has always regarded you as a thorn in the flesh. What are you doing in the Martial Arts Alliance? Ding asked in confusion. He didn't know that Sonia was captured by the Martial Arts Alliance. But Zhao Ligua knew it. As soon as David said he was going to the Martial Arts Alliance, he immediately said, "Is Mr. Chen going to save Miss Sonia?" David nodded. Then let's go with you, there are so many people and great strength. Zhao Ligua said. Zhao Zhuangzhu, who is this Miss Sonia? Ding didn't ask. It was Mr. Chen who was his girlfriend and was taken away by the Martial Arts Alliance. Zhao Ligua replied. What, that old Zuzishan dared to catch Mr. Chen's girlfriend? We will kill the Martial Arts Alliance now and rescue Mr. Chen's girlfriend. When Ding Busanyi heard this, he suddenly shouted angrily. Okay, just stay in the Valley of the Wicked, I can go by myself. David said lightly. Mr. Chen, the strength of the Martial Arts Alliance is not what you see on the surface. If you go by yourself, it will be very dangerous. Ding did not persuade David. Don't worry, I'm just going to explore the bottom of the Martial Arts Alliance this time, and they don't dare to kill me blatantly. The reason why David dared to enter the Martial Arts Alliance alone is that Zhu Zishan would not blatantly kill him in the Martial Arts Alliance. Chapter 1294. After all, they will scruple Mr. Shi. Ding didn't want to say anything, but was interrupted by David's wave. I've made up my mind, don't say it anymore. After David finished speaking, he turned around and walked out of the Valley of the Villains. The four villains and Zhao Ligua hurriedly sent David out. But just as everyone walked out of Taniguchi, a terrifying aura came from not far away. Immediately afterwards, I saw 7 black shadows, from far to near, and quickly greeted them. 7 men in black came to David and looked at David coldly. The eyes of the 7 people didn't have any brilliance, they were like dead people, and they didn't even blink. And the aura emanating from these 7 people actually carried a corpse aura. David frowned, his face became a little dignified, he had never felt such a breath before. But that ding was not big, but his face changed. 7 evil. Star-Lord? David frowned and said, "What? What is the 7 evil stars? Why do I feel that these 7 people have a corpse aura? Mr. Chen, these 7 guys are not human anymore, they are just 7 corpses." Ding didn't say much. Corpse? David was a little stunned. He didn't understand why the 7 corpses had such a terrifying aura and why they acted. "Mr. Chen, it's a long story, these 7 evil stars do not refer to these 7 people, but to the manipulation behind these 7 people. This 7 evil star lord is an evil cultivator, specializing in refining corpses, similar to the corpse king of Miao Village, and the Miao Village uses puppet control, but this 7 evil star lord does not use it, he uses spiritual power. And the puppet corpse of the 7 evil star lord can be of any strength. As long as it is a corpse, the 7 evil star lord can refine the puppet corpse. But the 7 fiends have disappeared for many years, how could a puppet corpse suddenly appear here? And these 7 guys, judging by their breath, there are at least 4 marquis." Ding Dao said with a puzzled face. After David heard it, he suddenly realized that it is no wonder that there is a corpse aura in the breath of these guys. "I don't know these 7 evil stars, I don't know what he sent these 7 guys here to do," David said in surprise. "I don't know, but the puppet corpse is dispatched, there must be a mission." Ding didn't have a look of vigilance on his face. Just as Ding Dao's voice fell, he saw 7 puppet corpses suddenly rushing towards David. The 7 puppet corpses moved in unison, and all jumped up high. Immediately after, 7 terrifying breaths came directly towards David. "Mr. Chen, be careful." Dingbu gave a loud roar, and his body suddenly stood up. The other 4 of the 4 villains also immediately rose into the sky and rushed towards the 7 puppet corpses. David quickly retreated, and he was dozens of meters away in an instant. And just where he was standing, a huge explosion sounded, and a deep pit exploded in an instant. David's face became extremely gloomy, golden light appeared on his body, and scales began to cover his body, and the undamaged golden body started. As soon as he stretched out his hand, the dragon-slaying sword appeared in David's hand, and then with a fierce light in his eyes, he walked directly towards the 7 puppet corpses. "Damn, it's just a few dead people, and they still want to kill me." David was furious. He didn't know any 7 fiends Xingjuan at all, but the other party wanted his own life, how could David not be angry? The dragon-slaying sword ignited flames, and then a sword pierced the chest of a puppet corpse. Just when David thought that one sword would solve one problem and was about to pull out the sword, he didn't want the puppet corpse to suddenly slap David's chest. David's body flew upside down, but the puppet corpse that was pierced through his chest charged towards David without blinking an eye. Chapter 1295. Mr. Chen. Zhao Ligua held the sword and stepped forward to block the puppet corpse. David frowned tightly after looking at the puppet corpse who was stabbed by himself, but nothing happened. This is too perverted. David's eyes narrowed, and then his body rose into the air. In an instant, David appeared in front of the puppet corpse again. Shoo! David raised the dragon-slaying sword and slashed down in anger. This sword was powerful. The terrifying sword energy poured out from the dragon-slaying sword. One arm of the puppet corpse was chopped off by David in an instant and flew out. But at that fracture, there was not a trace of blood flowing out. Even with one arm left, the puppet corpse still charged towards David without blinking an eye. A streak of energy attacked David. David scolded secretly, and his body quickly retreated. Bang bang bang. There was a sound of explosions, and David was instantly blasted out of several deep pits. Bah! David spat out the dirt in his mouth and looked at the puppet corpse. This is too perverted. But without waiting for David to catch his breath, the puppet corpse rushed towards David again. There were also 2 puppet corpses heading towards David. Their goal is only David, so even if the 4 villains help David to block, these puppet corpses will rush towards David as soon as they have a chance. Looking at the puppet corpse rushing towards him, David frowned, his eyes full of anger. With a wave of the dragon-slaying sword in his hand, he pushed forward with the palm of his left hand. A terrifying spiritual force directly pushed the flames on the dragon-slaying sword forward more than 10 meters. The raging flames quickly burned under the action of spiritual power. Those puppet corpses were instantly ignited. There was a burst of burnt smell, accompanied by a crackling sound. Seeing this, David breathed a sigh of relief. Although these puppet corpses can't be chopped to death, they can always be burned to death, right? But just when David breathed a sigh of relief, he saw 2 puppet corpses burning with flames, rushing towards David. Even if the whole body burned, these puppet corpses did not retreat or panic at all. OST. Seeing this, David quickly retreated, but the 2 puppet corpses were chasing after him. Mr. Chen, cut off the head of the puppet corpse, they can't control it. Ding Dao shouted at David. As soon as David heard it, he held the dragon-slaying sword, stabilized his figure, and chopped off the head of a puppet corpse. Although his body also suffered a punch, but David had a golden body and was not injured. The head of the puppet corpse was chopped off, and the body fell to the ground instantly. It seems that the other party uses mental power to control these puppet corpses, and it still needs the heads of these corpses. If it is a headless corpse, there is no way to control it. Knowing the way to crack the puppet corpse, David held the dragon-slaying sword and began to swipe out continuously. The 7 puppet corpses were cut off by David in less than an hour. Just after the heads of the 7 puppet corpses were cut off, in a dark cave, a guy with disheveled hair and eyes like copper bells lay a dozen corpses beside this guy. This guy is the 7 devils Xingjuan in Ding Dao's mouth. He has disappeared for many years and has been practicing his own corpse refining technique. How did this mountain of wishes do it? My 7 puppet corpses died so quickly. Qi Sha Xingjuan said with a distressed expression on his face. But it was only for a moment. The face of Qi Sha Xingjuan returned to a cold expression, and with a wave of his hands, a black mist filled his palms, and the corpses lying on the ground actually began to move. Chapter 1296. Valley of the Wicked. After David beheaded those puppet corpses, he rushed to Kyoto non-stop. No matter if he succeeds today or not, David has to give it a try. Although David himself doesn't have much hope, he always has to do something. He can't watch Sunyafa in it. In the martial arts alliance at this time, Zhu Zhishan's eyes were slightly closed, and his face was very ugly. 7 puppet corpses, including 4 Marquis Wu, were even unable to kill David. Damn, a dead person is a dead person. If you don't have a brain, why won't you fucking start when David is alone? I actually ran to the Valley of the Wicked to start, what a fucking idiot. Zhu Zhishan cursed, but there was no way, the puppet corpse had no thoughts, how could they think about that? Beside Zhu Zhishan, several elders stood. Respectfully, not daring to say a word. You 3 don't stand here anymore, get out of here, they're all trash. Zhu Zhishan is annoyed when he sees these elders. Now that David has stepped into Wuhou, these elders are no longer David's opponents, so Zhu Zhishan is upset when he sees them. The 3 elders did not dare to speak, they bowed their heads and walked away. After walking out of the gate of the Martial Arts Alliance, the great elder snorted angrily. It's too much, anyway, the 3 of us are the elders of the Martial Arts Alliance, so treat us like this. The first elder said in an atmosphere, obviously dissatisfied with Zhu Zhishan's attitude. Brother, forget it, who made us inferior to others, and now that we join forces, we are no longer David's opponent. The second elder sighed. That David is too terrifying. A few days ago, David asked me to bring a message to the leader, saying that he was going to break into our martial arts alliance alone. The third elder's voice trembled, thinking of facing David alone that day. The third elder was afraid. That David is simply over his head, thinking that if he kills Ning Dahai, he will be invincible in the world. The second elder snorted coldly. But as soon as the words were finished, the three elders were stunned for a moment. Because they saw that David was right in front of them and walked straight over. Seeing David approaching, the three elders breathed rapidly, and the second elder, who was just disdainful, also trembled slightly at this moment. David also found three elders, but he ignored them. Instead, he walked straight past them and went straight to the martial arts alliance. At this moment, in David's eyes, these three elders are no longer a concern. Looking at David walking over, the three elders looked at each other, looking a little overwhelmed. The second elder suddenly wanted to speak and stop David, but was stopped by the first elder. "Brother, this David is going to the martial arts alliance." The second elder said. "I'm not blind, I see." The first elder glared at the second elder. "Let's go quickly and pretend we didn't see him. Do you want to be cannon fodder?" When the second elder heard this, he shook his head in fright, and then the three elders pretended not to see David and left quickly. The door of the martial arts alliance. Two guards stood straight on both sides, and these two guards alone were in the realm of Wuzong. You must know that a master of Wuzong is treated like an emperor in a small city. But here, you can only look at the door. And these two martial sects also worked hard, because they were able to enter the Martial Dao Alliance, and the cultivation resources they obtained were incomparable outside. With the improvement of realm, they are more and more dependent on cultivation resources, so they can only watch the door in the Martial Arts Alliance. The three elders have been scolded just now. It seems that the leader of the alliance is not happy during this time. We must not provoke him. One guard spoke to another guard. Chapter 1297. Now the status of these elders is getting lower and lower, and the alliance will scold them if they don't move. It seems that this elder is not easy to do. Another guard sighed. You don't know, the leader of the alliance often goes out during this period of time, and every time he comes back, he can bring back some masters, all of them are marquis, and I don't know where they got them. No wonder these elders are always scolded, their status is getting lower and lower, it seems that strength is still respected. No, I don't think it will take long. The elders and directors will be replaced. After Director Gui's death, there will be no one who can take the top position. Just as the two guards were chatting, they suddenly felt a chilling killing intent coming from not far away. The two of them shivered, and hurriedly turned their heads to look into the distance. I saw a figure slowly appear, walking steadily towards the Martial Arts Alliance. Stop, who are you? This is the powerhouse of the Martial Arts Alliance, and no one is allowed to approach. A guard yelled at David. David looked calm, said nothing, and still walked towards the Martial Arts Alliance. This time, David annoyed the two guards. Stop for me, or we'll be welcome. Another guard also shouted loudly. David then stopped, and then slowly looked at the two people. Just looking at it, the two guards felt cold all over, as if they had fallen into an ice cave. I'll give you a chance, get out now. David said coldly. The two guards were stunned, looked at each other, and then asked, Who are you? Why did you break into my martial arts alliance? David. David slowly said his name. When David said his name, the two guards' eyes suddenly widened, their Adam's apple rolled, and they kept swallowing saliva. The body was shaking constantly, and there was a yellow liquid flowing out of one person's feet. David glanced at the two people with disdain, and then walked straight towards the inside of the Martial Arts Alliance. The two guards did not dare to stop them, and even more did not dare to speak. When David walked into the Martial Arts Alliance, the two guards recovered and turned around and ran away. They know that if they stay here, they are afraid they will die miserably. David walked into the Martial Arts Alliance and looked around. It was the first time he walked in from the front door openly. However, as soon as David stepped into the Martial Arts Alliance, there was a strong murderous intent floating up. David's eyes closed slightly, and a spiritual consciousness instantly moved towards the depths of the Martial Arts Alliance. However, just as David's consciousness was released, he was suddenly cut off by an extremely domineering aura. David shuddered and opened his eyes suddenly. At this moment, David's face was ugly, and his brows were tightly knit together. He had just entered the Martial Arts Alliance this time, and he encountered such a powerful aura. His consciousness was cut off almost effortlessly. It seems that this martial arts alliance is really hidden, not as it appears on the surface. David muttered to himself, but since he has come, David will not back down. Walking towards the depths of the martial arts alliance, the first is a courtyard, surrounded by antique houses, and after passing through an arch, there is a hall with many rooms on both sides. David walked through the courtyard and came to the hall, but he didn't meet anyone, which made David feel very strange. David stood in the center of the hall, looked around, and wanted to send out his spiritual sense to investigate, but finally gave up. Instead of wasting mental power, it is better to roar and hand over the mountain of Zhuji. David believes that Zhu Zhishan must know that he is here, or else the dignified martial arts alliance will let people break in at will, and no one will stop it. What will it look like? Old Zhu Zhishan, get out of here, I'm here to ask you for someone. David roared hard, and the whole hall was buzzing. Chapter 1298. Just as David's roar stopped, a roar sounded, "You are so brave, dare to break into my martial arts alliance." Afterwards, more than a dozen warriors dressed in black training suits with the logo of the martial arts alliance poured out from the houses of the two tests. David glanced at these people and snorted coldly, "Where's Zhu Zhishan? Let him get out. He won't be afraid and turn into a tortoise, right? Bold, dare to slander our alliance leader like this, courting death." A guy from the martial arts alliance shouted angrily, and he was about to attack David with two blades. "Stop!" A voice came from the depths, and then I saw Zhu Zhishan walking out slowly. The ally. Seeing Zhu Zhishan, these people all shouted respectfully. "David, I originally thought you were telling a joke, but I didn't expect you to dare to break into my martial arts alliance. Do you really think that if you kill Ning Dahai, you will be invincible in the world? But you do have some skills. Among the younger generation of warriors in Kyoto, you are considered a leader. It's a pity that you are too crazy, so crazy that you dare to break into my martial arts alliance." Zhu Zhishan looked at David with disdain and ridicule on his face. David looked at Zhu Zhishan coldly, and his murderous aura began to fill his body. "I'm here to ask for someone, not to listen to your nonsense," David said. A terrifying atmosphere instantly enveloped the entire hall. The people in the martial arts alliance felt the cold breath, and their expressions changed. And Zhu Zhishan put away the disdain in his eyes, and said with a cold face, "I want someone." "Who do I want? Don't pretend to be my mother. My girlfriend was caught by your martial arts alliance. Are you still here pretending not to know?" David was so angry with Zhu Zhishan, his whole body trembled slightly because of anger, and his eyes became scarlet. The golden light flickered, and scales covered David's body. The terrifying aura on David instantly made those in the martial arts alliance feel oppressed. "What did you say?" "I don't know at all. I hope you don't slander our martial arts alliance." Zhu Zhishan is still pretending not to know anything. "Let your mother f.art, let me go." David shouted angrily, and the terrifying aura instantly dissipated toward the surroundings. Those in the martial arts alliance suddenly felt a gust of wind swept in, and then they were all blown away directly. Some of the weaker ones were directly smashed into internal organs, vomited blood and died. Seeing this scene, Zhu Zhishan frowned. "David, do you dare to kill people in my martial arts alliance? Not only will I kill people, but I will also tear down your broken martial arts alliance." David's aura was constantly rising. The raging atmosphere continued to spread around, and David wanted to dismantle the entire martial arts alliance. It's just that no matter how much David's breath wants me to spread, it can't shake the surrounding buildings. This time David understands that this martial arts alliance is protected by a magic circle. Although the building can't be damaged, those in the martial arts alliance can't stand it. Their faces changed wildly, and some people were even torn to shreds by this terrifying aura. Presumptuous. Seeing this, Zhu Zhishan opened his eyes wide and punched David. "Come on, I'll kill you today." David gritted his teeth, a golden light erupted from his fist, and then he punched him. The terrifying divine dragon power erupted from David's fist, and slammed heavily with Zhu Zhishan. Boom! There was a deafening sound, the ground shook and the mountains shook, and the scattered energy was like a sickle, reaping the lives of the surrounding Martial Dao Alliance warriors. A burst of blood splashed, ghosts and wolves howled, and the rest of the people desperately fled for their lives. Chapter 1299. The aftermath of two marquis fighting in such a confined space is not something these people can bear. David's body took a few steps backwards. Although Zhu Zishan didn't move, his face became ugly. Although Zhu Zishan stepped into the realm of marquis early, and his strength is even higher than that of David, the punch just now made him feel a little more comfortable. Because he really felt the threat of death from the power of the punch just now. He could see that David was here to work hard. As the saying goes, the soft is afraid of the hard, and the hard is afraid of death. If David's tendon twitched and he blew himself up, even if he had 3 heads and 6 arms, he might not be able to survive. David, you don't dare to do whatever you want in our martial arts alliance because you have Mr. Shi's backing. It really makes me anxious, and I dare to kill you. Zhu Zishan threatened David. Stop talking nonsense, either let my girlfriend go or die. David's eyes were scarlet, and his killing intent continued to skyrocket. Looking at David like this, Zhu Zishan also had a headache. If David was really killed, he would not be able to explain it to Mr. Shi. But if he was spending time with David like this, he was afraid that David would blow himself up. After pondering for a moment, Zhu Zishan said, "Okay, wait a minute, I'll bring your girlfriend." David frowned and looked at Zhu Zishan. He didn't expect that Zhu Zishan agreed so happily. It seems that there must be fraud, but even if he knows there is fraud, David can only agree. 5 minutes, I can't see my girlfriend, I will kill everyone in the martial arts alliance. David said coldly. Don't worry, it won't take 5 minutes. Zhu Zishan raised the corner of his mouth slightly, then turned and walked towards the depths of the martial arts alliance. After passing through a door, there was a smile on the corner of Zhu Zishan's mouth, and then a secret door was opened, and 4 people who looked exactly the same in white clothes appeared. You 4, go and kill that guy in the hall, hurry up. Zhu Zishan said to the 4 people. Don't worry, I wish the leader. The 4 nodded at the same time. Seeing the 4 people heading towards the hall, Zhu Zishan flashed, jumped out of the martial arts alliance, and then disappeared into the distance. He wanted to kill with a knife and let these 4 people kill David, and he was no longer in the martial arts alliance. In this way, even if Mr. Shi pursues it, he can have an excuse to prevaricate. It is said that David entered the martial arts alliance without authorization to kill, and was killed by the people of the martial arts alliance, and he was not in the martial arts alliance, so he had nothing to do with him. Zhu Zishan's idea is very good, and he is confident that those 4 people can definitely kill David. These 4 people are the tokens used by Zhu Zishan, and they were found from the deep mountains. All 4 people are in the realm of Marquis, because they are evil cultivators and can only hide. David was waiting for Zhu Zishan in the hall. He didn't know that Zhu Zishan had already run away. A few minutes later, David frowned, and his eyes immediately looked into the depths of the martial arts alliance. I saw a few terrifying breaths coming directly towards him, and several breaths finally combined, like a rapidly coming cannonball. Seeing this, David suddenly punched out. The terrifying power of the dragon also rushed out, and slammed into each other with that power. Boom! A huge roar suddenly exploded, and the terrifying energy dissipated. If it wasn't for the protection of the magic circle, the building of the martial arts alliance would have collapsed several times. David's body was shaken back, and then he looked coldly at the depths of the martial arts alliance. You have already reached the realm of martial marquis at a young age. You are indeed talented, but a mere marquis, would you dare to enter the martial arts alliance alone? Following a voice, 4 people in white suits appeared in front of David. Chapter 1300. David looked at the 4 people, wearing exactly the same clothes, but they looked very similar. You don't need to think about it to know that these 4 people are quadruplets. However, these 4 people were all in the realm of Marquis, which made David's face become solemn. Who are you? Where is Zhu Zishan? David questioned the 4 people. You don't have to care who we are, you just need to remember that the 4 of us sent you on the road. One person said lightly. When David heard this, he was instantly furious. Zhu Zhishan, you fucking old liar, come out with something. You don't need to shout. If you have the ability to kill the four of us, then the leader of the alliance will naturally come out. After speaking, the four people burst into breath at the same time, and everyone began to shine. However, the four people's flashes of light are not the same, which proves that the four people's cultivation methods are not the same. Do you kill yourself, or do you want the four of us to do it? If you kill yourself, you can die more comfortably. If it falls into the hands of the four of our brothers, then. The eldest among the four said with a smile. Big brother, what do you have to say to him, such a hippie and tender meat? Even if you want to kill him, let the four of us have fun and talk about it. The third of the four showed a wretched look. When David heard it, he couldn't help shivering, and then looked at the four people in front of him. It's fucking disgusting, even the four of you who have just been promoted, dare to say such big things. After David finished speaking, he stepped out, and the golden light on his body burst out instantly. At this moment, David, like a god of war, looked at the four people in front of him with contempt. Humph, I really don't know whether to live or die, then I'll send you on your way. The fourth snorted coldly, and his figure instantly moved towards David, and a streak of energy rushed towards David. Fourth, this kid is full of treasures, pay attention. The third roared loudly. Third brother, rest assured. Let's just say, the fourth child has already arrived in front of David and swiped a punch towards David's shoulder blade. It seemed that he didn't want to kill David at once, he just wanted to make David lose his ability to resist. Tiny. Seeing these guys despise him so much, David's anger rose in his heart. Holy light fist. David shouted angrily, brilliant golden light flickered on David's fist, the power of the dragon condensed, and then David punched it out. Boom! A burst of golden light erupted, and the scene was filled with terrifying killing intent. Immediately afterwards, I heard a crisp bone-cracking sound and a scream. This fourth child, with such a heavy shot, how can he play for a while? The third child was complaining when he saw a figure flying straight towards them. Then he fell heavily in front of them. At this time, the fourth child's arms have already been twisted, and Bisonson's bones are exposed outside, and his body is dripping with blood, and his appearance is very miserable. This time, the expressions of several people changed dramatically, their faces were incredible. And after David smashed the fourth child with one punch, his aura was still surging, and his killing intent was awe-inspiring. The remaining three guys looked at each other and hurriedly helped the fourth up. Then the eldest took out a black pill, which smelled so bad, and stuffed the pill into the mouth of the fourth. After swallowing the pills, the eldest brother pinched the magic formula, and black mist began to surround the fourth eldest's wound, and soon a strange scene happened. I saw that the strangely curved arm of the fourth child was slowly recovering, and the exposed bones also began to grow. David frowned. So you are evil cultivators, it seems that this martial arts alliance is not clean. David glared at the four people in front of him, his aura constantly erupting. Looking at David in front of them, the four people's faces became solemn, and there was no more contempt at the beginning. Chapter 1301. It's no wonder that you dare to enter the martial arts alliance by yourself. It turns out that you have some skills. The boss looked at David and said gloomily. Stop talking nonsense, today I will eliminate harm for the people and abolish your four evil cultivators. David shouted angrily. Humph, you look too high on yourself. The boss snorted coldly. Paralyzed, this kid is so powerful that he almost killed me. The fourth child moved his lower arm and recovered as before. Looking at the guy, he has just been promoted to Marquis, how is his strength so high? The third child is also puzzled. Nonsense, if this kid is not strong, I wish the leader would let the four of us take action. Now we will kill this guy together as a stepping stone. It won't take long, the entire Kyoto martial arts world will be ours. After the boss finished speaking, take a step forward. Several other people also took a step forward, and the breath on their bodies continued to explode. Facing the four evil cultivators, David did not have the slightest panic or retreat, but a raging flame burned in his eyes, and his body was full of fighting intent. Damn it for evil repair. After David said, the whole person was like a cannonball, and he was bombarded with one punch. He wants to strike first. Although these four guys can repair the injury, David also discovered that these four guys need cooperation to repair the injury, and the speed is not particularly fast. As long as you shoot fast enough to defeat these four people quickly, they will not be able to cooperate with each other to repair. David wielded the power of a divine dragon with this punch, and immediately transformed into a golden dragon, let out a dragon roar, and rushed towards the four of them. The terrifying spiritual power made the expressions of the four guys suddenly change. Seeing the roaring golden dragon, the four guys didn't dare to neglect, they threw a punch one after another, and then these punches combined together and turned into a transparent shield, blocking the four of them. They want to block David's attack, not to mention that this is a shield formed by four people. They don't believe that David can break it with one punch. But in fact they overestimated themselves. At this time, David was full of fighting spirit, and he was determined to die, so the power of the dragon contained in this punch could shake the stars and shake the galaxy. Boom! The shield formed by the four guys joined forces, and it shattered in an instant under David's punch, and it was able to hold on for even a second. Immediately afterward, a terrifying force rushed towards the face, directly sending the four guys flying out. This punch is too terrifying. The second child looked panicked. Damn, this kid is too perverted. When he reaches the realm of Marquis, he can even leapfrog battle. The boss's face also became extremely ugly. In the martial arts world, many talented people can leapfrog battles. The lower the level, the more obvious this kind of talent leapfrogged. But as the strength increases, this kind of leapfrog battle will become less and less. Because with the improvement of strength, the realm is getting higher and higher, and each realm is improved, it is a qualitative change, it will become very difficult to fight at many levels. But now, they are both Marquis, and it is not bad for a martial artist of this level to be able to win at the same level. David is just a newly promoted Marquis, but he can easily smash the shields of the four Marquis. This kind of mismatch and disparity in level and strength makes the boss feel incredible. Big brother, this kid's strength is too weird, we must join forces to kill him as soon as possible. The old man said with a solemn expression. At this time, he no longer dared to despise David, let alone let David play with him. Do it! The boss shouted loudly, followed by a terrifying inner strength that condensed from his fist. Chapter 1302. When the others saw this, they clenched their fists at the same time, and their terrifying strength made their fists glow. Kill! The boss shouted, his body suddenly disappeared, and then he came to the top of David's head. Immediately afterwards, a punch shrouded David from top to bottom. When the other three guys saw this, they all shot, and everyone attacked David from different directions. Seeing this, David's face turned cold, and the golden light on his body emitted a dazzling light. The golden body was not bad, and he was used to the extreme, and then he punched into the sky. David ignored the attacks from other directions, and instead punched the boss in midair. He had to rely on his indestructible golden body and his perverted flesh to resist the blow of the other three Marquis. The golden light radiating from David's body made several people feel a strong crisis. Boom! Several terrifying forces bombarded David's body, and the scales on David's body fell off in a large area. However, David gritted his teeth and punched the boss with a punch. With the sound of bone cracks, the boss's body suddenly flew out like a kite with a broken string. When the other people saw this, their faces were startled, and they hurriedly retreated to check the boss's injury. And the boss at this time, under David's punch, all 50% of his bones were shattered, and the broken internal organs continued to spew out of his mouth. Seeing the boss look like this, the other three guys were shocked, and hurriedly took out a pill and stuffed it into the boss's mouth. Seeing this, David knew that these guys used magic again to heal the boss's injury quickly. David glared at his feet, his body jumped up, and then his fists were thrown together, and he swung two terrifying fists, directly covering the four people. David couldn't just watch them cast spells, he wanted to interrupt others to save the boss. Seeing this, the third and fourth children hurriedly cast their spells, trying to stop David. On the other hand, the second child had a grim face, gritted his teeth and healed the boss. David's eyes were scarlet at this moment, and he ignored the attacks of the third and fourth children, and the spiritual power of one punch kept waving out. Soon, the third and fourth also vomited blood and fell to the ground. Together, they couldn't stand David's attack at all. Run, run. Seeing this, the boss hurriedly interrupted the second child's treatment and yelled at the three people. The three of them glanced at the boss, finally gritted their teeth, turned around and ran away, not caring about the boss's life or death. Because they know that if they stay, none of the four of them will survive. Want to run? How can it be so easy? David snorted coldly, and instantly moved the magic formula with both hands. One after another beams of light appeared, instantly forming a fence on the way. A few people escaped, and soon more and more beams of light were formed, forming a large cage that enveloped them all. Several people looked at David in horror, his face full of incredulity. David was nothing but a marquis. Such a huge array requires considerable mental strength and energy to maintain. Don't think that you are the only ones who know magic. In my forbidden space, none of you can escape. David walked slowly towards several people, and the golden light on his body became stronger and stronger. You try to escape, I stop him. The boss endured the pain and rushed towards David frantically. David looked at the boss who rushed over, his eyes were full of disdain, and his golden palm instantly slapped on the boss's head. When the other three saw this, their eyes widened with anger. They thought that their boss was going to burst into brains. But soon, they found that the terrifying scene did not appear. David just put one hand on the boss's head, and the concentrate heart technique worked frantically. Chapter 1303. The boss's body was constantly shaking, and his face began to twist in pain, as if he was suffering great pain. You evil cultivators, let you taste the taste of being absorbed. At this moment, David looked indifferent and looked extremely cruel. Soon, the eldest's body continued to shrink, and finally there was only a small pile of skinny bones and collapsed to the ground. Looking at the tragically dead boss, the other three guys were too frightened to speak. They have always grown by absorbing the essence of others, but they never thought that one day they would be absorbed by others. David flicked his finger lightly, and a light blue flame fell on the boss's body, and the body was quickly burned clean. Chen, David, we have no grievances or enmity. I hope you can let us go. What you are looking for is the Martial Arts Alliance. We are not from the Martial Arts Alliance. The second child trembled and said to David. Where's Zhu Zhishan? David asked coldly. The second child shook his head. I don't know, maybe it's in the backyard. David looked at the three people who were already frightened, and waved his hand. The taboo space was lifted. Now you take me to the dungeon of the Martial Arts Alliance. David said to the three guys. We don't have a way to open the dungeon. Every time we enter, the leader of the alliance brings us in. The old man said in a low voice. You just take me there. Whether you can open it or not is none of your business. David said coldly. Then we'll take you there. Can you let us go? The second child asked David. Just after the second child's words were finished, David's eyes shot out with killing intent. Are you negotiating terms with me? After finishing speaking, David's palm flashed with golden light, and he grabbed the second child. Before the second child could react, he was directly caught by David. The energy in the body was rapidly draining, and in just a few dozen seconds, the second child became a pile of dead bones. This time, the third and fourth were so frightened that they almost didn't pee their pants. They cursed Zhu Zhishan desperately in their hearts. For such a powerful person, only 4 of them were sent to die, but Zhu Zhishan was nowhere to be seen. You two take me too. David looked at the third and fourth children and said coldly. Good. The two nodded again and again, and then took David to the backyard. The two did not dare to make any changes, and took David to a rockery, then pointed to a hole in the rockery and said, This is the entrance to the dungeon. You two go first. David pointed to the hole and said. The two guys didn't dare to say anything, and went straight in, with David following behind. Not long after walking, I saw a door. The gate is bronze, with 2 lion heads carved on it, looking a little scary. "This door, we don't know how to open it, only the leader of the alliance can open it," the third said tremblingly. David looked at the door, then stood at the door and gently put his palm on it. A line of divine consciousness came out, and he wanted to send it out into the dungeon to investigate. But the consciousness just spread out, as if it was blocked by something. Here, although his consciousness was not cut off, he could not enter the dungeon at all. David raised his hand, and golden light flashed on his palm. Then he slapped the door with his palm. The power of David's palm is 10,000 Jin, but when he slapped on the gate, nothing happened. Not even a sound was heard, as if the 10,000 Jins of power disappeared after touching the door. David frowned, and then slapped it again. Several palms were shot in a row, but the door did not move at all, and David was sweating profusely on his forehead. Chapter 1304. At this time, the third child and the fourth child looked at each other, and the killing intent in the eyes of the two people suddenly appeared. While David was not paying attention, the two suddenly shot at David. One left and one right, they slapped David's back fiercely. After they succeeded, the two did not dare to stay any longer, turned around and ran out. David was staggering, his internal organs were rolling for a while, and his eyes were full of killing intent. David rushed out with a vigorous step, looking at the two who escaped. David threw two punches hard. The two fist winds shot out like cannonballs. Immediately after that, he directly hit the escaped two people, and instantly blasted a big hole in the chests of the escaped two people from behind. Puff, puff. The two fell to the ground in an instant, their eyes widened, and there was no breathing. David didn't even look at the two dead people, but looked around, and suddenly shouted, "Zhu Zhishan, you old man, come out for me, come out." David roared hard, but he couldn't hear a single echo, and no one paid any attention to him, as if the entire martial arts alliance had left. In the end, David left the martial arts alliance lonely, and when he left, he looked back at the rockery. "Sonia, don't worry, I will definitely come to save you, I will definitely." David walked helplessly on the streets of Kyoto. He desperately attacked Marquis Wu, but what was the use? He couldn't even open a door, let alone rescue Sonia. Unconsciously, David walked into the alley beside the martial arts alliance. The last time he saw Sonia was that Ningxi used a space magic weapon to bring him into the dungeon of the martial arts alliance. Thinking of this, David's eyes suddenly lit up. He couldn't get in through the gate. He could use the space magic weapon to enter the dungeon and rescue Sonia. But where to find space magic tools? David fell into contemplation again. Now he knows that Ningxi has a space magic tool in his hand. If he can find Ningxi, kill Ningxi, and get Ningxi's space magic tool. But where is Ningxi? David didn't know anything, so how could he grab Ningxi's space magic weapon? Just when David was a little overwhelmed, Zhao Waoqi actually came over. "Mr. Chen, you really are here, it seems that Mr. Shi guessed it well." After seeing David, Zhao Waoqi said in surprise. "George Zhao, do you have anything to do with me?" David asked in confusion. "Mr. Chen, Mr. Shi has an invitation. Let me come here to invite you. I didn't expect you to be here. Mr. Shi is really predictable." Zhao Waoqi explained. "Mr. Shi invites me?" David frowned slightly. He killed Ning Dehai and refuted Mr. Shi's face in public. David didn't know what Mr. Shi had suddenly asked him for. But no matter what it was, David was still grateful to Mr. Shi, so he followed Zhao Waoqi to the Dharma Protector Pavilion. Walking into the hall of the Law Enforcement Pavilion, David found that Mr. Shi was sitting on the main seat. Every time David saw Mr. Shi, he had a very strange feeling. He repeatedly tried to use his breath to find out what kind of strength this Mr. Shi was, but every time he came back without success. Because Mr. Shi looked like an ordinary person at first glance, and he didn't have the slightest breath. Although there is no breath on his body, every time David sees Mr. Shi, he has a deep sense of awe. In front of Mr. Shi, David actually had a bit of timidity in his heart. "Sit down." Seeing David coming, Mr. Shi said lightly. David nodded, then sat aside. "I broke into the Martial Arts Alliance today, do you have any findings and feelings?" Mr. Sher asked slowly. David pondered for a while and said, I found that the Martial Arts Alliance actually colluded with evil cultivators. Now I am afraid that there are still many evil cultivators hidden in the Martial Arts Alliance. Chapter 1305. That's not what I want to know. Do you feel that although you have broken through to Martial Marquis, but you really entered the Martial Dao Alliance, you can't do anything with your strength? Mr. Sher said lightly. David was stunned for a moment, his brows furrowed. He really felt that with his strength, he couldn't do anything in the Martial Arts Alliance. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't destroy a house in the Martial Arts Alliance, and he couldn't even open the door of the Martial Arts Alliance dungeon. But he can't do anything, but he has killed a lot of people in the Martial Arts Alliance today, and there are both in and out, no one can stop him. Looking at David like that, Mr. Sher seems to be the roundworm in David's body, and smiled slightly. Do you think you can kill one in and one out in the Martial Arts Alliance? No one can stop you, and the Martial Arts Alliance is not good enough. In this way? David didn't speak, but when he looked at Mr. Sher, he really thought so. Even if Zhu Zishan, the leader of the Martial Arts Alliance, David dared to play a few tricks with him now, only those elders, David did not pay attention to it at all. Mr. Sher took a sip of tea and continued, I have reminded you many times, what you can see is only the surface. If the Martial Arts Alliance or a martial arts family with profound background is as simple as you see, then we the Daxia martial arts world will become the world's joke. I can tell you that although Zhu Zishan is the leader of the Martial Arts Alliance, he is just a figurehead puppet. After Zhu Zishan, there are even more terrifying forces. Do you think you still have the strength to fight with the Martial Arts Alliance? David's face became a little ugly, but he was quite shocked in his heart. If even the strength of Zhu Zishan was just a puppet, then the power behind Zhu Zishan would be so terrifying. I don't care how powerful the Martial Arts Alliance is, I must rescue Sonia and fight the Martial Arts Alliance to the end. David's eyes were full of determination, no matter how difficult it was, he would do it and rescue Sonia. Do you only fight with the Martial Arts Alliance? And the Long family, right? Mr. Sher suddenly smiled, looked at David and said. David's heart trembled, and the eyes he looked at Mr. Sher were full of doubts and incomprehension. He looked at Mr. Sher's expression, as if he knew his identity and the grievances between him and the Long family. Now David, more and more unable to understand the Mr. Sher in front of him. Seeing David's veiled face, Mr. Sher's smile grew stronger and stronger, and then said, If you want to find Ningji, you can go to Mabe Luo's house to find it. David widened his eyes and looked at Mr. Sher in disbelief. He couldn't understand, how did Mr. Sher know that he wanted to find Ningji? Okay, you can go. Before David could react, Mr. Sher got up and left. Until Mr. Sher left, David was still in a state of confusion. Mr. Chen, Mr. Chen. Zhao Waoqi called David twice softly. Ah, David then reacted and walked out of the Dharma Protector Pavilion. Leaving from the Protectorate Pavilion, David went straight to Mabe Luo's house. Along the way, David was thinking about Mr. Sher's identity, but he had no clue. At the same time, the Mabe Luo family. Ningji became the guest of honor of the Luo family. Uncle Luo, that David has now broken through to Marquis Wu, and his strength is strong. If you seek revenge from him, you must prepare in advance. Ningji said to Luo Jinyu, who was seated by the master. Luo Jinyu's face was gloomy and cold, and there was anger in his eyes. Humph, this David, killing my brother and son, no matter what kind of strength he is, I must burn him to ashes. Luo Jinyu gritted his teeth, the breath on his body was constantly rolling and rising. Chapter 1306. After Luo Jinyu left the customs, he heard the housekeeper talk about what happened recently in the Luo family. Almost didn't make Luo Jinyu angry. During the time he was in retreat, the entire Luo family had such a big change. Not only the Luo family, but even the entire martial arts world in Mabe suffered heavy losses. You must know that the entire Mabe martial arts world is guided by their Luo family horses. Now that they have suffered heavy losses and are ridiculed by everyone in the martial arts world, how could he, Luo Jinyu, swallow this breath? Uncle Luo, then David killed my father and destroyed my Ning family. He and I are inseparable. I hope Uncle Luo can provide me with some resources. When I break through Marquis Wu, I will smash David's body into tens of thousands of pieces, and all his followers will be killed together. Ning Ji also said with cold eyes. Nephew Ning, don't worry, there is nothing else in our Luo family, but the resources for cultivation are inexhaustible. Now I will send someone to take you to the warehouse. The herbs and spar in it, you can use as much as you want. Luo Jinyu waved his hand. Then thank you Uncle Luo. Ning Ji hurriedly followed Luo Jinyu to thank him, and was then taken to the warehouse by the housekeeper. Luo Jinyu was holding the teacup with a cold light in his eyes, and with a slight force on his hand, the teacup shattered directly. David, I will tear you to pieces. Luo Jinyu gritted his teeth. David was rushing non-stop towards Mabe Luo's house at this time. When he arrived in Mabe, it was already a day later. Luo Jinyu is sitting cross-legged in the yard, sipping tea. There was a copper pot in front of Luo Jinyu, and there was no tea in the copper pot, but when Luo Jinyu picked up the teapot and slowly fell down, the tea flowed out of the copper pot, which was very novel. This copper pot is a magic weapon. According to legend, it is a mysterious magic weapon handed down by the ancestors of the Luo family. It contains the power of heaven and earth. The tea Luo Jinyu poured out of it was the best cultivation resource. At this time, in front of Luo's house, David looked up at the two characters of Luo's house in front of the door. His eyes were extremely cold. David knew that if the Luo family hadn't led the Mabe martial arts world to attack the Valley of the Wicked would not have been easily broken by the Ning family, so the dozens of people in the Valley of the Wicked also had the blood debt of the Luo family. Luo family, I'm here. David's body was filled with killing intent. If it wasn't for Ning Ji, he would not have found the Luo family for the time being. After all, there are many things in Kyoto that he needs to handle. Looking at the door in front of him, David kicked out. Rumbling. The door several meters high collapsed suddenly under David's foot. Luo Jinyu, who was drinking tea in the yard, suddenly stood up, frowning tightly. Housekeeper, go and see what's going on. Luo Jinyu said to the housekeeper. The housekeeper hurriedly led people to the front yard, wanting to see what happened. Seeing that the housekeeper had gone, Luo Jinyu sat back again and continued to drink tea. In his opinion, no one dared to make trouble in front of Mabe Luo's house. There must be some accident. The housekeeper led people to the front yard, and saw David standing in the yard coldly. The gate collapsed to the ground. Who are you? Dare to break into our Luo family, don't you want to live? The housekeeper scolded David angrily. Where's Rojinzo? Let him get out. David said coldly to the housekeeper. The housekeeper was stunned for a moment, and said with a cold face, Who are you? Our second master is already dead, what are you doing with him? The housekeeper thought that David was looking for Luo Jinzua to seek revenge. After all, Luo Jinzua did not provoke many enemies during the time he managed the Luo family. Dead? David frowned. How did you die? It was killed by a guy named David. Our master has already left the customs, and we will seek revenge on David immediately. The housekeeper didn't know yet that David was standing in front of him. Chapter 1307. Don't look for it, I'm already here. David smiled coldly. What? Are you David? The butler looked at David in surprise. That's right, like David who has been replaced by a fake. David nodded. Good boy, killed our young master and second master, and dared to find the Luo family. I think you are courting death. After the butler finished speaking, the two 8th-rank martial sects behind him jumped up instantly. Before David could speak, the two had already launched an attack on David. David frowned. He couldn't understand why the butler said that. Although he had a grudge against Luo Xiang, and he did act, he had never killed Luo Xiang, and he had never seen Luo Jinzua. How could this butler say he killed him? Just when David was thinking, two Luo family masters came to him. The two people's breath exploded, and the fist wind roared. But David didn't even look at these two guys, and slapped them out. A gust of wind swept through, and before the two guys touched David, they were instantly knocked out. The body fell heavily on the wall, and then fell to the ground. With this seemingly ordinary palm, 2 8th-rank martial sects died directly from the rupture of their internal organs. This scene scared the Luo family's housekeeper so much that he almost collapsed on the ground, his whole body trembling. Looking at the frightened butler of the Luo family, David said coldly, "Go and let the steward of the Luo family get out." This time, the housekeeper didn't dare to say anything, and hurried to the backyard. Luo Jinyu was drinking tea and thought there was nothing wrong, but saw the housekeeper rushing in. "Master, master, it's not good." "Then David is here, David is here!" the butler yelled. Snapped. "Who knows?" Luo Jinyu slapped the housekeeper fiercely. "What's the etiquette of yelling? So what if David is here?" Luo Jinyu glared at the housekeeper, and then asked, "Who is David coming from?" He came by himself, he just kicked the door open." The butler said hurriedly. "You came by yourself?" Luo Jinyu frowned slightly. "This kid is not small, I was going to seek revenge on him, but he took the initiative to send it to the door." "Master, this David is very strong. Just now, 2 of our 8th-rank martial arts masters were directly killed by him," the housekeeper said to Luo Jinyu. Luo Jinyu said indifferently, "No matter how strong he is, when he arrives at my Luo family, I want him to be buried with my son." After speaking, Luo Jinyu walked towards the front yard, and the housekeeper hurriedly followed behind. When Luo Jinyu saw David, his eyes were full of killing intent. "Boy, you killed my relatives and dared to go to the house directly. It seems that you really don't take my Luo family into your eyes." Luo Jinyu gritted his teeth, and his whole body kept rolling with energy. "Why don't I dare? You Luo family lead people to attack the Valley of the Wicked and kill my subordinates. Today I am here to seek justice." Killing intent also rose from David's body. Whether it is the Valley of the Wicked, the Shadowless Villa, or even the Valley of the Medicine God, all of them are David's subordinates. How could David swallow this tone? Justice? What I said, Luo Jinyu, is justice. Luo Jinyu's face was gloomy and terrifying. "Since you are here, don't leave." After finishing speaking, Luo Jinyu has already punched up. The terrifying energy brought bursts of gusts of wind. Luo Jinyu was able to lead the entire Mabe martial arts world, and his strength should not be underestimated. With just this punch, the world changed color and the air buzzed. When David saw this, golden light suddenly flashed on his body, and the undamaged golden body covered David's whole body in an instant. Boom! The terrifying fist style hit David fiercely. David's figure took 2 steps back, and the scales on his chest were cracked, but they did not fall off. Chapter 1308. In this way, the strength of this Luo Jinyu is not as good as that of Ning Dahai. David is not even afraid of Ning Dahai. How could he be afraid of this Luo Jinyu? Luo Jinyu saw that David had been punched by himself, but he only took 2 steps back, unscathed, and couldn't help but be surprised. Just when Luo Jinyu was surprised, David clenched his fists, and a golden light smashed towards Luo Jinyu from top to bottom. David's body was in the air, and Luo Jinyu was directly surrounded by terrifying energy. Seeing this, Luo Jinyu slammed his fists upwards instantly, and waves of air swept across, directly resisting David's punching style. Ding ding dang. Even so, Luo Jinyu's body was hit hard, and then he took a few steps backwards to stabilize his body. It's not indecent to come and go. It seems that your Luo family is also vain, and the strength of your patriarch is nothing more than that. David looked at Luo Jinyu and said contemptuously. Luo Jinyu gritted his teeth, narrowed his eyes slightly, and stared at David. At this moment, Chen Jing stood quietly, his breath was steady, and there was no expression on his face. Luo Jinyu suddenly snapped his fingers out of his pocket, and then suddenly shot towards David. I saw several white lights, heading towards David. These white lights shrouded David's body, making it too late for David to dodge. Clang clang clang. After a crisp sound, I saw flames splashing everywhere, and several white chess pieces fell on the ground. The chess pieces had been broken into pieces. You want to break my indestructible golden body with chess pieces? David couldn't understand what Luo Jinyu was thinking. How could his indestructible golden body be broken with just a few pieces? And Luo Jinyo's face changed greatly. These are not ordinary wives, they are made of Tianshan cold jade, which is extremely hard, and as long as the pieces hit the body, the cold air will invade the body, and it will be frozen to death in a short time. So using this kind of thing, killing the invisible, is the best hidden weapon. But Luo Jinyu didn't expect such a hard Tianshan jade, but it couldn't break David's indestructible golden body. As expected of a body-protecting magic, it's really powerful. Luo Jinyo's eyes narrowed slightly, but he did not panic, but began to pinch the magic formula with both hands. Rays of light flickered on Luo Jinyo's 10 fingers, and then condensed into a huge beam of light. This beam of light, like a laser, then shot out towards David. This is to use this method to directly destroy David's indestructible golden body. But David didn't care at all, his body even resisted Ning Dahai's self-destruction, not to mention Luo Jinyo's little trick. The beam of light hit David's body fiercely, and then he saw that the scales on David's body began to change slowly. Humph, the little trick of carving insects. David snorted coldly, and also moved the magic formula, and slashed at the beam of light with a palm, but it was directly cut off by the beam of light. How is this possible? Luo Jinyu was shocked, he didn't expect someone to cut off the light. David's strength is too perverted, which makes Luo Jinyu finally have fear in his heart. There are still many impossible things. I am here this time to ask you to hand over that Ningji. If you can hand over Ningji, I can save you a life. David said coldly to Luo Jinyu. Ningji? Luo Jinyu was stunned for a moment, he didn't expect David to come to Ningji. However, Luo Jinyu did not intend to hand over Ningji. In any case, the news that his son and brother were killed came from Ningji. And the Ning family has been destroyed, and only Ningji is left. Luo Jinyu will not hand over Ningji. Chapter 1309. David, what you think is too beautiful, this is the Luo family, you are not qualified to negotiate with me. Luo Jinyu said fiercely. David saw that Luo Jinyu was actually protecting Ningji, and then a killing intent burst out in his eyes, and then his body suddenly looked like, and then he appeared in front of Luo Jinyu. Luo Jinyu was startled, and his body hurriedly stepped back. But before he had time to step back, he was kicked by David. David kicked with great strength, only to hear the sound of a bone crack. Luo Jinyu's body flew straight out. When Luo Jinyu was helped to stand up, he found that his chest had already sunk a lot. Seeing this scene, you don't have to think about it and know what's going on. Luo Jinyu looked at David in panic. He really did not expect that he would be so vulnerable in front of David. Those Luo family members were also very frightened. You must know that Luo Jinyu's strength is one of the best in the entire Mabe, but now he was kicked away with one kick. Let me ask you one more question, where is Ningji? David looked at Luo Jinyu coldly, his voice was like that of Joyo H3LL. I do not know. Luo Jinyu gritted his teeth, then waved his hand, and a sword appeared in his hand. The sword shone with an obsidian-like light, and a trace of coldness emanated from the sword, and the chill was threatening. Do you think only you have the sword? David smiled coldly, grabbed it casually, and the dragon-slaying sword appeared in his hand. There was a raging flame burning on the dragon-slaying sword, and the heat wave was pungent. These two swords, the cold and the hot, face each other like this. Luo Jinyu looked at the dragon-slaying sword in David's hand, and snorted coldly, this is a treasure sword I found from Tianshan. It cuts iron like mud, and you still want to fight with me with that broken thing in your hand? After Luo Jinyu finished speaking, the energy began to churn, and a force was injected into the sword. With the injection of energy, the sword in Luo Jinyu's hand began to hum, the surrounding temperature became extremely cold, and endless cold air emanated from the sword. Give me death. Luo Jinyu slashed out with a sword, and the majestic sword energy roared instantly, turning into a white polar bear, gnashing at David with his fangs. David's eyes froze, and the dragon-slaying sword in his hand also swung out at the same time. A dragon roar sounded. With a raging flame, the sword chi turned into a fire dragon and soared into the air, rushing directly towards the polar bear. A dragon and a bear fought together. Looking at the soaring fire dragon, Luo Jinyo's expression solidified on his face. He did not expect that David's sword was also a precious sword. I saw the fire dragon spewing flames from its mouth, and finally the two claws directly grabbed the polar bear, instantly catching the polar bear. In an instant, Luo Jinyo's sword chi dissipated, and David's sword chi went directly towards Luo Jinyu. Luo Jinyu hurriedly raised his sword to block, but was directly knocked out by the huge sword energy. The body fell heavily on the ground, and the sword in his hand actually cracked, and finally shattered directly. Luo Jinyu got up and looked at David with a gloomy expression. "Where is Ningji?" David stared at Luo Jinyu and said. Luo Jinyu didn't speak, but there was a ray of light under his feet, and then Luo Jinyu muttered something. Soon, the rays of light shot up into the sky, directly wrapping Luo Jinyu in it. At this moment, Luo Jinyu slowly rose in the air along the light. It's like a mortal ascending to an immortal. David, you have an indestructible golden body and body protection, and you are strong and powerful, but don't forget that in this world, in addition to cultivation techniques, there are also magic techniques. After Luo Jinyu finished speaking, rays of light shot out from Luo Jinyu's body. The terrifying force was overwhelming David, and it seemed to engulf David directly. Chapter 13:10. Kung Fu relies on energy, while magic relies on spiritual power. Looking at this overwhelming technique, it seems that Luo Jinyu's technique is also very superb, even surpassing the cultivation technique. Compare my spells with me, then I'll play with you too. David sneered. Ha ha ha, you are comparing spells with me, I think you are tired of living. Luo Jinyu laughed arrogantly. David didn't speak, but moved the magic formula, and the ground began to shake violently. Immediately afterwards, it seemed that something was constantly shuttled under the ground, and then a wall of earth rose from the ground. The rays of light that Luo Jinyu shot out hit the earth wall, smashing the earth wall one by one. Seeing this scene, Luo Jinyu laughed even more recklessly. Kid, do you know that magic requires a huge amount of mental power and magic to support? You are a small child, you dare to fight with me? After Luo Jinyu finished speaking, his figure suddenly disappeared, and even those beams of light disappeared. Immediately afterwards, Luo Jinyu's figure suddenly appeared above David's head. A beam of light enveloped David, followed by a strange smile on Luo Jinyu's face. Let me see how strong your consciousness is. After speaking, Luo Jinyu began to murmur. In an instant, sound waves continued to spread down the beam of light, and it seemed as if there were countless mosquitoes buzzing in David's ears. David frowned and his face became a little ugly. He has never been attacked like this before. This kind of attack, David's indestructible golden body is powerful and useless at all. David's head began to split, and the whole person became manic. The inside of my brain is like a mass of paste, it is very painful. Seeing David like that, Luo Jinyu laughed excitedly. Haha, even if you have a good golden body, even if you are strong and powerful, you are still a weak chicken in front of me. David was no longer in the mood to listen to Luo Jinyu's words at this moment, and he held his head tightly with both hands. He didn't understand what kind of magic Luo Jinyu was using. The blue veins on David's forehead bulged, his eyes became scarlet, and his face was hideous. But just when David felt that he was about to lose his hold and even had the heart to commit suicide, suddenly a bell sounded in his mind. The chaos in David's mind suddenly became much clearer. But just for a moment, the sense of chaos struck again. But at this time, David seemed to remember something, and hurriedly began to read it. Soon, David's heart slowly calmed down, and the sense of chaos in his mind gradually disappeared. What David recited was the mantra of clearing the heart, and this mantra was just enough to restrain Luo Jinyu's technique. David was overjoyed, but he didn't show it, he still pretended to be very painful. Seeing that David had been tortured to such an extent that he was powerless to fight back, Luo Jinyu stopped. David, I want to torture you and avenge my son. Let's just say, Luo Jinyu's body fell from the sky and patted David's shoulder with one palm. David staggered, all the scales on his body fell off and disappeared in an instant, and the undamaged golden body lost its function. Ha ha ha, you don't have a golden body now, Let me see how you fight with me. Luo Jinyu laughed wanton. Without the indestructible golden body, I'm still not afraid of you. After David finished speaking, his whole body was shocked, and the terrifying aura instantly surged. And Luo Jinyu has long ignored David at this moment. Seeing that David slammed a punch, Luo Jinyu drew a picture in front of him. A crystal clear barrier appeared in front of Luo Jinyu. Luo Jinyu looked at David with a smile on his face. Chapter 13:11. He didn't believe that David could break his barrier with one punch. Now David was tortured with only half his life left, and he no longer had such a strong energy. David looked at Luo Jinyu with a smile on his face, sneering in his heart. Boom! David bombarded the barrier with a punch. The barrier set up by Luo Jinyu, under David's punch, had no effect at all, and instantly collapsed and disappeared. Luo Jinyu was startled and instinctively wanted to dodge, but found that it was too late. David's punch hit Luo Jinyu hard in the face. Luo Jinyu spurted blood from his mouth, his teeth flew around, and the whole person flew out. Luo Jinyu got up and looked at David with a puzzled face. He didn't understand, how could David be able to exert such terrifying power after being tortured to death by himself? Half of Luo Jinyu's face has collapsed, and his appearance has become very terrifying. Read, I have the ability to continue reading. David looked at Luo Jinyu and said with disdain. Half of Luo Jinyu's face was ruined, his teeth were gone, his speech was slurred, and he couldn't chant a spell anymore. David stepped forward and slapped Luo Jinyu again with a palm. Luo Jinyu hurriedly stood up to resist. Boom! With this slap, Luo Jinyu was like a leaf, and was instantly swept away. Then David jumped up and went directly to Luo Jinyu, stepping Luo Jinyu to the ground with one foot. Luo Jinyu's body fell into the ground instantly, and the whole person was in a state of embarrassment. What? Luo Jinyu was furious and shouted loudly. He couldn't speak, he could only scream. David raised his foot and watched Luo Jinyu, who had already changed, climbed out of the ground. Luo Jinyu glared at David, the whole person's breath collapsed, and there was no way to condense. Where is Ningji? Say it, and I can make you die happily. David said to Luo Jinyu. Luo Jinyu didn't speak, and he was speechless, only to see him take out the teapot from behind. Then he slowly put the spout to his mouth, and a stream of tea flowed down his throat into his stomach. David looked at Luo Jinyu in astonishment, he was dying, and he was still in the mood to drink tea. I saw that after the tea entered his stomach, Luo Jinyu's breath began to grow rapidly. Seeing this, David instantly understood and punched Luo Jinyu. He can't let this Luo Jinyu return to the original, otherwise he will continue to fight. Seeing this, Luo Jinyu threw the teapot in his hand towards David. The teapot hovered in the air, spinning rapidly, and a stream of tea was thrown out from the teapot. The tea water instantly turned into a series of water arrows, with the power of heaven and earth, and shot towards David rapidly. There were more and more water arrows, and finally turned into a rain of arrows, directly covering David. I didn't expect it to be a magic weapon. David's body burst out with golden light, and the undamaged golden body activated instantly. The rain of arrows hit David, making a clanging sound. Although the power of each arrow rain is not very large, this kind of density-saturated attack still makes David a little unbearable. I saw that the scales on the body fell off, and the undamaged golden body was slowly disappearing. David hurriedly grabbed the dragon-slaying sword and vigorously swung out a vacuum, making it impossible for those arrows to fall on him at all. The dragon-slaying sword let go and started to spin automatically, blocking the rain of arrows for David, while David jumped up with all his might. David slapped Luo Jinyu's head with his palm, and instantly burst Luo Jinyu's head. Luo Jinyu's breath instantly wilted, and the whole person fell to the ground with a bang. Luo Jinyu was dead, and the teapot was not controlled, and it quickly fell to the ground. David reached out his hand, caught the teapot, looked at it twice, and put it in the storage ring. Chapter 13:12. When the Luo family saw this, they all fled in fright. And David caught up with the housekeeper of the Luo family with a quick walk. Where is Ningji? David asked the butler coldly. Don't kill me, don't kill me. The housekeeper trembled. Master Ning has been placed in the warehouse, I can take you there. David looked at the housekeeper so frightened, and let go of him. If you dare to play tricks, I will smash your head. Don't dare, don't dare. How dare the housekeeper dare to play tricks? Even Luo Jinyu is not David's opponent, let alone he. The housekeeper trembled and took David to the warehouse. At this moment, in the warehouse, Ningji looked at the piles of medicinal spar in the warehouse, and his eyes lit up. Look at your unpromising appearance. Although these things are many, they are not enough for you to reach the realm of Marquis. At this time, an old voice said in Ningji's mind. Then how do I get to the realm of Marquis Wu and kill that David? Ningji asked. You can only improve yourself as quickly as you absorb the strength of others. The old voice said slowly. You want me to practice the method of evil cultivation? Do you want me to be an evil practitioner? Ningji frowned slightly. Evil cultivator? What is wicked cultivator? This world is all about the strong prey on the weak. You sects and aristocratic families rob other people's resources, isn't it wicked cultivator? Now we respect strength. Do you think the masters you have seen have not absorbed the essence of others? In his mind, the old voice questioned unhappily. Ningji was silent, and then said, if I practice the method of evil cultivation, what kind of strength can you make me achieve? Can you kill that David? Ha ha ha. Are you joking with me? David is nothing. As long as you listen to me, I can let you set foot on the peak of martial arts. At that time, everyone in the entire martial arts world will bow their heads and become ministers. You don't have to be afraid of anything. The old voice laughed. Could it be that can't you make me reach the realm of martial saint? Ningji was short of breath and was very excited. You must know that Wu Sheng is more powerful than De Wu Ho. Ningji has not heard of Wu Sheng for a long time. As for the martial emperor above the legendary martial saint, the transformational realm. Those were all legends, he always thought they were legends. Your vision is too short-sighted, the path of martial arts is never-ending, and it can even reach the point of immortality. Just listen to my words. When I use your body to be reborn, I will make you stand at the pinnacle of the martial arts world. At that time, the entire martial arts world will be obedient. And my revenge can be avenged. The old voice became softer and softer, and finally disappeared from Ningji's mind. Ningji was slightly taken aback. Can I ask you a question? Who are you? Are you an evil cultivator? Ningji was very puzzled. Who was this black shadow living in his body? Xie Xiu. The old voice sounded, full of disdain. They are just my disciples and grandchildren. Ningji didn't say anything, but he could feel that this black shadow residing in his body was definitely not an ordinary guy. Chen, Mr. Chen, then Ningji is here. The butler pointed to the warehouse and said to David. David glanced at the warehouse, and his spiritual consciousness instantly spread out, and he immediately found Ningji in the warehouse. Seeing that the housekeeper did not lie, David said, Go away. The butler happily ran away. At this moment, Ningji was about to practice in the warehouse, and the old voice in his mind reminded him instantly, that David is here. Chapter 1313. Ningji was startled and was about to go out of the warehouse to have a look, but saw that the door of the warehouse was kicked open by David. David? You actually found here? Ningji looked at David in surprise. I said, if you flee to the ends of the earth, I will find you. David looked at Ningji coldly. What about Luo Jinyu? When you came to Luo's house, wouldn't anyone stop you? Ningji was a little surprised. Why didn't Luo Jinyu stop David? The reason why he came here is to use a knife to kill people and let Luo Jinyu kill David. But now that David appeared in front of him, and Luo Jinyu was nowhere to be seen, Ningji was very puzzled. He's gone to H3LL, you'll see him soon. David's eyes narrowed slightly, and his eyes were full of murderous intent. What? You killed Luo Jinyu as well? Ningji was a little surprised. He didn't expect Luo Jinyu to be killed by David so quickly, at least this is Mabe, Luo Jinyu's site. And he has also heard that Luo Jinyu is so clever. How could he be killed by David so easily? At this moment, Ningji looked at David with panic. He was thinking about how to escape, facing David without a trace of fighting spirit. David also saw that Ningji was timid and was about to run away, so he preempted him. He suddenly punched Ningji, and he couldn't let Ningji escape with the Qianquan circle. Ningji didn't expect David's sudden attack, which made Ningji panic all of a sudden. He is only a half-step Wuhou now, where is David's opponent? In a hurry, Ningji threw a punch, trying to block David. But it was useless. I saw Ningji's arm bending strangely in an instant. Immediately after being punched heavily in the chest, a blood hole with a fist laughing appeared in Ningji's chest. Ningji looked at his chest. The whole person was stupid. However, at this time, Ningji didn't feel any pain, which made him a little unbelievable. Waste thing, the strong fight against the strongest, the most fearful and timid, you now hand over your body to me, and I will deal with him. The old voice sounded in Ningji's mind. Ningji hadn't reacted yet, just felt dizzy and didn't know anything. At this moment, Ningji, who was standing in front of David, suddenly had a strange smile on his face. He, Ningji let out a weird laugh. This punch is really good, but it can't kill me at all. After speaking, Ningji's body began to change, and then the fist-sized wound healed visibly to the naked eye. Soon, Ningji's body recovered as before, the muscles on his body exuded a dark light, and the whole person seemed to have changed a body. David frowned, his eyes full of incredible. He could really feel at this moment that Ningji's body was constantly changing, and the changes were getting tougher. Moreover, the temperament and aura of Ningji's whole person have all changed, and it has become completely different. Who are you? David stared at Ningji's eyes and asked coldly. Of course I'm Ningji, haven't you always wanted to kill me? Then try it. The corners of Ningji's mouth were raised high, and his eyes were deep and terrifying. Although David didn't know what was going on, he had already sensed the danger. The golden light on his body began to flicker, the undamaged golden body activated, and pieces of golden scales covered David's body. Ha, the golden body is not bad. No matter what exercises you use to protect your body will never be better than mine, because mine is an immortal body. Ningji raised his head and laughed arrogantly. David didn't speak. In fact, he was also immortal. As long as nascent soul was not destroyed, he could slowly recover. Chapter 13-14. David stared at Ningji, and suddenly rushed towards Ningji again. When Ningji saw this, the black gold fist was directly printed on it. Boom! After a loud bang, the entire warehouse was instantly torn apart, and even the villa in the distance was instantly collapsed by this force. The smoke and dust were everywhere, covering the bodies of the two people. David's arms were trembling slightly, and his face was terrifyingly gloomy. Ningji is only a half-step marquis strength. It is impossible to have such strength, and it is even more impossible to stop his hard blow. But now, not only did Ningji block it, but David's arm also suffered a huge shock force. This person will definitely not be Ningji. David thought to himself, but the person in front of him wasn't Ningji, so who could it be? The smoke and dust slowly dissipated. David and Ningji were separated by 3 meters and looked at each other. Neither of them moved. The punch just now destroyed everything around them. You are a half-step marquis, but suddenly you have become so strong, and your physical body has become extremely powerful. Who are you? Or what kind of evil cultivation method are you using? David asked Ningji. If Ningji was in front of him, then Ningji must have used some technique to strengthen his strength in a short period of time. You don't need to know, you just need to know, you're going to die soon. Ningji looked at David coldly, and the aura on his body began to rise violently. In this breath, there is endless coercion, as if Ningji at this moment is the arrival of the king. I want to see who will die. David's eyes narrowed slightly, and the whole person turned into a huge golden fist, and smashed it towards Ningji fiercely. The two people are 3 meters apart, and this punch is almost in the blink of an eye. There was a burst of sound in the air, and the entire space seemed to be torn apart by David's punch, and the terrifying punch spread around. At first glance, David's hand seemed to be holding a dazzling sun, and the scorching air was rolling, covering Ningji. Seeing this, Ningji let out a low roar, and then his body made a popping sound, and then he punched him. Boom! The sky was falling apart again, the sky and the earth were dark, and the entire Luo family began to shake. Only this time, David and Ningji still did not move, and the strength of the two was indistinguishable. David was already in shock at this moment. He really did not expect that Ningji would have such strength. How could a half-step marquis, in just a few days, grow in strength so quickly? David can't understand, really can't understand. And at this moment, Ningji was also in a storm. He didn't expect David's strength to be so strong. Such a powerful strength, if you can absorb your skills, it will be twice the result with half the effort. Ningji's eyes narrowed slightly, and then he said gloomily. When David heard this, his face changed slightly. Are you a cultivator? David had never heard of Ning Zhihui's evil cultivation method, which is the same as absorbing the stars. It doesn't matter if it is an evil cultivator or not. In the current martial arts world, where is the distinction between good and evil? The Martial Arts Alliance is the leader of the sect, but so what? Does the Martial Arts Alliance have no evil cultivators? Ningji laughed. Hearing this in David's ears, he didn't have the slightest way to refute it. Because the Martial Dao Alliance does have evil cultivators, and there are many aristocratic sects, in order to quickly improve their strength, they secretly practice evil arts. What kind of evil cultivation is not evil? For many people, it is not important, they only value their own strength, just want to improve their own strength. Chapter 13-15. Whether you are an evil cultivator or not, you are going to die. David gritted his teeth. Really? Then try. After Ningji finished speaking, the black and gold color on the whole body began to skyrocket, and then a huge fist, like a shooting star, came towards David ruthlessly. Seeing this, David didn't dare to be careless at all. With a dazzling golden light all over his body, he directly greeted him. The two people collided in an instant, and the terrifying aura began to spread rapidly, and there was nothing in the radius of 100 meters. With this punch, David mobilized all the power of the dragon, and the golden dragon hovered on David's arm. After a punch was thrown, a dragon roar sounded. Ningji's consciousness was shaken by Long Yin, and there was a little doubt, while David slammed a fist on Ningji's fist. Click! Ningji's arm instantly bent down and his bones were broken. This time, Ningji's figure took a few steps backwards, and his face became a little ugly. That shadow was just a wisp of consciousness, not the body, so the shadow in Ningji's body couldn't bear it. As the breath on Ningji waned, Ningji's consciousness instantly regained his body. Looking at his broken arm, Ningji's forehead was full of cold sweat. At this moment, David felt that the breath of Ningji changed again. Ningji's eyes looked at David, and he began to have fear, as if another person had changed. No matter what tricks you play, you must die. David said, his body jumped up. This time, Ningji was terrified, and hurriedly roared. Black chi began to appear around his body. These black chi instantly formed a wall in Ningji's body, helping Ningji to resist David's attack. On the other hand, Ningji turned around and ran back. He had to escape as soon as possible. Otherwise, he would really die at the hands of David. But David's punch hit the barrier in front of Ningji, just like hitting a thin piece of glass, instantly shattering the barrier. Immediately afterwards, David's punch hit Ningji's body, and Ningji's body was knocked out. This punch almost shattered Ningji's entire body. Ningji roared. The person was still in the air. He suddenly threw out the universe circle, and a space-time black hole appeared in the air. Seeing this, David knew that Ningji was about to escape, and his figure disappeared in a flash, chasing towards Ningji. Soon, Ningji's body passed through the black hole, and just as the black hole was shrinking, David grabbed the universe circle. He didn't go after Ningji. The purpose of David's visit this time was the Qianquan circle in Ningji's hands. David was holding on to the Qianquan circle, and the universe circle was constantly shrinking, and David's entire arm entered the black hole. The violent space-time distortion caused David to suffer severe pain. However, David held on tightly and did not dare to let go. What? David's face flushed, and the spiritual power of his whole body was mobilized, followed by a roar. David ripped apart the space abruptly, and pulled the universe circle out of the black hole. David was holding the Chinquan circle, his arms were shaking constantly, and his arms were already bloody. David looked at the Chinquan circle in his hand, with mixed feelings in his heart. Sonia, wait for me, I will definitely rescue you, don't worry. David secretly swore in his heart. David came out of Luo's house, left Mabe directly, and went straight to Kyoto. As for where Ningxi escaped, David doesn't care anymore. His main thing now is to rescue Sonia and then his mother. This is David's top priority right now, the most important thing, but after breaking into the martial arts alliance, David realized that his strength still lacks a lot. Chapter 13:16. Tens of miles away, Ningxi was already exhausted and fell to the ground. At this moment, Ningxi was in pain all over his body, his bones were all broken, and he was able to escape here, thanks to the help of Chinquan Circle. But at this time, the Chinquan Circle disappeared, and he knew that it must have been snatched by David. David, I won't kill you, I swear I won't be human. Ningxi roared loudly. I only know how to scream, I have AF.art, let's improve my strength first. In his mind, the old voice said disdainfully. But how do I improve my strength, I have no resources. Ningxi also wanted to improve, but without the resources, how to improve his strength? Waste, didn't I say, absorb other people's skills and essence? The old voice reminded Ningxi in dissatisfaction. Ningxi's eyes shone with light, and he finally gritted his teeth. Okay, I will listen to you. After Ningxi finished speaking, he was instantly enveloped in black mist, and the broken bones were all reconnected. At this moment, a Wuzong happened to pass by, and Ningxi rushed up with a hungry tiger. After a while, Ningxi's eyes were scarlet, and he stood up with a contented face. But at this time, half of Ningxi's face was festering, and the blood on his face was blurred, which was very scary. Ningxi was very surprised to find his own change. Don't worry, this is a side effect, but soon your body will grow back. From now on, you can hunt other people's skills. The old voice said with satisfaction. Ningxi didn't say anything, but found a black dress to wear on his body, and his head was also covered with a black scarf. Since then, there has been another evil cultivator in the martial arts world who absorbs the power of others. Kyoto, the Martial Arts Alliance. Zhu Zhishan's face was ugly, this time he did not sit on the main seat, but sat on the side. There was no one when the Lord was sitting, but there was a voice coming from the direction where the Lord was sitting. Sitting on both sides of the hall are the high-level officials of the Martial Arts Alliance, each of them is very face-to-face, but each of them is in the realm of Marquis. It can be seen that Zhu Zhishan is not the leader of the alliance in the eyes of these people, and Zhu Zhishan is also very respectful to these people. Zhu Zhishan, you are the leader of the Martial Arts Alliance, but a young boy broke into the forbidden area of the alliance and killed several people. Do you know the crime? A voice seemed to come from the sky, and it seemed to come from the back of the Lord's seat. Just hearing this sound makes me shudder. Zhu Zhishan shivered all over, sweating coldly, and knelt on the ground with a thud. Damn the villain, please be merciful to the master. Zhu Zhishan trembled and was so frightened. A dignified martial arts alliance leader, a martial arts master, was actually scared like this at this moment. If anyone saw it, it would be a big joke. Are you sure you will kill that David? This son must not be kept. The man called Mighty asked. Yes, I will definitely be able to kill David, please rest assured. Zhu Zhishan vowed to say, but the conversation changed. It's just Mr. Shi's place. Humph. A cold snort sounded, and Zhu Zhishan's body seemed to be hit by a huge force in an instant. Immediately after, the body flew out and fell to the ground. Zhu Zhishan was startled, did not dare to hesitate at all, and immediately climbed back into the hull. Everyone was on pins and needles. They had never seen the face of this almighty, But this almighty snorted, leaving a Marquis without the power to fight back, showing how powerful this almighty is. Don't worry, I will definitely kill that David. Zhu Zhishan swore to guarantee it. After Zhu Zhishan finished speaking, the atmosphere in the entire hall suddenly relaxed, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief, proving that the great master had left. Chapter 13-17. Zhu Zhishan, you can do it yourself. If you can't handle this matter, we don't mind reappointing a martial arts alliance leader. Those high-level officials all gave a cold warning to Zhu Zhishan. After speaking, these people have already left the martial arts alliance in the blink of an eye. Looking at the empty hall, Zhu Zhishan clenched his teeth tightly and clenched his fists. David, it seems that you must die. A cold glow flashed in Zhu Zhishan's eyes. Law Enforcement Pavilion. Mr. Shi has recently started living in the Dharma Protector Pavilion. Mr. Shi's behavior made Zhao Waoqi know that the martial arts world in Kyoto is about to become unstable. Mr. Shi, recently various departments in Mabe came to report, and in several places in Mabe, it was found that there are people in black absorbing the essence of people everywhere. Some martial arts masters have not been spared, and now the entire Mabe martial arts world is panicking. Xing Jun, the captain of the law enforcement team, reported to Mr. Shi Hui with a solemn expression. Zhao Waoqi listened and couldn't help but stunned. Even a strong man like President Wu could be sucked into the essence, so this man in black is too powerful. Find out who did it. Mr. Shi asked Xing Jun. Xing Jun shook his head. No, this person's technique is completely different from those of the past evil cultivators. The martial arts world has not seen such a thing for many years. I didn't expect that there are still evil cultivators who dare to be so presumptuous. Xing Jun was very angry. The occurrence of such a bad incident is the negligence of their law enforcement team. Mr. Shi did not speak, but fell into silence. After a while, he slowly opened his mouth and said, "Notify the martial arts alliances in various places and strengthen their precautions. In the future, there will be more and more such things. After all, what should come is coming." Zhao Waoqi and Xing Jun looked at Mr. Shi, and they were a little surprised, because it didn't look like Mr. Shi's style at all. If there was such a bad incident in the past, Mr. Shi would definitely be very angry and take action himself. But this time, Mr. Shi doesn't seem to have any intention of making a move. But the two of them didn't dare to ask, and could only obey orders. Tsiwu Mountain, thousands of kilometers away from Kyoto. There is a Tsiwu sect on the mountain. Long Xiao's master, Master Ding Chan, is the host here, and at this moment Long Xiao is also in this sect. Long Xiao has not been down the mountain since his bones were broken by David 2 months ago and brought to the mountain by Master Ding Chan. At this time, Long Xiao was still lying on the bed, covered with gauze. It had been 2 months, and his body had not changed in the slightest. Master Ding Chan also tried his best, but it seems that the effect is not good. Not to mention making Long Xiao reach the realm of Marquis, now even making Long Xiao stand up is difficult. Master, when will I be able to stand up and when will I be able to stand up? Long Xiao roared, and after lying in bed for 2 months, he had already collapsed a little. Long Xiao, don't worry, Master is thinking of a way. Master Ding Chan could only comfort Long Xiao. Master, don't lie to me, will I never be able to stand up again? Will I never be able to take revenge on David? Long Xiao asked Master Ding Chan unwillingly. Master Ding Chan sighed. He didn't speak, but the expression on his face said everything. He exhausted all his methods, but he couldn't cure Long Xiao. He was in a dilemma now. How could he explain to Long Jinghua? Seeing Master Ding Chan's appearance, Long Xiao suddenly shouted hysterically, "Why? Why? God is unfair to me. I want to kill that David, I want him to have a taste of lying in bed, I want to kill him." Long Xiao was so excited that all the bandages on his body were broken, so Master Ding Chan hurriedly held Long Xiao down. Chapter 13-18. Long Xiao, please be quiet, it's not that you have no chance at all, it's just. Master Ding Chan hesitated. Master, is there anything you can do? Say it. Long Xiao seemed to see hope in his eyes. If you want to recover now, you must have evil spirits enter your body and let evil spirits restore your body. Master Ding Chan gritted his teeth and said. When Long Shao heard this, he instantly fell into confusion. He didn't understand what evil spirits were entering into the body, and he didn't understand what Master Ding Chan said. Master, what do you mean? As long as I can recover, I can do anything. Long Shao now just wants to recover his body and take revenge, no matter what kind of evil spirit he is. Long Shao, you have to think about it. If evil spirits enter your body, your whole person will be neither a ghost nor a ghost, and it may even devour your soul. Master Ding Chan followed Long Shao to talk about the dangers of evil spirits entering the body. Master, you can do anything, it's better than lying in bed all your life, I'm willing to. Long Shao shouted desperately. Master Ding Chan pondered for a moment, then gritted his teeth fiercely and said, Okay, as a teacher, I will fulfill you. After all, Master Ding Chan walked out of the room, but returned soon. But this time, I was holding a wooden fish in my hand, and the delicate wooden fish was covered with dust. Master Ding Chan gently wiped off the dust and fixed his eyes on the wooden fish in his hand. I hope my decision will not be wrong. After Master Ding Chan finished speaking, he saw words in his mouth, and a golden light shone out of the wooden fish. Seeing this situation, Long Shao immediately widened his eyes. In an instant, a black mist emanated from the wooden fish, and then the whole room was as cold as winter. I saw a black shadow floating in the air. Ha ha ha, I'm finally free. The black shadow laughed wildly. Long Shao was a little dumbfounded when he saw this scene. I let you out, I hope you can restore my apprentice's body. At this time, Master Ding Chan said lightly. He didn't seem to be surprised at all. He should have known for a long time that there was a dark shadow in this wooden fish. The black shadow glanced at Master Ding Chan, and then at Long Shao who was lying on the bed. It's a good seedling with talent, this body is exactly what I want. After he finished speaking, he saw Long Xiao's body that the black shadow penetrated instantly. Long Xiao's eyes were wide open, his face full of horror. He only felt dizzy for a while, and then there seemed to be other people's voices in his mind. Don't resist, or the old man will hurt your consciousness, and your body will be useless. In his mind, the black shadow warned Long Shao. Master Ding Chan also hurriedly said at the moment, Long Shao, since you chose it yourself, you have to accept it, don't be afraid, don't resist. Slowly, Long Shao settled down, and then a black mist wrapped Long Xiao's body in it. After a while, the black mist dissipated, Long Xiao's body became extremely bright, and his muscles became very firm. Long Shao looked at himself in surprise, and suddenly stood up from the bed, with terrifying rays of light flashing in his eyes. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, I really recovered. I want that David to die. Long Shao laughed wildly. Long Shao, your current strength needs more practice, otherwise it's not David's opponent. Master Ding Chan persuaded Long Shao. Really? Long Shao suddenly looked at Master Ding Chan sullenly, with a very strange smile on his face. Master Ding Chan frowned, and a bad premonition rose in his heart. But just when Master Ding Chan was about to step back, Long Shao suddenly shot and slapped Master Ding Chan on the head. In an instant, the power in Master Ding Chan's body began to be absorbed by Long Shao frantically. Chapter 1319. Kyoto. In the alley where the Martial Arts Alliance was once, David came here again. The last time, David was brought here by Ning Ji and met Sonia. This time, David brought the Qianquan Circle himself, and he wanted to find a way to rescue Sonia. With the space magic tool of Qianquan Circle, it should not be difficult to rescue Sonia. Looking around, David found that no one was paying attention. David took out the Qianquan Circle and penetrated deeply into the Qianquan Circle. Soon, the Qianquan Circle flashed a faint light, and then David threw the Qianquan Circle in the air. A black hole appeared in midair. David saw this, jumped up in a hurry, and jumped into the black hole. A burst of light flashed, and David instantly appeared in the dungeon of the Martial Arts Alliance. I saw that the rooms in the dungeon were locked by iron doors, and when I heard movement, people kept looking out from the iron doors. David didn't have time to observe the people in these dungeons, and ran desperately towards the cell at one end, where he knew that Sonia was imprisoned. When David ran to the cell where Sonia was being held, he found that Sonia was lying on the bed on her side, and the environment in the cell was not bad. But even if it is good, it is a prison cell, and there is no freedom and sunshine. "Sonia!" David called out softly. Sonia's tender body trembled, and she hurriedly got up and looked over. When she saw David, she was stunned, and tears flowed out instantly. Sonia ran to the door of the cell, stepped forward through the fence and grabbed David's hand tightly. "David, why are you here?" Sonia asked excitedly. "I'm here to rescue you, I don't want you to be locked here," David said hurriedly. Just when David was holding Sonia's hand tightly, he suddenly found that Sonia's arm was densely filled with needle eyes. This time, David was stunned, looking at Sonia's arm, his whole body trembled with extreme anger. He knew what the eyes of the needles represented. These guys from the Martial Arts Alliance kept Sonia in captivity as a tool for blood collection. Looking at Suya, tears flowed out of David's eyes instantly, his teeth rattled, he was remorse, regretting why he was incompetent and couldn't rescue Sonia earlier. Seeing David crying bitterly, Sonia hurriedly stretched out her hand and helped David to wipe her tears. "Men, why are you crying? I'm fine, eat well, live well, they dare not treat me like that." The more Sonia is like this, the more uncomfortable David's heart is. "Sonia, get out of the way, I'll save you now," David said to Sonia. He made Sonia step back, and then a golden light flashed on his hands, and all the power of the dragon was condensed in his hands. David grabbed the railing, and then suddenly tried to break the railing. David could have 10,000 genes of strength this time, but such a great strength did not cause any damage to the iron railing, and the railing was not deformed at all. Seeing this, David knew that the cell must have been used a technique, so he stretched out his hand and took out the dragon-slaying sword. The dragon-slaying sword was held in David's hand, making a buzzing sound. Immediately after a dragon roar, David slashed towards the cell with his sword. Clang! The huge roar almost burst the eardrums, and the whole dungeon was buzzing. The flames splashed, David's wrists were numb, but the cell still did not change in the slightest. "It's impossible, impossible." Seeing this, David roared, the blue veins on his neck bulged, and his eyes were scarlet. The power of the dragon in the whole body was mobilized, and the spiritual power in the Dantian poured out like a tide. Chapter 13:20. I will definitely rescue you. The dragon-slaying sword in David's hand was desperately slashing towards the cell. Clang clang clang. The sound is endless, and the entire dungeon seems to be collapsing. But even so, the cell remained unmoved. In a dark room in the deepest part of the dungeon, with no fingers, a man sat cross-legged on the ground and suddenly opened his eyes. Two faint green lights burst out from his eyes. With the corners of his mouth up, the man showed a smile, and then his eyes were closed again. David's whole body trembled suddenly, and he felt a very terrifying aura, but that aura was only fleeting. But David couldn't think about it, he had to rescue Sonia first. After more than a dozen swords, David's forehead was already covered in cold sweat, but there was still no sign of damage to the sturdy cell. "David, the prison cell of the Martial Arts Alliance must be very strong. If you can't open it, you should leave quickly. I believe someone will come soon. As long as you are safe outside, I'm relieved, I'm fine here, don't worry," Sonia persuaded David loudly. But at this time, David was already anxious, and he wanted to rescue Sonia at all. David Huang glared, biting the tip of his tongue fiercely, and then the blood from the tip of the tongue instantly sprayed onto Zhenlongjian. The dragon-slaying sword began to vibrate violently, and a dragon roar sounded. "David, are you crazy?" Seeing this, Sonia shouted loudly to David. At this moment, David was crazy enough to burn his own blood essence. You must know that burning blood essence will cause great damage to the body. If it is serious, the whole person will be ruined. But now David, how can he still hear it? The whole person is like a mad beast, desperately charging the cell. David didn't know how many cuts he had cut, and the tiger's mouth was shaken to the point of bleeding. How did that happen? David sat paralyzed on the ground, his face full of despair. He exhausted all his tricks, but he couldn't open the cell and rescue Sonia. It seems that this martial arts alliance is really not easy. David looked at Sonia helplessly. The two were close at hand, but he was powerless. Sonia looked at David's tiger mouth dripping with blood, and the whole person was so distressed that she hurriedly pulled off the silk scarf and wrapped it up for David. David looked at Sonia with tears in his eyes. "Sonia, don't worry, I will kill everyone in the martial arts alliance, and I will make them pay the price of blood." A cold light flashed in David's eyes, and his murderous aura continued to permeate. At this moment, David's hatred for the martial arts alliance had reached its peak. "Don't worry about me, they won't treat me like that. You must take care of yourself. You should leave quickly. If you don't leave, it will be too late." After Sonia wrapped up David, she persuaded David. David held Sonia's hand tightly and didn't let go at all. He didn't want to leave, and was reluctant to leave. After leaving, "I don't know when I can see Sonia." He originally thought that when he reached Marquis Wu, he could rescue Sonia, but now it seems that he is too naive. Rumbling. At this moment, a rumbling sound came, followed by several powerful breaths coming towards this side. David knew that it was the people from the martial arts alliance who came. Sonia pushed David away desperately. "David, hurry up, as long as you protect yourself, I have hope, do you remember?" David looked at Sonia. He didn't want to leave, he didn't want to see Sonia stay here by herself. "David, if you don't leave, I'll just pretend to be dead here, so that you never have to worry about me." Sonia knew that if David didn't leave, he might not be able to leave, so she threatened David. Chapter 13:21. Sonia. David looked at Sonia painfully. At this moment there was a great contradiction. "Go, go, go." Sonia's voice roared with pleading. Seeing that several breaths were getting closer, David gritted his teeth and glanced at Sonia. "Sonia, don't worry, I will definitely come back." After David finished speaking, as soon as the Chinquan circle in his hand was lost, a black hole appeared in an instant, and David drilled into it. Immediately after the black hole disappeared, so did David. Seeing this, Sonia let out a long breath. Just as David had just left, Zhu Zhishan arrived with someone. Feeling the fluctuation of the breath still in the air, Zhu Zhishan's face became very ugly. "Humph, let this kid escape, let me see him, and he will die." After Zhu Zhishan finished speaking, he then looked at Sonia. "Just stay with me, you can never escape from here." Sonia gave Zhu Zhishan a cold look and didn't speak, but she knew in her heart that David would definitely save her and destroy the martial arts alliance. She knows David too well. David's temperament is like this. "If people don't offend me, I won't offend others. If anyone offends me, I will kill his whole family." At this moment, David was quietly standing in the alley on the side of the martial arts alliance, unwilling to leave for a long time. It was not until he heard the movement that David left in a hurry. After David left, Zhu Zhishan also chased after him. "Leader, that David just left, he should have used the space magic weapon to enter the dungeon." After some investigation, he said to Zhu Zhishan, "Send someone immediately to strengthen the defense of the dungeon, so that no space instruments can enter." Zhu Zhishan's face was gloomy. As ordered. The man immediately went to set up. Zhu Zhishan returned to the hall of the martial arts alliance, his face always gloomy. At this moment, his heart is very heavy, and he can speak, which proves that his time is running out. On Zhu Zhishan's table, there is a thick stack of documents, with hundreds of pages, which are full of David's most detailed information. The previous Zhu Zhishan didn't take David seriously, so he didn't pay attention to investigate him. But now it's different, he needs to know what kind of person David is. While Zhu Zhishan was looking at David's information, a series of sectarians came in. These people were all sent by Zhu Zhishan, including Long Jinghua. Zhu Zhishan has no other intention to call these out, but to join forces to get rid of David, the sooner the better. After everyone sat down, Zhu Zhishan said directly, "Everyone, I brought you here this time, for no other purpose, just to discuss how to get rid of David. This guy is like a loach, catch the capital can't catch it. In addition, here is David's most detailed information, you all have a look." Zhu Zhishan waved his hand, and immediately someone distributed David's information. Everyone looked at it in detail, only Long Jinghua casually flipped through it. Because of David's information, he had already investigated it many times. More than 10 minutes later, someone took David's information and said with great doubt, "I wish the leader, this David's life is too strange. I didn't expect that he has always been a plain and ordinary person. Why did he suddenly come out of prison? It's like a different person." Yes, I also found out that this guy has broken through to Marquis Wu in just a few months. Isn't that incredible? Someone followed along. This is like riding a rocket. Even if you are riding a rocket, your strength can't improve so fast. It's too strange. There must be a secret about this David. It's too monstrous, even the most talented person in the martial arts world can't progress so fast. Will this David be guided by an expert? Everyone was talking about it. Chapter 1322. Zhu Zhishan watched everyone's reaction quietly, and then set his eyes on Long Jinghua. "Long family master, what do you think of this matter? Your Long family also had a festival with that David. I believe you have already studied him, right?" Zhu Zhishan asked Long Jinghua. "I wish the alliance leader, this David has suddenly become so strong. Have you ever thought that the current David may not be the previous David? The information in our hands is all from David in the past, and now David may be a different person," Long Jinghua said mysteriously. Hearing what Long Jinghua said, everyone was stunned, and even Zhu Zhishan frowned slightly. Seeing everyone's reaction, Long Jinghua breathed a sigh of relief. Of course he knew what happened to David, but he couldn't let others know that this was the secret of their Long family. He has to rely on this secret to rule the entire Kyoto martial arts world. "Patriarch Long, what do you mean? Is this David possessed by an evil spirit, and the David I see now is just a body?" Someone asked suspiciously. "Impossible. If an evil spirit entered the body, and Mr. Shi had been in contact with David many times, how could he not have noticed it?" Zhu Zhishan immediately began to retort. "This David seems to be able to use evil power to absorb the power of other people's bodies, so it seems that it is really possible that evil spirits are possessed." Someone spoke again. "Okay, stop discussing this issue. I will find a way to verify whether David is possessed by an evil spirit. I'm looking for you to work together and find a way to kill David as soon as possible. This guy is alive, sooner or later, it will be the scourge of our martial arts world," Zhu Zhishan said solemnly to the people of the sect family. "I wish the alliance leader, didn't you already send someone to kill that David? Did those people miss it?" Long Jinghua asked. When Zhu Zhishan heard it, his face was full of anger. He didn't expect those puppet corpses to be waste. "Don't mention it, whoever kills David this time will be rewarded heavily by the Martial Arts Alliance. I will give him half of next year's trial resources. Zhu Zhishan is bleeding profusely, but there is no way out. Zhu Zhishan's time is running out, and these people can only be moved by promising high interests." Sure enough, after hearing Zhu Zhishan's promise, everyone was moved. Only Long Jinghua remained silent, and there was no change in his expression. After explaining a few words, the meeting was over, and as soon as everyone left, Zhu Zhishan whispered a few words in the ear of a member of the Martial Arts Alliance. After the member of the Martial Arts Alliance left, he returned after a short time, and brought two people, a man and a woman, who were pale and frosty. The man was wearing a thin suit with a very straight body, while the woman was wearing a tight leather jacket and trousers with half of her hair covering her face. Zhu Zhishan waved his hand and asked the Martial Dao Alliance member to leave, then got up and said, "You two, please sit down. I wish the leader, don't be polite to us. If you have any orders, just say it. You have the token in hand, and we should obey your orders," said the man in the suit. "Okay, then I'll order you to find David and find out if David is possessed by an evil spirit. If possible, destroy the evil spirit in his body," Zhu Zhishan said to the two. "The strength of the two of us can't deal with that David. If he is really possessed by evil spirits, we have no ability to destroy the evil spirits in his body. You have the token in hand, and we obey your orders, but it doesn't mean that the two of us can go to die in vain." The woman opened her mouth, and as soon as she spoke, Zhu Zishan was stunned. Chapter 13:23. After Zhu Zishan heard this, his face was ashen with anger, and he snorted coldly, "Your blood corpse religion is really trash, the 7 puppet corpses are fools, and the 2 of you are so incompetent." "What did you say?" The man and the woman's faces became even more gloomy, and the huge mental power radiated from the 2 of them. The 2 of them belonged to the Blood Corpse sect, and Qi Fian Xingjuan was their leader. Their Blood Corpse sect mainly focused on refining corpses, so they needed a lot of mental power to control the puppet corpse. "I wish the leader, since this is the case, then we will leave. If you say it, I will tell our leader." After the man finished speaking, he turned to leave. "Wait a minute," Zhu Zishan hurriedly stopped the 2 of them. "Well, you just need to check whether David is possessed by an evil spirit, and you don't need to worry about other things." Zhu Zishan knew that although he had a token in his hand, no one from these cults really listened to him. Just as Zhu Zishan finished speaking, the man and woman turned around and left. Looking at the backs of the 2, there was a vicious look in Zhu Zishan's eyes. David walks the streets of Kyoto. Although Sonia could not be rescued, David did not leave. He knew that the Martial Arts Alliance was definitely looking for him. The reason why David blatantly wandered the streets was to lure people from the Martial Arts Alliance. Although David's strength is not enough to compete with the entire Martial Arts Alliance, but when David encounters the masters of the Martial Arts Alliance, there is no problem in protecting himself. In particular, David still has the Qianquan circle in his hand, and even if he loses, he can easily escape. So David thought about attracting the people from the Martial Arts Alliance. If he could fight, he would kill him. If he lost, he would run away. Sonyaford in the Martial Arts Alliance, he will never make the Martial Arts Alliance any better. Just as David was walking aimlessly, suddenly 2 breaths were directly felt by David. However, these 2 auras do not seem to be strong, and they can only be regarded as the strength of Wuzong's initial stage. Could it be that the Martial Arts Alliance will send someone with such strength to kill me? David was a little surprised. In the early days of Wuzong, David could kill several people with a single slap. However, David did not move, but walked towards the sparsely populated place. The 2 breaths were getting closer and closer, and David wanted to send out his divine sense to investigate, but the divine sense had just been released, but was instantly blocked back. David was shocked, and the steps under his feet stopped instantly. Later, David only felt a confusion in his head, and the whole person was groggy as if he had been drinking too much. At this moment, there seemed to be countless invisible big hands around, imprisoning David, making David unable to move. David struggled twice, but found it useless. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't break free. David frowned, but suddenly his mind became clear, and he seemed to understand. The restraint just now was just what David imagined in his mind, a signal sent to his body. There was nothing to restrain David's body at all. This means that someone is using powerful mental power to invade David's brain and control David's thoughts. However, David's mental power is also very strong, and there is still a heart-clearing mantra, so his mind is just confused, and he soon wakes up. It's just that David didn't appear sober, and was still struggling, as if he was still trapped in it. At this time, a man and a woman walked in front of David, but they were more than 10 meters away from David, and they did not dare to approach David. Looking at the 2 people who suddenly appeared, David immediately saw that these 2 people had been following him all the time, and judging by their breath, they were just the strength of Wuzong's initial stage. Chapter 13:24. However, the strength of Wuzong's early stage had such a powerful mental power, which shows that the manipulation of these 2 people's techniques must be very powerful. "Who are you?" David frowned, pretending to be in pain, and asked the 2 of them. It's just that the 2 of them looked frosty, and neither of them answered David's question. I saw that the woman slowly raised her hand, and then a huge divine consciousness enveloped David, directly intruding into David's mind, as if searching for something. After a while, the woman frowned, looked at the man beside her, and shook her head slightly. The man nodded, then the 2 turned around and left. Neither of the 2 did anything to David, and they didn't even say a word to David. This time, David was confused. He wanted to stop the two and ask them what was going on. David pointed his toes, the whole person jumped up, and fell steadily in front of the two people. This time, the two people were terrified. They thought that David was under control, but they didn't want David to appear in front of them. Seeing that David stopped them, the woman hurriedly exuded mental power, trying to regain control of David's mind. But a woman? As soon as the mental power entered David's mind, it was instantly cut off by a golden light. What? The woman screamed, her body retreated again and again, and the man's face changed greatly, and he hurriedly stepped forward to support the woman. The woman frowned at this moment, and her eyes showed horror. How can your spiritual power be so strong? Is yours too weak? David smiled coldly. After the woman heard it, a sullen look appeared on her face instantly. Her strength was not strong. Others could say her, but she couldn't say that her mental strength was too weak. You must know that their Blood Corpse sect is famous in the martial arts world for its spiritual power. Senior brother, let's go together, the woman said to the man. The man nodded, and then the two said something in their mouths, and waves of huge mental power were attacking David's mind. At this moment, David seemed to be in chaos. Even though his body was strong, his physical strength did not have the slightest effect on his mental power. When the two saw David being attacked by their spiritual power, their expressions changed, their eyes were blank, and they couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. But just when the two wanted to take the opportunity to escape, they saw a golden light flashing in David's mind, followed by a Qingming that repelled the two people's mental power. David recited the Qingxin mantra, and a peaceful and incomparable spiritual force began to cover the bodies of the man and the woman. The expressions of the two people changed greatly, and they desperately radiated mental power to resist, and then their bodies quickly retreated. Both of them are practicing evil arts, and this heart-clearing mantra is specifically aimed at evil arts, making people purify their hearts with few desires, and prevent them from going crazy. Stop thinking. The woman struggled desperately and seemed to be in great pain. David, hurry up and let us go, or let our sect master know, you will die ugly. The man threatened David. Sect master? Aren't you from the Martial Arts Alliance? David put away the Qingxin mantra and asked the man. The man's forehead was already full of cold sweat, and the whole person seemed to be bitten by thousands of insects and ants. We are members of the Blood Corpse religion, and our leader is the Seven Fiend Xingjuan. If you dare to kill us, it will be an enemy of the Blood Corpse religion. Our leader will never let you go. The woman threatened David loudly. She knew that if the mental power could not control David, then the two of them would have no power to fight back in front of David. How did two Wuzongs deal with a Wuhou in the early days? Chapter 13:25. So they can only move out their leader to threaten David, so that David does not dare to attack them. The man beside him changed his face, looking at the woman beside him angrily. Zhu Zhishan borrowed 7 puppet corpses from their Blood Corpse sect, just to kill David, but David killed him instead. At this time, when the women spoke out about their sect, wouldn't it annoy David even more? Then the two of them had no hope of surviving. 7 evil stars. When David heard the name, his body instantly exuded a strong killing intent. That puppet corpse is controlled by your Blood Corpse sect? The man felt the strong killing intent on David and knew that something bad was going to happen. But the woman didn't seem to understand that the catastrophe was coming, and nodded, yes, no one can refine and control the puppet corpse except our Blood Corpse sect. The woman was still complacent, but the man on the side had already turned ashes. If that's the case, then the two of you will die without resentment. Since your Blood Corpse sect claims to have the strongest mental power, then I will kill you with mental power. After David finished speaking, the spiritual power instantly radiated from his mind. The woman wanted to say something, but she felt a splitting headache, and then her whole head exploded instantly. The man on the side did not escape the fate of being headshot. I don't know whether to live or die. David looked at the two corpses and snorted coldly. Just when David was about to leave, suddenly several figures came quickly and stopped in front of David. David looked closely and found that it was Xing Jun from the law enforcement team who brought someone here. Several members of the law enforcement team began to clean up the two bodies, while Xing Jun took out a cigarette and threw it to David. Xing Jun lit the cigarette for David, then took a breath and said, "I don't know how many people want to kill you now, but you still dare to hang out on the streets of Kyoto. It's a blessing, not a disaster, it's a disaster that can't be avoided." David smiled slightly. "Captain Xing, why did you suddenly appear? Where there is evil cultivator, there is me. These two guys are from the Blood Corpse sect. As soon as they enter the capital, I will send someone to follow them." Xing Jun pointed to the two corpses and said, "I'm a little puzzled now. I have nothing to do with the Blood Corpse sect. Why do they want to kill me over and over again?" David couldn't understand why the Blood Corpse sect wanted to kill him. Xing Jun looked at David like that, grinned and said, "You have no grievances or enmity with Tian Shaman, but the master of Tian Shaman, Zhang Qing, wants to kill you. Why do you say?" "Of course they were ordered by others. These people are just pawns, and there will be more and more such pawns in the future." Xing Jun followed David to explain, while David frowned slightly. Could it be that the Martial Arts Alliance is all instructed? How can the Martial Arts Alliance be associated with so many evil cultivators? The Martial Arts Alliance was an organization spontaneously formed by aristocratic families in the martial arts world in various places. At that time, evil cultivators were rampant, and it was also to better deal with those evil cultivators. In recent years, all the evil cultivators have been hidden, and the Martial Arts Alliance has become the largest private organization in the martial arts world. But the Martial Arts Alliance has a relationship with the evil cultivator, and even cooperates, which makes David a little puzzled. When he entered the Martial Arts Alliance, he felt very strange when he met the four evil cultivators. In the current martial arts world, there is no distinction between good and evil, so the martial arts world needs a big chaos. As long as the water in the martial arts world is muddy, there will be big fish. And the sediment and water will gradually separate over time, which is a process that must be experienced. Xing Jun followed David, but what he said was also what Mr. Shi said. Xing Jun himself did not have such a vision. Chapter 13:26. After Xing Jun finished speaking, David looked at him with his eyes slightly condensed. "So, I am the one who messed up the martial arts world in Kyoto, right? After all, the Kyoto martial arts world has experienced many years, and the division of power has been clearly defined. No matter which sect family, they check and balance each other, and no one dares to jump out and face the entire martial arts world, and they are all secretly developing." But the appearance of David broke this balance and directly turned the world of martial arts in Kyoto upside down. At this time, David wanted to understand why Mr. Shi would support him everywhere. Xing Jun looked at David and smiled, but didn't say anything. After the two corpses were balanced, Xing Jun threw the cigarette butt in his hand to the ground. "Mr. Shi asked me to tell you that tomorrow he will convene a meeting of the sect family in the entire Kyoto martial arts world, and Mr. Shi asked you to participate." Xing Jun said to David. "I'm participating too. Doesn't Mr. Shi know that those people want my life?" David asked in confusion. "This is what Mr. Shi meant, anyway, I told you." After Xing Jun finished speaking, he turned around and left. David looked helpless. He didn't like this kind of puppet-like domination. "Don't you like muddy water? Then I'm going to work harder to make the water in the martial arts world even more muddy." David's eyes shone brightly, and then he turned around and left. Martial Arts Alliance. Until it got dark, Zhu Zhishan didn't wait for the news he wanted to know. "Damn, what the H3LL is the Blood Corpse religion?" Zhu Zhishan slapped the table fiercely and cursed. Seeing that I might not be able to get news today, Zhu Zhishan got up and prepared to rest. At this time, a person from the Martial Arts Alliance came in a hurry and handed over an invitation to Zhu Zhishan. Zhu Zhishan was stunned. Who sent it at this time? Did anyone send invitations at night? "Leader, it was sent by the Protector Pavilion," the Martial Arts Alliance member said. As soon as he heard that it was sent by the Hufa Pavilion, Zhu Zhishan hurriedly picked it up. He knew that Mr. Shi must have something to do. "When I opened the invitation, I found that it turned out that all the sect families in the Martial Arts Alliance would go to the Dharma Protector Pavilion to attend the meeting tomorrow." This time, Zhu Zhishan's face is full of doubts. For so many years, he had never seen Mr. Shi so anxious for a meeting. Send invitations at night, and there will be a meeting tomorrow. Is it because of David? Zhu Zhishan frowned slightly, with a lot of things on his mind. At the same time, all the aristocratic sects in the Kyoto martial arts world received the invitation from Mr. Shi at the same time. This night, the martial arts world was a little chaotic, and they all speculated about Mr. Shi's intentions. Zhu Zhishan didn't sleep all night, and gathered all the other sect families in the martial arts alliance. Everyone analyzed what Mr. Shi meant. Later, after inquiring, I found out that Mr. Shi suddenly held a meeting, because there are always people in the martial arts world who have been absorbed the essence and died recently, and the evil cultivator has great signs of recovery, so the meeting was held. There is no relationship with David at all, and it is not because of David's meeting that Zhu Zhishan's heart is calm. And Zhu Zhishan heard that David was also invited to participate in the memory, which made him a little excited. At that time, he set up a net around the neighborhood. As long as David went to participate, when he came out, he would directly capture or kill David. Now Zhu Zhishan is a little anxious, so he no longer considers Mr. Shi. He attacked first and killed David directly. Even if Mr. Shi punished him, he would not kill him. But if he didn't kill David, he wouldn't be able to keep his position as the leader of the alliance, or he might lose his life. After weighing the pros and cons, Zhu Zhishan still had to kill David as soon as possible, so that he could save his life. Chapter 1327. The next day. All the people from various sects and families in the Kyoto martial arts world gathered in the Dharma Protector Pavilion. For these people, this meeting is obviously different from the past. Never before had so many people participated in a meeting at the same time. You must know that there are hundreds of aristocratic families in the martial arts world of Kyoto. And among them, the Martial Arts Alliance stands at nearly 1/3 of the number, and not all Zongmen families have joined the Martial Arts Alliance. I wonder if Mr. Shi suddenly called us all together. Is there something going on? I heard that people in black have appeared recently. It may be a resurgence of evil cultivators. It seems that a bloody storm cannot be avoided. Now the world of martial arts is scattered. If the evil cultivator resurfaces, I am afraid it will be difficult to resist. Everyone was talking and chatting with each other looking for their acquaintances. At the entrance of the Protectorate Pavilion, Dong Likun and Dong Jiahao were looking out, as if they were waiting for someone. Gate Master Zhao, is Mr. Chen really invited too? Dong Likun asked Zhao Wuji. After all, David is a person, and he has not announced that he has established a sect, nor has he even registered. Therefore, individuals are generally not invited to such conferences. Of course, Mr. Shi himself spoke. Besides, isn't your Dong family following Mr. Chen's lead now? Zhao Wuji smiled slightly. Yes, my Dong family follows Mr. Chen's lead, and Mr. Chen can make any decision on behalf of my Dong family. Dong Likun nodded quickly and said. Soon, David's figure appeared at the door, and Dong Likun and Dong Jiahao hurriedly greeted him. Seeing that David actually came to participate in such a meeting, many people all looked at him. Leader, then David is here. Someone whispered in Zhu Zhishan's ear. Are you all ready? Zhu Zhishan looked at David who walked in at the door, and then asked in a low voice. The man nodded, everything is ready, as soon as David leaves, he will surely die. Zhu Zhishan had already set a net for David. Although he did not dare to take action at the meeting of the Protector Pavilion, there was no way for David to escape when he got out of here. David looked around and found that there were quite a lot of people, many of whom David did not know. However, these people were terrified of David. During this period of time, David's name, almost no one in the entire Kyoto martial arts world did not know. David, this is a meeting attended by various sects and aristocratic families in our Kyoto martial arts world. What qualifications do you have to attend? Do you have an invitation? At this moment, a person suddenly stood up and questioned David. This person is also a sect in the Martial Arts Alliance, so he directly gave David a dismount. The reason for this is nothing more than expressing himself in front of Zhu Zhishan. As soon as these words came out, many people looked at David, and many people pointed at David. David did not have an invitation, he just informed him verbally from Xingjun. At this time, Xiao Waoqi hurriedly wanted to explain, but he didn't want Dong Likun to take a step forward. Mr. Chen is here to participate on behalf of my Dong family, can't you? Our Dong family will be Mr. Chen's pawn in the future. Whoever is not convinced can go out and practice. Practice. I think you are tired of living. Believe it or not, after you go out, I will let your sect disappear directly from the Kyoto martial arts world. Dong Likun looked at the thorny guy with fierce eyes. The Dong family can stand alone, and no one dares to bully if they do not join the martial arts alliance. It must have its own strength, but it is not comparable to ordinary sect families. Dong Likun's words instantly made the sect master slumped, his face became ugly, not to mention how embarrassing his expression was. Chapter 1328. If the Dong family really wanted to destroy him, it would be as easy as the palm of your hand. I'm just asking, since that's the case, then it's fine. The sect master sat back in fright. This time, there was a sneering sound around. This guy is a member of the Martial Arts Alliance. Now he is being reprimanded by Dong Likun like a dog, which is equivalent to hitting the face of the Martial Arts Alliance, which makes Zhu Zishan a little unable to sit still. Patriarch Dong, we are here for a meeting today, not to be pretentious. If you want to compare, my Martial Arts Alliance is not afraid of your Dong family. Don't think that you have annexed the resources of the Ning family, which is amazing. Zhu Zishan said to Dong Likun with a cold face. If you're not convinced, then try it. I'm afraid your martial arts alliance will fail. Dong Likun is not afraid at all. Zhu Zishan was also aroused for a while, and stood up suddenly, and the scene was full of gunpowder for a while. Everyone, this is the venue. If you dare to make trouble here, Mr. Shi will see how you explain. Seeing this, Xiao Waoqi hurriedly said. Upon hearing that Mr. Shi was mentioned, Zhu Zishan sat back, while Dong Likun pulled out a chair. Mr. Chen, please sit down. David was not polite and sat down directly, while Dong Likun was standing behind David. This time, everyone could see that the Dong family was completely on David's side and became David's younger brother. This scene made Zhu Zishan's face more and more ugly. He was originally a net of heaven and earth for David, so if the Dong family is added now, I don't know what the result will be. Everyone was sitting in the hall, no one was talking, but David looked at Zhu Zishan coldly, his eyes were full of killing intent. Sonia is still suffering in the martial arts alliance, he must find an opportunity to kill this old boy. However, Zhu Zishan didn't even look at David, he closed his eyes slightly, looking a little leisurely and contented. The atmosphere in the entire hall was terrifyingly quiet. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, Mr. Shi still hasn't come, which makes it a little unsettled. Some people started talking in a low voice. Another 10 minutes have passed, and for half an hour, Mr. Shi is still nowhere to be seen. This time, there are more people talking, and the voices are getting louder and louder. Mr. Shi, what does this mean? Why haven't you come yet? I have something to do at home, it's never been like this before. Mr. Shi is usually punctual, what's the matter today? Some people began to be a little dissatisfied, but they were only complaining in a low voice. David saw that Mr. Shi had not appeared yet, and the corner of his mouth was slightly raised. He seemed to understand what Mr. Shi wanted. Okay, don't talk anymore, Mr. Shi will have to wait if he doesn't come. At this time, David said loudly. David's voice fell, and everyone looked at him. David, you are really a good dog of Mr. Shi. No wonder Mr. Shi is so protective of you. At this time, a noble family patriarch in the Martial Arts Alliance snorted coldly. He was trying to find fault on purpose. Anyway, when David went out here, they all wanted to get rid of David. Moreover, Zhu Zishan also promised that whoever gets rid of David will get half of the resources for next year's trial. Ha ha ha, it's a good dog. The crowd laughed. David, don't think that you are amazing, do you feel that if you kill Ning Dahai, you will be invincible in Kyoto? We have so many sects and families, and we have been in peace with each other. Since you jumped out, you have made the world of Kyoto martial arts jump. If Mr. Shi hadn't kept you behind his back, do you think you would still be alive now? Seeing this, the patriarch of the aristocratic family sneered at David again. David glanced at the guy coldly, and then said, "You are worthy of killing me just because you are such rubbish?" Chapter 13:29. When the patriarch of the aristocratic family heard this, his face sank. "David, I can't kill you by myself, but we have dozens of aristocratic families here. If we want to join forces to kill you, wouldn't it be easy?" The patriarch of this noble family dared to speak to David like this because he had Zhu Zishan as his backer and many members of the martial arts alliance. "Humph, a bunch of rabble. If I kill you, who dares to stop you?" David snorted coldly, suddenly stretched out his hand and patted it out. David's palm was very sudden, and no one expected that if David dared to act on such an occasion, everyone else was just playing tricks. If you want to do it, you have to do it after you go out. If you dare to do it at the venue, isn't that courting death? But David just did it, slapped the head of the famous patriarch with a palm, and slapped his head directly, blood splashed, and the bloody aura instantly filled the entire hall. This time, the entire hall fell into dead silence. Everyone looked at David in shock, even Dong Likun was no exception. Who else dares to beep? My fist doesn't recognize people. David looked at everyone coldly and said. This time, everyone closed their mouths, and no one wanted to provoke the evil star David. And Zhu Zishan's old face was flushed with anger, and the murderous aura on his body instantly permeated, and the members of the martial arts alliance also showed murderous aura. David was under the murderous aura of these people, his face did not change and his heart did not beat, and he did not have the slightest fear. David's eyes fell on Long Jinghua. From the beginning to the end, Long Jinghua did not show any murderous intent, but just watched David with the corner of his eye. As for David's uncle, his eyes were full of hatred. He wished he would rush up now, kill Long Jinghua and rescue his mother. Long Jinghua felt the chill on David's body, and turned his head slowly, looking directly at David without any expression on his face. David put his hands on the table, leaned forward slightly, and brought his entire face close to Long Jinghua. Patriarch Long, I hope you can take good care of your health. I will visit your Long family sooner or later. David's eyes were slightly condensed, obsidian-like eyes, exuding a cold and fierce light, giving people an infinite sense of oppression. Long Jinghua smiled slightly, then I'm very welcome, maybe someone in our Long family wants to see you. After David heard this, his face became even more gloomy. You wait, I will definitely do it. Everyone didn't understand what David and Long Jinghua were talking about, but when David just shot to kill, the martial arts alliance would definitely not let it go. David, you dare to kill people directly in such a venue. Do you feel that Mr. Shi is backing you, so you can do whatever you want? The murderous aura of Zhu Zishan rose up, clenched his teeth tightly, and clenched his fists with both hands, wishing he could immediately attack David. If you're not convinced, you can make a gesture with me. What's the difference between killing someone at the venue and killing someone out of here? Didn't you also set up a net outside, waiting for me to get in? David looked at Zhu Zishan coldly and said arrogantly. Zhu Zishan was instantly speechless when asked by David. He did set up a net outside, waiting to kill David, but how would David know? Okay, since you said that, then I will wait for Mr. Shi to come and give me justice to the martial arts alliance. After Zhu Zishan finished speaking, he did not speak, but waited for Mr. Shi to arrive. Mr. Chen, you murdered at the venue, I'm afraid Mr. Shi is here, you can't explain it. Dong Likun was on David and whispered to David. Don't worry, how do you know that this is not what Mr. Shi wants me to kill? The corner of David's mouth slightly raised. Chapter 1330. This time, Dong Likun was stunned when he said that Mr. Shi didn't come. How could it be that Mr. Shi instructed David to do it? Did he explain it to David in advance? But it doesn't make sense. On such an important occasion, David committed murder, wouldn't that mean he looked down on Mr. Shi? How could Mr. Shi let David do this? Dong Likun didn't understand, and he didn't think about it anymore. He only needed to follow David closely. What David said. She did what she was doing. Another 10 minutes later, Mr. Shi is important, followed by Xing Jun. As soon as he entered the hall, Mr. Shi smelled a thick smell of blood, as well as untreated corpses on the ground. Mr. Shi frowned slightly, but didn't say anything, but went straight to the main seat and sat down. When Xing Jun saw the corpse on the ground, he was the first to speak. "What's going on?" When Xing Jun asked questions, Zhu Zhishan said quickly, "Captain Xing, this man was killed by David. Now the body is here. I hope Mr. Shi can give an explanation. This is the Guardian Pavilion. This is a meeting called by Mr. Shi. David committed murder on such an occasion. Did he not take Mr. Shi seriously?" Zhu Zhishan is adding fuel to the vinegar, and he wants to see how Mr. Shi handles it. But who knows that Mr. Shi didn't say anything, but waved his hand, "Dispose of the body, start the meeting." Xing Jun nodded, and immediately ordered someone to dispose of the body. This time, he was a little confused, and Zhu Zhishan frowned. Murdering on such an occasion, Mr. Shi didn't even ask. This is too shielding for David. Mr. Shi, could it be? Zhu Zhishan looked at Mr. Shi in confusion and wanted to ask Mr. Shi how to deal with it. But before the words were finished, Mr. Shi's eyes instantly turned to him, with majesty in his eyes, so frightened that Zhu Zhishan closed his mouth instantly. "I said, start the meeting, and other things will be dealt with later. If anyone is not convinced, they can leave now." Mr. Shi's tone was very light, but everyone who listened was tense. "Who dares to leave?" Seeing that no one was talking, Mr. Shi slowly continued, "I called you all here this time, just to talk about the resurgence of evil cultivators. Recently, various places have reported that there are people in black who use the spirit-devouring technique to devour the essence of other people to help themselves cultivate. Now that the evil cultivators are so blatant, I think your major families have the responsibility and obligation to eliminate these evil cultivators. The other thing is that the major sects and families must be vigilant." After Mr. Shi finished speaking, many people were in an uproar. And some people have calm expressions, because these people already know about it. It's just that those evil cultivators haven't reached out to the Kyoto martial arts world. "Mr. Shi, have these men in black who suddenly appeared, have their identities been identified?" Someone asked Mr. Shi. Mr. Shi shook his head, "I'm investigating, these people are very strong, and some martial arts masters have not been spared." Hearing this, the expressions of some people began to change. After all, the masters of Wuzong could not escape the claws of these men in black. Aren't those small families in danger? Not all sect families are masters such as Wuzong and Wuho. "Mr. Shi, do you think these men in black were possessed by evil spirits? You must know that in a war many years ago, those masters of evil cultivators were almost slaughtered. In just a few years now, these evil cultivators have suddenly appeared, which seems a bit strange. Is it possible that some martial arts masters were possessed by evil spirits and controlled what their bodies did?" Zhu Zhishan began to analyze. Chapter 1331. Zhu Zhishan's analysis was immediately approved by many people. After all, Xie Xiu's magic skills are very strong, and he is also proficient in some witchcraft, so he is much stronger in controlling people's mind and body. You're right. It's very possible. Although we killed a lot of evil cultivators back then, those evil cultivators were brilliant. Many have hid their souls out of the body. Now they are appearing and attached to other people's bodies. It is very possible. Mr. Shi nodded, agreeing with Zhu Zhishan's statement. Another point is that some ordinary people, after possessed by evil spirits, will suddenly become stronger, bloodthirsty, and have the art of devouring, and they can also cultivate by absorbing the essence of others. And among these people here, there are some people who were previously unknown, but suddenly become powerful, and they can also swallow. After Zhu Zhishan finished speaking, everyone was shocked and wanted to know who among them was such a person. After all, David's details are not known to everyone. "I wish the alliance leader, who are you talking about? Are there evil cultivators among us?" Someone asked Zhu Zhishan. Zhu Zhishan took out David's detailed information. Everyone can look at these materials and naturally understand. Everyone looked at David's information and looked at David in shock. At this moment, David looked very calm when facing the eyes of everyone. Because he knew that he was not possessed by an evil spirit at all, let alone an evil cultivator. Everyone must know that this person is David, who has reached the realm of Marquis in just a few months. How can there be such a talented person in the world? Zhu Zhishan looked at David coldly, and then said, I'm just talented. Are you envious, jealous? If you have the ability, you can improve your strength in a few months. If you don't know how to do it yourself, you can say that others can't do it. I really don't know how your mother taught you, David said to Zhu Zhishan with a playful look on his face. You BA5 you. When Zhu Zhishan heard this, he was immediately furious. However, in the presence of Mr. Shi, Zhu Zhishan could only suppress his anger and did not vent it. Even if you are talented, how can you explain the swallowing technique? Don't think that when you swallow other people's skills, no one finds out. Zhu Zhishan questioned David. Why should I explain it to you? Apart from evil cultivators, there are many exercises that can devour other people's skills, but you can't. David glanced at Zhu Zhishan and said, You are just arguing, you are clearly an evil spirit infiltrating your body. Since you came to Kyoto, our entire Kyoto martial arts world has turned into a pot of porridge. Today we are going to remove your evil cultivator for the Kyoto martial arts world. Zhu Zhishan snorted coldly, the murderous aura on his body. Others also glared at David. As long as Zhu Zhishan made a move, they would all swarm up. Dong Likun, who was behind David, was shocked and embarrassed. Mr. Chen, you. Dong Likun also didn't know whether David was a cultist or not. David looked back at Dong Likun with a slight smile. Do you believe I'm an evil cultivator? Dong Likun looked at David and was speechless for a while Dong Jiahao said, I believe brother David, he will never be an evil cultivator. Even if he is an evil cultivator, he is 100 times stronger than those guys who are famous and sanctimonious. Dong Jiahao's words deeply stinged many people. In the current martial arts world, where is there any distinction between righteousness and evil, some famous and decent, for the sake of profit and strength, what they do is more abominable than evil cultivators. The atmosphere at the scene became tense. The tense heartbeats and even breathing of dozens of people were very clear in the quiet and treacherous atmosphere. Chapter 1332. He's not an evil cultivator. At this moment, Mr. Shi suddenly spoke up. Mr. Shi's words proved that David directly took off the hat of evil cultivator that Zhu Zhishan had buckled. Mr. Shi, how does David prove that he is not an evil cultivator? Zhu Zhishan dared to ask Mr. Shi. Because in front of me, no evil spirit can escape my eyes. After Mr. Shi finished speaking, he waved his palm lightly. I saw a white and soft light that instantly enveloped David. David felt very comfortable instantly, like soaking in a hot spring. This group of white light surrounded David, constantly surrounded, and finally slowly dissipated. Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help but marvel, because they could be sure that David was not possessed by evil spirits. And that Zhu Zhishan sat down on the chair. From this point of view, David is really not possessed by evil spirits, because of Mr. Shi's methods, they have all seen it. If it is really possessed by evil spirits, under this soft light, it will definitely act. But since David is not possessed by evil spirits, how could his strength increase so rapidly? Zhu Zhishan couldn't figure it out, and he couldn't understand it, but Long Jinghua, who was sitting on the side, kept silent and looked at David with great interest. David's physique and the exercises David practiced were exactly what he wanted. Okay, this is the end of the day, you all pay more attention. If you find the whereabouts of the man in black, report it immediately. Mr. Shi waved his hand, and the biggest meeting in history ended so quickly. Many aristocratic sects have a dazed expression on their faces. They didn't understand that if Mr. Shi was only talking about the men in black, he could have issued a notice, so why bother calling them all together? Now this meeting is over so quickly. Although everyone was stunned, no one dared to question Mr. Shi, so they could only get up and leave. On the other hand, Zhu Zhishan's face changed, and he finally gritted his teeth and looked at Mr. Shi and said, Mr. Shi, should David kill me in the martial arts alliance at the venue, should he give me an explanation? Seeing that Zhu Zhishan was going to challenge Mr. Shi, the others looked at him in surprise. And Zhu Zhishan himself knows that now he can only do this, otherwise his life will be lost. Mr. Shi looked at Zhu Zhishan coldly, and then said, how can I explain it to you? You want to do it at this venue, too? Looking at Mr. Shi's cold eyes, Zhu Zhishan hurriedly lowered his head. Don't dare. Hey, if you don't dare, then get out. Mr. Shi snorted coldly. I said I would deal with it, and I will definitely deal with it. Zhu Zhishan shivered all over, then glared at David fiercely, and hurriedly took the people from the Martial Dao Alliance and left the Dharma Protector Pavilion. After Zhu Zhishan led people away, Mr. Shi looked at David and said with a cold face, David, you are too courageous to even dare to kill at the venue? Do you think I dare not do anything to you? Or do you think you are amazing? The breath of Mr. Shi exuded, which scared Dong Likun and Dong Jiahao behind David to tremble, while David did not change his face. Mr. Shi, isn't this what you want to see? David said with a smile. Mr. Shi was stunned for a moment and looked at David. What do you mean? Mr. Shi didn't arrive for a long time. Didn't he just want me to mess up the venue after leaving me for so long? When the water is muddy, the fish can come out. Isn't this what Mr. Shi wants? David said indifferently. Ha ha ha, you kid. Mr. Shi laughed, and the coldness on his face disappeared instantly. But if you mess up the water, deal with it yourself. Walk out of the Dharma Protector Pavilion. I don't care about your life or death. Chapter 1333. Mr. Shi's words made David stunned for a moment, as if he was being played with. Seeing David like that, Mr. Shi continued, do you still want to be blessed for a lifetime? When David heard this, he shook his head. Although I haven't been able to challenge the ability of the entire Kyoto martial arts world, it's not that easy for them to kill me. David's face was calm. Even if Zhu Zhishan set up a net outside, David had the confidence to escape, and his confidence at this time was the universe circle in his hand. Mr. Shi smiled, did not speak, but got up and left. Walking out of the Protectorate Pavilion, Zhu Zhishan did not leave with the people from the Martial Dao Alliance. After seeing Mr. Shi come out, Zhu Zhishan hurried forward. Mr. Shi, I don't know what to do with that, David. Zhu Zhishan asked Mr. Shi. Then David kills someone from your martial arts alliance, then you kill him. I won't care about the grievances between you. Mr. Shi said lightly. Mr. Shi's words made Zhu Zhishan stunned for a moment, but then he became excited. If Mr. Shi wants to leave it alone, then David is not certain to die. When Mr. Shi was far away, Zhu Zhishan looked coldly at the door of the Protectorate Pavilion. David, come out and die. Zhu Zhishan shouted angrily, and the entire Dharma Protector Pavilion was buzzing. David could hear it clearly inside. Dong Likun looked at Dong Jiahao next to him. Jiahao, go out and mobilize all the Dong family's hands and escort Mr. Chen away. Dong Likun wanted to use the lives of everyone in the Dong family to make a way for David. But who knew that David waved his hand? You don't want to participate in this matter, I will handle it myself. If you do it, it will distract me even more. Mr. Chen, but there are dozens of people in the Martial Arts Alliance, and all of them are powerful, especially Zhu Zhishan, whose strength is even more unfathomable. It is very dangerous for you to go out like this. Dong Likun persuaded David. Don't worry, I'm measured. David looked confident, smiled lightly, and then got up and walked out. Dong Likun and Dong Jiahao hurriedly followed behind David. Zhao Waoqi also brought a lot of people to follow, but the strength of these people is too far behind the Martial Dao Alliance. Even if they follow, they are nothing more than praising people. When David walked out of the Dharma Protector Pavilion, dozens of people surrounded David in an instant, and they all showed their breath. David, I didn't expect you to really dare to come out. Now Mr. Shi doesn't care about you, I think you are still arrogant. Zhu Zhishan looked at David with a sneer. Stop talking nonsense, come on if you want to do it, let everyone see, there are so many people in your martial arts alliance, so you can bully the less. David looked around and said. Our goal is to kill you, so what can we do to bully the less? Zhu Zhishan knew that David was deliberately provoking himself like this, and wanted him to fight him alone. But Zhu Zhishan is not stupid, he will not give David this chance. Seeing this, David knew that a war was inevitable, so a golden light erupted from his body. Layers of scales began to appear on the hard flesh, and the breath of the body was also fully displayed at this moment. David's fists were also glowing with golden light, and the power of the dragon was mobilized to the extreme. Immediately afterwards, David smashed his fist towards Zhu Zishan, and the terrifying fist force headed towards Zhu Zishan with the momentum of destroying the dead. Zhu Zishan's brows wrinkled slightly, and his figure flashed away directly. Zhu Zishan escaped, but those behind him suffered. Boom! Only a loud bang was heard, and a deep pit instantly appeared behind them, and a dozen people were directly knocked out by the punch. Do it! Zhu Zishan shouted angrily, and dozens of people from the Martial Arts Alliance rushed towards David with various weapons. Chapter 1334. A series of techniques hit David's body, making a crisp sound. David relied on his undamaged golden body to bear the attacks of these people. The whole person's eyes were red, and he shouted, "Today I will kill you all happily." There was a roar, followed by a shock, a force spread from the ground, and then people kept flying out by this force. There are even weaker ones who were directly shaken and bleed to death. Immediately afterwards, David threw a punch, instantly smashing through the chest of a half-step Wuho strong man who rushed over. Seeing David so ferocious, he was simply desperate and began to feel a little timid. The devil catcher. Someone suddenly shot, and countless claw shadows appeared in an instant, and then tightly clasped David's limbs. Immediately after, another thread of silk came from all directions, wrapping David like a zongzi. Several people kept urging their inner strength, and the silk was getting tighter and tighter, and it shone with light. David was restrained, and instantly countless weapons stabbed at David's body. Dong Likun and Zhao Waoqi saw this scene, and they were all anxious. And that Zhu Zishan had a smile on his face. David must die today. Clang clang. The sound of metal collision sounded, and the weapons were all broken in an instant, and the silk on David's body also shattered. I saw David's whole body flashing with golden light, and the scales on his body fell to the ground like raindrops, and disappeared instantly. The attack by those people just now, although not hurting David, broke David's indestructible golden body. At this moment, David's muscles were tense, and his hard body was glowing with light. Go to H3LL. David shouted angrily, and then punched out. A dragon roar sounded, and I saw David throw out this fist, and the fist's strength turned into a golden dragon, instantly engulfing the guy who just cast the magic hand. Immediately afterwards, David threw out another punch and took another person's life. Dozens of people besieged David, and David killed several people one after another. Zhu Zishan's face turned cold, and after shouting angrily, he jumped up and slapped David. It seems that he will do it himself today, otherwise even if David is killed, the Martial Arts Alliance will suffer heavy losses. When everyone saw that Zhu Zishan had started, they also retreated. Only Zhu Zishan was needed to deal with David completely. David greeted him with a palm, and the terrifying energy spread out towards the surroundings, and David's body retreated a few steps one after another. Seeing David being shaken back by his palm, Zhu Zishan's confidence increased greatly, and then he summoned a magic weapon and shot at David. A dangerous aura instantly enveloped David. David did not expect that Zhu Zishan actually had a magic weapon with the power of the Great Marquis. It seems that this martial arts alliance really has a lot of resources. Boom! A terrifying force bombarded David, and David gritted his teeth and smashed it out with a fierce punch. After a loud bang, a deep pit exploded on the spot. David flew out and fell heavily on the ground, but he got up in an instant. Zhu Zishan looked at David in disbelief, his eyes full of disbelief. David no longer has the protection of the indestructible golden body. Can he resist the power of the Great Marquis just by relying on the flesh? The reason why Zhu Zishan recruited the magic weapon is to kill David with one blow. You must know that this magical tool is very precious, and every use will cause irreversible damage. When the damage reaches a certain level, this magical tool is completely useless. David's internal organs are also churning, although David is not injured on the surface, but at this moment David's breath has long been disordered. David endured it, and did not let others see it, and said with a cold smile, "Even if you take out the magic weapon, what can you do to me?" Chapter 1335. David's words made Zhu Zishan's face pale, not to mention how ugly he was. "David, you don't have to pretend. Although the first blow failed to kill you, I don't believe you can resist the second blow. Zhu Zhishan said, holding the magic weapon, ready to give David a thunderous blow. But at this moment, David's expression suddenly changed, and he looked behind Zhu Zhishan with a dignified expression. "Mr. Shi, why are you back?" David's words made Zhu Zhishan stunned and couldn't help but look back. But when Zhu Zhishan turned back, David had taken out the Qianquan circle and threw it in the air, and a black hole appeared in an instant. "Zhu Zhishan, your martial arts alliance, wait for me, I will be back sooner or later." After David finished speaking, his body instantly disappeared into the black hole. When Zhu Zhishan found out that he had been fooled, he suddenly became furious. "Damn, shameless person, you actually lied to me. Go after me, find me, this space magic weapon will not be transmitted too far, if there is news about David, report it immediately." Zhu Zhishan roared, and those from the Martial Arts Alliance came out to look for it. Zhu Zhishan then turned his attention to Long Jinghua. Just now, Long Jinghua had been standing, and he didn't move at all, and he didn't make a move at all. Now it seems that he doesn't want to make a move to find David. "Patriarch Long, don't forget that your Long family is also a member of the Martial Arts Alliance, and your son Long Xiao was injured by David. Don't you want to kill that David?" Zhu Zhishan asked Long Jinghua with a dissatisfied face. "I wish the leader, a little David, if the leader of the alliance makes a move, he will not be able to escape. Why should I take action? There are still some things in my family, I will say goodbye." After Long Jinghua finished speaking, he turned around and left. Zhu Zhishan looked at Long Jinghua's rage, but he seemed to have a faint feeling that Long Jinghua and David seemed to have some relationship. After David passed the Qianquan circle, he immediately fled away from the capital. He planned to go to the Red Lotus Palace to explore the secrets of the cave in the Red Lotus Palace, and by the way, retreat to improve his strength. As the level got higher and higher, David found that he needed more and more spiritual energy, and it became slow and difficult to improve his strength. Fortunately, Sonia was not in danger, and David still had time to improve his strength. David left the capital and headed to the south, while the Martial Arts Alliance searched for David in a large area and could not find it. Zhu Zhishan knew that if he could not find David and let David escape, he would be out of luck. Those high-level officials in the Martial Arts Alliance, as well as the Great Power, will not let him go. Trash, it's all fucking trash. Zhu Zishanqi's face was ashen, and he shouted vigorously. After venting, Zhu Zhishan knew that he was angry, and he had to find David as soon as possible, and then kill him, otherwise his life would be lost. He took out the token from his pocket. Zhu Zhishan glanced at it, then put it back, and then walked out of the Martial Arts Alliance and went to a slum in the suburbs of Kyoto. These are all places where some migrant workers live. They are all low-rise houses, the environment is not good, and there is an unpleasant smell everywhere. On the streets here, many of them are small traders. Seeing the well-dressed appearance of Zhu Zhishan, they greeted Zhu Zhishan one after another. It's just that Zhu Zhishan's face was cold, he didn't even look at it, and went straight to the end of a hutong. This is a broken house, and it is difficult to even shelter the house from the wind and rain. In the house, a dirty old man was smoking a dry cigarette, resting his eyes slightly closed. On a table in the room, there are several books and a few copper coins. Chapter 1336. Zhu Zhishan pushed the door and walked in, and the old man opened his eyes instantly. After seeing Zhu Zhishan, he instantly showed a flattering smile. "This gentleman, are you going to tell your fortune? Please take a seat." The old man got up, hurriedly wiped the stool with his sleeve, and let Zhu Zhishan sit down. In his opinion, Zhu Zhishan is well-dressed and a big client. "I'm not dead." Zhu Zhishan shook his head. The old man was stunned for a moment, and then asked suspiciously, "Sir, I am here to tell fortunes, you are not fortune-telling, what are you doing here?" "I'm here to find you to draw a talisman," Zhu Zhishan said bluntly. "Drawing talismans?" The old man was stunned for a moment, and then his expression changed. "I am an old fortune-teller, how can I draw talismans? No, no." The old man waved his hands again and sat back again. Zhu Zhishan didn't say anything, but took out the token and slapped it on the table with a snap. Seeing the token, the old man's face instantly turned ugly. "Humatzi, if I can find this place, it proves that I know your identity. Don't give me sloppy eyes and draw 2 tracking marks, and I will pretend that I don't know anything," Zhu Zhishan said coldly to the old man. The old man looked at Zhu Zhishan, then at the token on the table, and finally sighed helplessly. Immediately afterwards, the old man lifted the torn quilt on the bed, took out the yellow paper and cinnabar from below, took a deep breath, and quickly began to draw. Soon, the 2 tracers were drawn, and the old man's forehead was covered in sweat. Zhu Zhishan picked up the tracker and put it away with satisfaction. "This tracer needs. You don't need to tell me, I will use it." Before the old man could finish speaking, Zhu Zhishan interrupted him directly, and then continued, "You stay here honestly, maybe it won't be long before I use it." "Your turn." After Zhu Zhishan finished speaking, he turned around and left the broken house. After Zhu Zhishan left, the old man pondered for a moment, then took off his dirty clothes. Under the dirty clothes, there was a tight suit, and then he slapped his face and put the human skin he was wearing on. The mask was lifted. Under the human skin mask, there is a face covered with pockmarks, but judging from the appearance, the pockmarks are not very old. After tidying up casually, Humatzi also left directly. At the entrance of the Protectorate Pavilion, Zhu Zhishan brought a few people from the Martial Dao Alliance here, because the place has just gone through a big battle, and there is a mess everywhere, and there is no time to clean it up. Zhu Zhishan took out a tracking talisman, and then pinched it in his hand as if he was thinking something, and then the tracking talisman suddenly burned in Zhu Zhishan's hand. The tracking talisman burned, and a large amount of smoke was instantly produced. Soon a surprising scene appeared. I saw David's figure appearing in the smoke, and even the surrounding scenery could be seen clearly. "Humph, I didn't expect to run so fast, this time I'll see where you're escaping." Zhu Zhishan snorted coldly, and then led people to chase in the direction of David's escape. While chasing David, Zhu Zhishan also posted a message on the forum in the name of the Kyoto Martial Arts Alliance. The leader of the Kyoto Martial Arts Alliance, Zhu Zhishan, wanted to personally hunt down David, and no sect family could provide any help to David, otherwise he would be the enemy of the Kyoto Martial Arts Alliance. Such a news shocked many people. Although David often has news about him on the forum during this time, it is the first time that such a martial arts alliance has personally released news. Even David killed Guowei, the director of the Martial Arts Alliance, and the Kyoto Martial Arts Alliance did not dare to publicly say on the forum that they wanted to hunt down David. The disclosure this time also means that there is nothing behind David that makes the Kyoto Martial Arts Alliance jealous. Chapter 1337. Isn't there Mr. Sure behind David? How dare the Kyoto Martial Arts Alliance be so blatant this time? Who knows, maybe Mr. Sure doesn't care about him, and now David can't escape. Wait for a good show. The Kyoto Martial Arts Alliance has released news. I don't think any sect family dares to take in that David. David was constantly being discussed on the forum, but at this time David didn't even know about it. After he escaped from the capital, he went all the way to the south and went straight to the Red Lotus Palace. But what David didn't know was that there was a person who was extremely fast and was heading towards the Red Lotus Palace. It seemed that he arrived earlier than David. David was on the road, and he always cared about Sonia in his heart. In this world where strength is respected, David always felt that his strength was growing too slowly. Although in the eyes of others, David's growth rate has long been against the sky, but David himself is not satisfied. And this time, David also clearly realized that the martial arts world is unfathomable. Whether it is a sect family or a martial arts alliance, it seems that behind these people or these families, there are invisible big hands controlling everything. David found a big tree and rested, looking at the vast sky in the sky. David personally fell into infinite reverie. If I really become an immortal, will I be able to go directly to the heavenly palace? But just when David was thinking about it, suddenly several tyrannical breaths were constantly approaching David. David sensed it instantly, and his face changed slightly. The strength of these breaths is above Marquis Wu, which makes David feel the pressure. How did these guys from the Martial Arts Alliance find me so quickly? David is full of puzzled. Obviously he has escaped so far. How can the people of the Martial Arts Alliance still find him? Before he could think about it, David immediately got up and left quickly. Not long after David left, Zhu Zhishan led someone to chase him here. Zhu Zishan stood at the place where David rested, and looked at the big tree that David was leaning against just now. Humph, this guy runs very fast. Today I'm going to play a cat-and-mouse game and make fun of him. Zhu Zishan snorted coldly, and then led people to continue chasing in the direction where David fled. David fled forward with all his strength, thinking constantly in his mind, how did these guys in the martial arts alliance find themselves? If it was chased by breath, it was obviously impossible. David had already escaped so far, how could he still be detected by breath? At this moment, David felt those tyrannical breaths again. So fast. David frowned and stepped up. If it wasn't for the limited use of the Qianquan circle and it could not be used frequently, David would have used the Qianquan circle to escape again. Zhu Zishan and the others were chasing after him closely, not daring to relax in the slightest. Zhu Zishan knew that this time David did not die, but he died. Damn, these people are too perverted, they have chased so far, and they are still chasing. David couldn't understand why the martial arts alliance didn't seem to give up if it didn't catch up with him this time. David hid the breath of his body so as not to be noticed by others, and then scattered his consciousness around to check whether there was any danger around him. Finding that no one was blocking in front, David quickly changed direction. This time there was no breath, and he was relieved. David did not believe that these people could catch up with him. Zhu Zishan chased after David's change of direction, stopped suddenly, and then frowned slightly, as if he was sensing something, but after a while, Zhu Zishan frowned. Damn, this kid has hidden his breath. Zhu Zishan cursed, and could only take out the tracer again. Chapter 1338. As the tracking talisman burned in Zhu Zishan's hand, David's whereabouts appeared again. Seeing that David actually changed his direction, Zhu Zishan smiled coldly. I'm still playing this SHT with me, I don't want to take out my palm today. After finishing speaking, Zhu Zishan led the people to chase after David again. After running a distance, David began to sit down to recover his strength. He felt that the people from the martial arts alliance should not be able to catch up this time. But not long after David sat down, a few familiar breaths struck again, which made David suddenly violent. Damn, it's not over. Just as David got up, 4 figures surrounded David. Zhu Zishan looked at David coldly. You can escape, but no matter how much you can escape, you can't escape from my palm. I'm running away from your mother, I just don't want to play with you. Do you think I'm afraid of you guys from the martial arts alliance? A bunch of sanctimonious guys, colluding with evil cultivators, are you also worthy of being the leader of the martial arts alliance? Just like you, your parents have spirits in the sky, and they are embarrassed for you. David was chased all the way, and he was so angry that he simply poured his anger on Zhu Zishan. Zhu Zishan was stunned by David's scolding. He had never encountered such a thing. You must know that David is also a marquis now. How can a master of this strength be like a shrew? Seeing Zhu Zishan's dazed look, David said again, quickly, let your mother do it, I'm not afraid of you, you guys will go up together. Zhu Zishan's face became more and more gloomy, and the murderous aura spread out from his body. Even the guy from the hurried martial arts alliance he brought, felt the murderous aura in Zhu Zishan, and could not help but tremble. Boy, if I don't tear you to pieces today, I won't be the leader of the alliance. Zhu Zishan roared, and the terrifying aura on his body exploded. David's body is also golden, and the golden scales cover David's body. Before Zhu Zishan could react, David shot directly at Zhu Zishan. Zhu Zishan's eyes narrowed slightly, and he pushed his palm forward, and a white light suddenly condensed in front of him. This white light is a barrier, blocking Zhu Zishan. David slammed the punch, and the barrier in front of Zhu Zishan shattered, and Zhu Zishan grabbed David's fist as soon as David's punch was released. David was slightly startled, although the barrier just now made David's punch release a lot of energy, but even so, the power of this punch can crack mountains and rocks. However, Zhu Zishan was able to directly grab David's fist with one hand, so that David could not move forward at all. This strength is not comparable to ordinary Wuhou. The strength of Zhu Zishan is much stronger than that of Ning Dehai, and Zhu Zishan also brought a few subordinates. David knew that it was almost impossible for him to win today. He could only search for and almost continue to escape. Just do it. Humph, things that are beyond your own power, show off in front of me, you are still a little tender. After Zhu Zishan finished speaking, the other palm instantly slapped David's chest. Bang! David's body was shot flying out in an instant, and after hitting a lot of trees, David's body stopped. This palm caused a lot of scales on David's chest to fall off, revealing his firm muscles. David didn't care about those, but gritted his teeth and charged towards Zhu Zishan again. Seeing David's desperate attitude, Zhu Zishan not only did not dodge, but looked at David with a sneer. Let me see how strong your body is. After Zhu Zishan finished speaking, the aura on his body also began to soar, and then the whole person turned into a ray of light and collided with David. Chapter 1339. Bang bang bang. The two people collided constantly like this, and every time they collided, they would cause waves of space distortions and tremors. Bang! Another collision, the bodies of the two people separated. David's undead golden body has long been fragmented, and there are also scars on his powerful body. David's fist is even more bloody, and his appearance is very miserable. On the other hand, Zhu Zishan's body did not suffer many scars, but when he took out the Dahum magic weapon from his arms, he found that the magic weapon had cracks. After Zhu Zishan was taken out, the magic weapon instantly turned into fragments and fell to the ground. Only then did David understand. It turned out that the mountain of Zhuji just now relied on the power of the magic weapon to follow him head-on. You cheat! David's eyes narrowed slightly, and he gritted his teeth and looked at Zhu Zishan. Cheat? The corner of Zhu Zishan's mouth twitched. Ha ha ha, I didn't promise you anything, why did I cheat? If you have the ability, you can also take out your magic weapon, but no matter what you take out today, you must die. Zhu Zishan has made up his mind, he must kill David. If David does not die, he will die. After Zhu Zishan finished speaking, the terrifying fist force bombarded David again. David is now seriously injured, and Zhu Zishan has completely ignored David. Seeing this, David suddenly stretched out his hand and took out the dragon-slaying sword, and then put the dragon-slaying sword across his chest. Clang! With a crisp sound, David's body quickly retreated, and two deep marks were drawn on the ground under his feet. And Zhu Zishan's wrist was numb, and he looked coldly at the dragon-slaying sword in David's hand. David stabilized his body, and his forehead was covered in cold sweat. Fortunately, he hurriedly took out the dragon-slaying sword to block it for himself. Otherwise, if the punch from Zhu Zishan just hit him, even if he didn't die, he was afraid it would be his internal organs. The 6 internal organs will also be injured. Humph, no matter what you take out, it won't save your life. The breath in Zhu Zishan's sword here, and then charged towards David. Looking at Zhu Zishan rushing over, David didn't dodge or dodge, and seemed to be thinking about something. Just when Zhu Zishan was in front of him, David suddenly put away the dragon-slaying sword, and then hung his chest in front of Zhu Zishan. Zhu Zishan didn't know what David meant, but he didn't stop. Instead he punched David's chest fiercely. David spurted out a mouthful of blood, and his internal organs were almost shattered, and then his body flew away like a kite with a broken string. When he was in the air, David gritted his teeth, suddenly raised the spiritual power in his dantian, and then stared at the tree with his feet and rushed into the distance. David was injured and escaped with the help of Zhu Zishan's power. Seeing David jumping up to escape, Zhu Zishan did not panic, but a playful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. David turned his head to look and found that Zhu Zishan was looking at him, but not chasing him, which made David very puzzled. But just when David was wondering, suddenly his body seemed to hit something and fell straight to the ground. David looked intently, and found that he didn't know when. The guys brought by Zhu Zishan had already set up a net all around, and David just fell off after hitting the light curtain. Seeing David's embarrassed appearance after he fell, Zhu Zishan laughed out loud. Ha ha ha, you didn't expect you to have today, right? I said it, you can't escape today. Any last words? I can pass on to your girlfriend for you. When your girlfriend is useless, I can let her go underground to accompany you. Zhu Zishan looked at David mockingly. In his opinion, David is now a piece of meat being slaughtered on the chopping board, and he cannot escape. Chapter 1340. The veins on Zhu Zhishan's forehead burst out. He didn't expect David's last blow to be so powerful. When Zhu Zhishan slowly looked not far away, he found that David was lying on the ground alone, and he was motionless. Walking over slowly, Zhu Zhishan found that David had lost his breath, and his entire body was scarred. Damn, this kid is so ruthless that he wants to die together in the end. Zhu Zhishan looked at David's body and cursed involuntarily. However, since David was dead, Zhu Zhishan breathed a sigh of relief, and he could also explain it to the top. Just when Zhu Zhishan turned around and was about to leave, he suddenly stopped, and he seemed to think of something. Then he slowly walked to David again, slowly raised his foot, and stomped hard on David's chest. A big hole appeared in David's chest instantly, and his internal organs were clearly visible. Seeing this, Zhu Zhishan was convinced that David was really dead. He was afraid that David would come back to life. Some time ago, Ning Dahai killed David and took pictures, but David came back to life. Zhu Zhishan was also afraid that David would come back to life after he left, so he stepped on it. Seeing that everyone is like this, even if Daluo Jingxian came, it would be impossible to save him, so Zhu Zhishan left with peace of mind. On the martial arts forum, the news that David was killed once again came out. The last time was released by Ning Dahai, and this time it was from the Martial Arts Alliance. This David has died twice, and I don't know if he really died this time. This time, it is the news released by the Martial Arts Alliance. I wish the leader of the alliance will do it himself, and it will not be bad. This David is too crazy, but he wants to provoke the Martial Arts Alliance. Isn't this courting death? Mr. Sher stops supporting David, he will be killed immediately, this is the reality. There was a lot of discussion on the Martial Arts Forum, but this time most of them chose to believe in the Martial Arts Alliance. After all, Zhu Zhishan went out in person, and David's chances of survival were very low. Once again, hearing the news of David's death, whether it was the Valley of the Evil and the Valley of the Medicine God, they all fell into great grief. Even Ji Ruxue and Xiaomin from the Red Lotus Palace seemed to be lost for a moment. They couldn't believe it. David was separated from them by yin and yang, but David promised them that he would definitely come back to see them. At this time, David was lying in the barren hills and woods. It was already the third day, and the scene was still very bloody. Several eagles hovered overhead, and their eyes fell on several corpses on the ground. After finding that there was no danger, several eagles plunged down. Then he nibbled on the corpses of several members of the Martial Arts Alliance. And there was an eagle slowly walking towards David, looking at the blood hole in David's chest and the exposed internal organs. The eagle was about to peck it down when it opened its mouth. But at this moment, a white light suddenly flashed in David's body. This sudden white light scared the eagle and fled in an instant. I saw David's body, the palm-sized nascent soul was flashing white light, and a blood hole could be clearly seen on nascent's chest. The white light wrapped Yuan Ying, and finally wrapped David's entire body. The wound on David's body was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye, and even the damaged internal organs were growing again. I don't know how long it took, David's hands suddenly moved, and then he slowly opened his eyes. Looking at the dim sky, David let out a heavy sigh. After struggling to get up, David looked at his intact body and finally showed a smile. He has never experienced physical rebirth. When David chose to die with Zhu Zhishan, he was afraid that he would really die. Chapter 1341. After all, Yuan Ying's immortality is immortal. This is also a legend. Whether it is true or not, David has not tested it. But this time, David felt confident. David looked around and found that there were only 3 corpses of the members of the Martial Arts Alliance, and he didn't see Zhu Zhishan. It seemed that Zhu Zhishan was not dead. This old thing is really strong. David cursed, and then rushed towards the Red Lotus Palace. Southwest Frontier, Wancheng. Although this small town is not big, it is an important border town, and the mountains and forests here are dense, and there are countless major sects and families. Since David killed Fei Qingping, the master of the Holy Beast Palace, the Holy Beast Palace fell directly from the position of the largest sect in the south to the altar. Xiaoda took over the Holy Beast Palace, but it will take a lot of time to restore the strength of the Holy Beast Palace in a short time. On this day, Xiaoda was dealing with the affairs of the Holy Beast Palace, and a disciple of the Holy Beast Palace rushed to report. "Palace Master, Zhou Tiancheng of the Zhou family of Wanqing asks to see you," said the disciples. "Zhou Tiancheng? What is he doing in our Holy Beast Palace?" Xiaoda was very surprised. After all, the Sacred Beast Palace had no contact with the Zhou family, and the Zhou family had been calling themselves the largest wealthy family in the south. The sudden visit of the Zhou family today made Xiaoda always have a bad feeling in his heart. "Palace Master, what should we do?" Seeing Xiaoda frowning and not speaking, the disciple asked. "Please come in," Xiaoda said. Xiaoda has just taken over the Holy Beast Palace, and many of the former disciples have scattered, and now the Holy Beast Palace has long lost its previous strength. So he decided not to offend the Zhou family, or else the Holy Beast Palace would have no place here. Soon, a middle-aged man was invited in, and there were 2 followers behind him. Seeing this, Xiaoda hurriedly got up to greet him. "Why do you have time to come to my Holy Beast Palace on Tuesday?" Xiaoda asked very humbly. "Palace Master Xiao, you took over the Holy Beast Palace, and our Zhou family should have come to congratulate you, but I was too busy some time ago, so I just made time for it." Zhou Tiancheng smiled lightly. "You're welcome on Tuesday, please take a seat." Xiaoda hurriedly asked Zhou Tiancheng to sit down, and then ordered someone to pour tea for Zhou Tiancheng. After the 2 chatted for a while, Zhou Tiancheng went straight to the topic. "Palace Master Xiao, I heard that your Holy Beast Palace and Red Lotus Palace have formed an alliance." When Xiaoda heard this, he nodded again and again. "Yes, we have formed an alliance. It's good to form an alliance, it's good to form an alliance." Zhou Tiancheng smiled lightly. "I have always admired Palace Master Ji of the Red Lotus Palace, but I didn't have the chance to meet him. I'm here today because I want to introduce Palace Master Xiao. Of course, I can't let Palace Master Xiao work in vain. As long as you can bridge the gap between me and Palace Master Ji, my Zhou family is willing to offer 100 cohesive pills." After Zhou Tiancheng finished speaking, he looked straight at Xiaoda. And Xiaoda's eyes lit up instantly after hearing the 100 gathering pills, but he also knew what Zhou Tiancheng's purpose was to see Ji Ruxue this week. This week, Zhou Tiancheng was a well-known big pervert in the entire Wancheng and even the entire southwest. Now Zhou Tiancheng has more than a dozen wives, and he is still not satisfied. Now if he introduced Ji Ruxue to Zhou Tiancheng, it would be like pushing Ji Ruxue into the mouth of the wolf. But in the face of hundreds of cohesive pills, Xiaoda was also tempted, so he was a little hesitant. "Palace Master Xiao, I know what you are hesitating about. Are you afraid of David? But let me tell you, David was already dead and was killed by the Zhu Alliance Master of the Kyoto Martial Arts Alliance. Your only choice now is to cooperate with me. You should understand that with the current strength of your Holy Beast Palace, it would be easy for our Zhou family to destroy you." It seemed that Zhou Tiancheng had already figured out everything before coming here. Chapter 1342. Things like David's killing of Fei Qingping are a big deal in this southwest, and it is impossible to hide from others. Zhou Tiancheng made a little inquiries, and he knew the ins and outs of it. "Master Tuesday, of course I'm happy to serve Master Tuesday, but you know, Master Tuesday, that Ji Ruxue is like a jade and will definitely not give in." "I'm afraid then." Xiaoda was afraid that Ji Ruxue's actions would be too extreme. "Palace Master Xiao, you only need to trick that Ji Ruxue into your Holy Beast Palace, and I will handle the rest by myself," Zhou Tiancheng said lightly. Xiaoda looked at Zhou Tiancheng like that, and knew that he would not give up until he achieved his goals, so he gritted his teeth and said, "Okay, then I will invite that Ji Ruxue to Lord Tuesday." "Ha ha ha, Palace Master Xiao really knows the current affairs, then I will wait patiently here." Zhou Tiancheng laughed out loud. Red Lotus Palace. Ji Ruxue and Xiaomin have not thought about tea and rice for several days. "Sister, has Brother Chen really been killed by the Martial Arts Alliance? I have never been able to believe that the Martial Arts Alliance will release false news." Xiaomin couldn't believe that David died like this. Ji Ruxue did not speak, because she knew that the Kyoto Martial Arts Alliance would not generally release fake news. But one thing, Ji Ruxue didn't quite believe that David died so easily. Ji Ruxue now still remembers that night, the night she thought David died. David's vision of heaven and earth when he broke through proves that David is fundamentally different from ordinary warriors. Maybe this time David died, and he will come back to life like the last time. Palace Master, someone from the Holy Beast Palace is here. At this time, a disciple of the Red Lotus Palace said to Ji Ruxue. As soon as she heard that it was the Holy Beast Palace, Ji Ruxue hurriedly sorted out her emotions, and then said, "Let the people from the Holy Beast Palace come in." Since the Sacred Beast Palace and the Red Lotus Palace formed an alliance, Ji Ruxue and the Sacred Beast Palace have been walking around frequently. Soon, the people from the Holy Beast Palace walked in, and then said to Ji Ruxue, "Ji Palace Master, our Palace Master wants to invite Ji Palace Master to our Holy Beast Palace, saying that there is something important to discuss." When Ji Ruxue heard this, she nodded and said, "Okay, I understand, report back to your Palace Master, I'll be there soon." After the people from the Holy Beast Palace left, Ji Ruxue also began to prepare to go to the Holy Beast Palace. "Sister, shall I go with you too?" Xiaomin said to Ji Ruxue. "You stay at home, remember to look after the cave in the back mountain, no one is allowed to enter." Ji Ruxue looked at the direction of the capital, and then continued, "I always think that Mr. Chen will come." "Sister, do you also feel that Brother Chen is not dead?" Seeing Ji Ruxue say this, Xiaomin asked happily. Ji Ruxue didn't say anything. No matter whether David died or not, he will always live in Ji Ruxue's heart. Ji Ruxue knew that from now on, she would not be tempted by any man. Ji Ruxue rushed to the Holy Beast Palace, and at this moment, Zhou Tiancheng took out a small glass bottle from his arms, then dripped a few drops of liquid from it, and gently stirred a few times in the teacup. Xiao De watched and said nothing. In the past, he saw Fei Qingping doing all kinds of evil, and he was disgusted and conflicted in his heart, so when Fei Qingping was fighting with David, he shot and killed Fei Qingping and became the Palace Master of the Holy Beast Palace. But now, the Dragon Slayer has finally become a dragon, and he himself has become a person like Fei Qingping, but there is no way, his position is different, so his perception is also different. "Palace Master Xiao, I'll see you in a while." As long as Ji Ruxue drinks this cup of tea, she will obey obediently. Zhou Tiancheng said to Xiao De. Chapter 1343. Master Tuesday, don't worry, I know what to do, but the cohesive pill promised by Master Tuesday. Palace Master Xiao, don't worry, when will the things I promised Zhou Tiancheng not count? A mere 100 gathering pills are nothing to my Zhou family. Before Xiao De could finish speaking, Zhou Tiancheng patted his chest and assured. Xiao De smiled with satisfaction, then Jing Jing waited for Ji Ruxue's arrival. Soon, Ji Ruxue rushed to the Holy Beast Palace with 2 disciples. Because she had formed an alliance with the Holy Beast Palace, and Ji Ruxue had been to the Holy Beast Palace more than once, Ji Ruxue did not bring many people this time. Seeing that Ji Ruxue had arrived, Zhou Tiancheng took people to hide in the back of the hall, looking at Ji Ruxue through the gap. "Palace Master Ji, I'm really sorry for letting you go in person." After seeing Ji Ruxue, Xiao De said hurriedly and politely. "Palace Master Xiao is very polite. Is there any important thing to send someone to call me in such a hurry?" Ji Ruxue asked Xiao De. "Palace Ji, sit down first, let's chat while drinking, I specially prepared good tea." Xiao De sat in an inviting posture. Ji Ruxue sat on the chair without any precautions, but did not drink tea, but asked again, "Palace Master Xiao, you should talk about what is important first." Ji Ruxue was in a hurry and wanted to know why Xiao De was in such a hurry to find her. "Palace Ji, do you know Zhou Tiancheng of the Zhou family in Wancheng?" Xiao De asked Ji Ruxue. Ji Ruxue nodded, "I know, isn't that the big pervert? There are more than a dozen wives who are very famous in this area, what's wrong?" "Zhou Tiancheng of the Zhou family found me and wanted me to introduce Palace Master Ji to him. It seems that he likes Palace Master Ji, but our two are allies, how can I do that, so I rejected him. But you also know the current strength of the Zhou family. If the Zhou family wants to deal with my holy beast palace, we will only be beaten, so I think. Before Xiao De could finish speaking, Ji Ruxue said with a grateful expression, Palace Master Xiao, don't talk about it, since our two families are allied, we will live and die together. If the Zhou family dares to attack the Holy Beast Palace, then I will be red. The Lotus Palace will definitely be dispatched. Even if the fish die and the net is broken, I will never let the Holy Beast Palace face the Zhou family alone. Ji Ruxue was very grateful and moved to Xiao De at this moment. If Xiao De could offend the Zhou family for her, then her Red Lotus Palace could not helplessly watch the Holy Beast Palace in trouble. Okay, with the words of Palace Master Ji, I can rest assured. Xiao De looked happy, and then held up the teacup. Palace Ji, we too will use tea instead of wine to drink together to express our common determination. Ji Ruxue did not suspect him, picked up the teacup, and drank it with Xiao De. Zhou Tiancheng, who had been peeking from behind, saw Ji Ruxue drinking the tea, and a smug smile appeared on his face. After Ji Ruxue drank the tea, she didn't feel anything different and was still talking with Xiao De. But when Zhou Tiancheng came out from behind, Ji Ruxue was instantly stunned. Ha ha ha, it is said that Palace Master Ji is as beautiful as a goddess. When I see you today, she is many times more beautiful than a goddess. If you can sleep with Palace Master Ji, it will be worth dying. It's romantic to die as a ghost under peony flowers. Zhou Tiancheng looked at Ji Ruxue slyly, and slowly approached Ji Ruxue. Ji Ruxue frowned, Palace Master Xiao, what's going on? Ji Ruxue, you are still from Lord Tuesday, I have no choice. Xiao De persuaded Ji Ruxue. When Ji Ruxue heard this, she instantly understood, her face flushed red, her eyes glared at Xiao De, wishing to eat him. Chapter 1344. Xiao De, you are too shameless. Ji Ruxue got up angrily and wanted to slap Xiao De with her palm. But as soon as I got up, I found that I had no strength all over my body, and I couldn't raise the energy in my body at all. This time, Ji Ruxue's atmosphere was even more intense, and her whole body was trembling. Palace Ji, stop trying to resist, be obedient, and I will treat you well. Zhou Tiancheng grinned wickedly, and reached out to touch Ji Ruxue's face. Palace Master, hurry up. At this moment, the two disciples of the Red Lotus Palace who had been standing behind Ji Ruxue suddenly stabbed their swords towards Zhou Tiancheng. The two attacked Zhou Tiancheng at the same time, one left and one right. Seeing this, Zhou Tiancheng snorted coldly, and directly reached out to grab the swords in the hands of the two Red Lotus Palace disciples, and then twisted them hard. Jump! Both swords were broken, and half of the swords remained in Zhou Tiancheng's hands. Then Zhou Tiancheng waved his backhand, and a cold light flashed past. A bloodstain instantly appeared on the necks of the two Red Lotus Palace disciples, and then the bloodstain expanded and blood spurted out one. Ji Ruxue looked at the two disciples who died tragically, her eyes widened. Although she had lost her strength, Ji Ruxue slammed into Zhou Tiancheng fiercely. Zhou Tiancheng reached out and grabbed it, grabbing Ji Ruxue's wrist directly, and controlling Ji Ruxue. Beast, let me go, you can kill me if you have the ability. Ji Ruxue cursed loudly. But Zhou Tiancheng didn't care, the more Ji Ruxue scolded him, the happier he was. Palace Master Xiao, you've done a good job. When I go back, I'll order someone to bring the gathering pill to you. Zhou Tiancheng said to Xiao De. Master Tuesday is polite, then I'll be more respectful than obeying my life. I will send someone to take Master Tuesday back. Xiao De said flatteringly. No, we can go back by ourselves. After Zhou Tiancheng finished speaking, he picked up Ji Ruxue and walked out. Ji Ruxue struggled desperately, Ba5 Tard, let me go. But no matter how hard Ji Ruxue struggled, she couldn't escape Zhou Tiancheng, and finally took a bite on Zhou Tiancheng's shoulder. What? Zhou Tiancheng cried out in pain, and then a hand knife hit Ji Ruxue on the back of the neck. Ji Ruxue fell into a coma in an instant, while Zhou Tiancheng scolded, this little girl is quite strong, I like it. Red Lotus Palace. Xiaoman led people to guard the back mountain, and not far up was the cave, where Xiaomin did not let anyone enter the cave. But just not far from them, a black shadow slowly appeared. After taking a look at Xiaomin and the others, he quickly jumped to the top of the back mountain and quickly got into the cave. The shadow's movements were quick and light and it didn't make any sound at all, so Xiaomin and the others didn't even know it. Gradually it got dark and Xiaomin looked at the time. Why hasn't my sister come back? It won't be a problem, right? Xiaomin always felt restless, and her eyelids were always beating. So she arrived at the palace gate and anxiously waited for Ji Ruxue to come back. Seeing that the stars in the sky had already risen, and it was time for dinner, but Ji Ruxue had not heard from her at all, which made Xiaomin worried. Because Ji Ruxue had never stayed out so late, and now she has been out for so long, and she didn't come back, there might be an accident. After all, many sect families here have ideas about the Red Lotus Palace, and they are even more coveted for Ji Ruxue's beauty. Seeing this, Xiaomin could only call in people and plan to go to the Holy Beast Palace to find Ji Ruxue. What happened? But just when Xiaomin led someone out of the Red Lotus Palace, he saw someone slowly walking towards them. Xiaomin frowned slightly and ordered her to prepare. Chapter 1345. But when the figure approached, Xiaomin was stunned for a moment, because in front of her was the dead David. David was also curious when he saw Xiaomin's hurrying appearance in the evening. "Xiao Min, what are you taking people to do at night?" David asked Xiaomin. But Xiaomin didn't answer, but widened her eyes and stared at David, making David look at him. "Xiaomi, Xiaomin." David shouted twice again. "Brother David." Suddenly, Xiaomin shouted, and then rushed into David's arms, crying loudly. This sudden action of Xiaomin confused David. David raised his hands and let Xiaomin cry bitterly. After a while, Xiaomin stopped crying. "Xiaomin, what happened?" Seeing that Xiaomin was no longer crying, David asked. "Brother David, I knew you weren't dead, I knew you couldn't die." Xiaomin wiped away her tears and grinned. "Who said I was dead?" David looked surprised, because he had no idea that Zhu Zishan had released the news of his death in the Martial Arts Alliance. The Martial Arts Alliance in Kyoto, it was posted on the Martial Arts Forum, saying that you were killed by the leader of the Martial Arts Alliance. Xiaomin explained. David frowned slightly when he heard it. He didn't expect Zhu Zishan, as the leader of the Kyoto Martial Arts Alliance, to bully the small, kill himself, and have the face to preach on the Martial Arts Forum. But this is fine. They all think that when he is dead, David can practice with peace of mind, and no one is bothering him. How could I be killed so easily, do you believe what they say? David smiled slightly and gently stroked Xiaomin's hair. Of course I don't believe it, and neither does my sister. She also told me to take a good look at Hushan Cave and said that you will definitely come back. Xiaomin hurriedly shook his head. Then you are so late, where are you taking someone? David asked. I went to my sister. She went to the Holy Beast Palace and hasn't come back yet. I'm a little worried about her. When Xiaomin talked about Ji Ruxue, her face was full of worry. Go to the Holy Beast Palace? David frowned slightly, and then said, take someone back, I will go to the Holy Beast Palace to see if your sister is there. Then I'll go with you. Xiaomin said. No, if your sister comes back soon and you can't see you, you will definitely be anxious. You will wait for your sister at home. I will go to the Holy Beast Palace to see. After David finished speaking, he turned and walked towards the Holy Beast Palace. In the Holy Beast Palace at this time, Shouda sat in the seat of the palace master with satisfaction. Now the strength of the Holy Beast Palace has been greatly reduced. If there are hundreds of cohesive pills from the Zhou family, it will be able to enhance the strength of the Holy Beast Palace. As for Ji Ruxue, Shouda has no time to take care of it. Anyway, now that David is dead, it is meaningless to form an alliance with the Red Lotus Palace. When the strength of the Holy Beast Palace became stronger, Shouda planned to go directly to annex the Red Lotus Palace. Just when Shouda was thinking about something beautiful, a disciple of the Holy Beast Palace suddenly ran in. There is someone outside the palace, Lord, asking to see you. The disciple of the Holy Beast Palace said. At night, who sees me? Xiaoda asked suspiciously. He said his name was David, said the disciple. Hearing David's words, Xiaoda's body instantly fell from his seat, his eyes widened in fright. What did you say? Can you see clearly? He said his name was David. I haven't seen it before. The disciple said helplessly, he had never seen David, and even if he saw it clearly, he didn't know if it was true. Xiaoda's body was trembling slightly, and his heart was pounding. Obviously, the Martial Arts Alliance issued an announcement that David had been killed by Zhu Zishan, so why did he suddenly appear here? Chapter 1346. Impossible, it must be fake, it's fake. Xiaoda said, got up and walked out, but he did not dare to show up directly. He had to see clearly whether it was David first, and if it was David, he would have to think of countermeasures. When he came to the door, Xiaoda secretly looked outside the palace gate, while David was standing at the door, frowning slightly. This Xiaoda, knowing that he is here, why is there so much ink? David saw the announcement for a long time, and he did not let himself in, and his heart suddenly became furious. A ray of consciousness spread out, and David found Xiaoda who was peeking. This discovery made David's head full of confusion. He didn't understand that Xiaoda knew that he was here. Why did he secretly observe himself and not let himself in? Did this kid do something bad? And after Xiaoda confirmed that the door was David, his legs were weak and his forehead was full of cold sweat. Palace Master. Seeing Xiaoda like that, a disciple shouted softly. Go and invite Mr. Chen in, don't let him know that I already know he's here. Xiaoda explained to the disciple. The disciple nodded and left, while Xiaoda quickly returned to the hall, then took a few deep breaths. Feeling that the time was almost up, Xiaoda got up and walked out quickly, and at this time David also happened to enter the hall. Mr. Chen, I was going to meet you, but I didn't expect you to come in. Xiaoda followed David very politely and said, please take a seat. Xiaoda poured tea for David himself, knowing that he had seen David's strength with his own eyes. David looked at Xiaoda coldly, without blinking his eyes. He saw Xiaoda's heart was shivering, and the cold sweat on his forehead flowed out. Mr. Chen, is there something wrong with your sudden visit at night? Xiaoda asked David in a panic. Palace Master Xiao, did Miss Ji come to you today? David asked Xiaoda. Yes, I have something to discuss with Palace Master Ji, but before it got dark, Palace Master Ji had already left. What's the matter? Didn't she go back? Xiaoda pretended to be surprised and asked. David nodded, she really didn't go back. I don't know if you have any important things to discuss with Miss Ji. Oh, it's nothing, it's the Tuesday of the Zhou family in Wancheng. Zhou Tiancheng came to me and wanted me to introduce him to Palace Master Ji, but I refused. I'm afraid that the Zhou family will make trouble for me, so I invite Palace Master Ji to discuss it together. If the Zhou family is looking for trouble, how to deal with it? Xiaoda tried his best to calm himself down, and then followed David to explain. The Zhou family? David frowned, he didn't know what the Zhou family in Wancheng was. However, in this area of the southwest, there are so many sect families, it is normal for David to not know. This Zhou family is considered the largest wealthy family in Wancheng. In the past, the Zhou family and our Holy Beast Palace did not violate the well water, but now the strength of the Holy Beast Palace has been greatly reduced, so... Xiaoda did not continue, but David also understood. If your strength is not enough, you will naturally be bullied by others. The martial arts world is so realistic, speak with strength. Could it be that Miss Ji was taken away by the Zhou family? David looked at Xiaoda and asked. This, I don't know. Xiaoda shook his head. David stared at Xiaoda for a while, seeing that Xiaoda was extremely nervous. However, David quickly retracted his gaze and said to Xiaoda, Palace Master Xiao, if you know the whereabouts of Miss Ji, please let me know. Don't worry, Mr. Chen. If I find out, I will definitely inform Mr. Chen. Xiaoda nodded. Chapter 1347. David left from the Holy Beast Palace, while Xiaoda was restless, finally gritted his teeth, got up and left the Holy Beast Palace, heading towards Wancheng at the foot of the mountain. He is going to find Zhou Tiancheng. Since David is not dead, then this matter will be a big deal. Their Holy Beast Palace is not able to deal with David now, he wants to see what Zhou Tiancheng will do. Just as Xiaoda left the Holy Beast Palace and headed towards Wancheng, a figure came out of the darkness, and this figure was David. In fact, David did not leave, but was waiting for Xiaoda. Seeing Xiaoda's hurrying back, David's eyes narrowed slightly. It was as good as I expected. David followed with a brisk step, but Xiaoda didn't notice it. Wancheng Zhou family. Don't mention how excited Zhou Tiancheng is. Ji Ruxue was lying on the bed at this time. Her whole body was covered with magic, and she couldn't move at all. After taking a bath, Zhou Tiancheng said to his servants, "I'm going to rest. No one is allowed to disturb me, don't fucking spoil me." The servant nodded again and again. "I see, second master." Zhou Tiancheng walked into the room and looked at Ji Ruxue lying on the bed, his eyes twinkling. When Ji Ruxue saw Zhou Tiancheng come in, she scolded loudly, "Beast, you have to die, let me go." The more Ji Ruxue scolded like this, the more excited Zhou Tiancheng became, and the corner of his mouth raised. "Palace Ji, just scold you, it's useless if you break your throat now." With that said, Zhou Tiancheng threw his head towards Ji Ruxue. And Ji Ruxue's 2 lines of clear tears slowly flowed out, and the picture of her and David kept flashing in her mind. But just as Zhou Tiancheng was about to start, someone knocked on the door. Zhou Tiancheng was instantly furious. "Who the fuck is that? Didn't I tell you not to disturb me? Do you want to die?" Zhou Tiancheng cursed angrily. "Second Master, Palace Master Xiao of the Holy Beast Palace is here, saying that there is an urgent matter." The servant outside the door said with a trembling voice. Zhou Tiancheng frowned. "Damn, it's so late, what is this guy doing?" "Second Master, Palace Master Xiao didn't say anything, but it looks like he's in a hurry." The next man replied. "Okay, I got it," Zhou Tiancheng said impatiently. Then he looked at Ji Ruxue lying on the bed with a reluctant expression. "Palace Master Ji, wait for me, I'll be right back." Zhou Tiancheng walked out of the room, then came to the hall, and saw Xiaoda sitting in the hall, so he said with an ugly face, "Palace Master Xiao, you came here at night to disturb my rest, what's the matter?" Zhou Tiancheng was very angry about Xiaoda disturbing him. "Master Tuesday, then, that David is not dead, he is not dead," Xiaoda said to Zhou Tiancheng in a panic. "If you don't die, you won't die. What's my business? You came here at night to tell me this? Are you sick?" Zhou Tiancheng glared at Xiaoda and said, "Master Tuesday, that David has a good relationship with the Red Lotus Palace. I'm afraid. I'm afraid. Are you afraid that David will come to trouble me, right?" Before Xiaoda finished speaking, Zhou Tiancheng answered directly. Yes, I was afraid that David knew that Ji Ruxue was with you, and he came to trouble you." Xiaoda nodded quickly. "Humph." Zhou Tiancheng snorted coldly. "Then David came to Zhou's house to ask for trouble, and I won't let him go. What's so great? Do you really think my Zhou family can come casually? Go back quickly, don't delay my business here, it's really a disappointment." Zhou Tiancheng was dissatisfied and wanted to drive Xiaoda away, but he hurriedly turned around to go back to the room. Seeing this, Xiaoda could only sigh helplessly, but just when Xiaoda turned around and was about to leave, he suddenly froze. Chapter 1348. Chen. David. Xiaoda didn't know when, David was already behind him. And when Zhou Tiancheng heard the words of David, he hurriedly turned around and found that David was standing at the entrance of the hall, his face as cold as ice. "Xiaoda, you are really talented." David's eyes were slightly condensed, and he looked at Xiaoda coldly, every word contained endless killing intent. Xiaoda looked at David like that, trembling all over in fright, and backed away again and again. "Chen, Mr. Chen, listen to my explanation." Xiaoda trembled and wanted to explain to David. "Why don't you explain, is Miss Ji here?" "Leave her to me," David said coldly. Xiaoda stepped back again and again, and finally looked at Zhou Tiancheng. Xiaoda could not be the master again, so he could only let Zhou Tiancheng be the master. "Boy, are you the David who was hunted down by the Kyoto Martial Arts Alliance?" Zhou Tiancheng looked at David, then continued, "Then Ji Ruxue is on my bed, now she is my person, I want to take it away, but there is no way." When David heard that Ji Ruxue was succeeded by Zhou Tiancheng, his aura instantly soared, and the temperature in the entire hall suddenly dropped a lot. Endless terrifying killing intent began to spread wantonly. "If you really move Miss Ji, I will let your entire Zhou family be buried with you." David gritted his teeth, and his deep eyes were filled with chills. "Let us be buried with the entire Zhou family? What a joke." The corner of Zhou Tiancheng's mouth twitched, and then two men in strong suits rushed out from the back hall. After Zhou Tiancheng saw these two people, his momentum skyrocketed. "Zhou Feng, Zhou Yu, you two follow me to kill this ignorant kid," Zhou Tiancheng said to the two people who rushed over. "Yes." The two nodded. The three of them stepped forward to face David, their breath soaring. David faced the three people in front of him with disdain in his eyes. Even with such strength, he dared to challenge himself. Seeing the disdain in David's eyes, Zhou Tiancheng felt that he had been humiliated and rushed towards David. Princess Boxing. Long Tiancheng slammed a punch in an instant, and the endless energy was like a cannonball, bombarding David. Ice Palm. At this time, Zhou Feng also shot, and a thick layer of frost condensed on the palm of his hand, and the cold air was pressing, and the cold air also shrouded David. At the same time as Zhou Feng shot, Zhou Yu also raised it with one foot, and a ray of light appeared on the tip of his toe, like a sword, tearing the air under his feet. The three cooperated tacitly and attacked David from different directions at the same time, and they arrived in front of David almost at the same time. Seeing this, Xiao Da's expression changed involuntarily. Seeing the attacks of these three people, he knew that the strength of the Zhou family should not be underestimated. But at this time, David looked at the three with a sneer, as if he was not ready to dodge and fight back. Just when Xiao Da wondered why David didn't fight back, he saw the golden light on David's body suddenly. The undamaged golden body was activated, and layers of golden scales covered David's body. At this moment, David was like a golden armored warrior, fearlessly watching the attack of the three Zhou family. Bang bang bang. With three sounds from a distance, the three people's accurate bombardment hit David, and the huge fluctuation of energy turned all the objects in the hall into powder. But David didn't react in the slightest under the attack of these three people, his expression was normal, and he didn't suffer any damage. How is this possible? Long Tiancheng looked at David, his eyes full of horror. And that Zhou Feng, Zhou Yu also looked at each other, the fear in their eyes is self-evident. Chapter 1349. It is a pity that the attack of the three of Zhou Tiancheng was blocked by the barrier in front of David. Apart from the loud bang, they did not cause any damage to David and Ji Ruxue. This time, the three of them stared wide-eyed, a little overwhelmed. "Since you are so fond of playing magic, then I will use weapons. Isn't it bullying you? And I will also use magic to meet you." After David finished speaking, he suddenly probed into the air, chanting words in his mouth, and a white light spread from David's hand toward the surroundings. Soon, where the white light shone, the gravel and rubble on the ground began to roll violently, and then slowly gathered together. In the end, these bricks and rubble turned into a khaki giant sword in front of David. Ningxue is a sword, and the sword energy is like a rainbow, and the surrounding sword energy enveloped the entire Zhou family. "Cut me down." David's thoughts moved, and then the giant sword of more than 10 meters in front of him issued a sword cry, as if he had come to life, and roared towards the three of them in Zhou Tiancheng. The monstrous sword energy swept out, with an unmatched potential. When the three of Zhou Tiancheng saw this, they hurriedly activated the magic technique, and walls of earth rose up in front of them, trying to block David's attack. Bang bang bang. Accompanied by loud noises, the earth wall condensed by the three people could not stop the attack of David's giant sword at all. Under David's vertical and horizontal sword energy, it collapsed instantly. The sword edge is unabated, as if to cut off the world. The faces of the three of Zhou Tiancheng have become extremely ugly, cold sweat drips from their foreheads, and magic tricks are continuously issued from the three mouths. But no matter what method they used, they couldn't stop David's giant sword. Rewind, rewind. Seeing this, Zhou Tiancheng hurriedly greeted the other two and quickly retreated. They did not expect that David's technique was so powerful, and the condensed giant sword would have such a powerful energy. Boom! The giant sword slashed through a deep ravine on the ground. Although Zhou Tiancheng and the others quickly retreated, the huge impact force caused the three of them to fall out heavily, and they were embarrassed. The surrounding dust is filled with dust, and all the bricks and rubble condensed into things scattered back at this moment. The smoke slowly dissipated. David hugged Ji Ruxue and looked at the three of Zhou Tiancheng coldly. At this moment, the dust of the three of them, and the blood from the corners of their mouths overflowed, and they looked so embarrassed. Even Xiaode, who was not far away, was affected, and his body became dirty. I'm not interested in playing with you anymore, go to H3LL. After David finished speaking, he stretched out his hand and grabbed it, and the dragon-slaying sword instantly appeared in his hand. The dragon-slaying sword appeared, and the hot air wave instantly made everyone gasp. Without the slightest hesitation, David held Ji Ruxue in one hand and the dragon-slaying sword in the other. The hair on Zhou Tiancheng's body exploded in an instant. The moment the dragon-slaying sword appeared, Zhou Tiancheng began to regret it and regretted provoking David. But the matter has come to this point, regret is useless, so I can only quickly condense the energy of the whole body and quickly retreat. Zhou Tiancheng's speed was very fast, but he found that no matter how fast he was, he still couldn't escape the sharp sword aura of David's sword. Zhou Tiancheng's eyes were splitting, and his eyes were full of horror. No, don't kill me. Zhou Tiancheng was frightened, and his legs began to tremble. But David doesn't care about this, since Zhou Tiancheng said that Ji Ruxue had become his woman, this ending was already doomed. Puff! As the sword qi swept across, Zhou Tiancheng's entire body was cut off by the sword qi. A smear of bright red blood spilled into the sky, and the whole air was filled with a bloody aura. Chapter 1350. This moment. The whole world was full of dead silence, and everyone was stunned. Shocked, too shocking, the three of them joined forces, and they were all killed by David so easily. Especially Xiaode. At this moment his legs are starting to weaken, and he instinctively wants to escape, but his legs are no longer obeying orders. Zhou Feng and Zhou Yu are even more shocked. Seeing the severed body of Zhou Tiancheng, the second master of the Zhou family, an icy chill emerged from the bottom of their hearts. The two of them couldn't help but shudder in an instant, and then looked at David in horror. Ji Ruxue was in David's arms at the moment, and she could really feel the beating of David's heart. Seeing that Zhou Tiancheng was cut off by David's sword, Ji Ruxue was also full of shock. After all, the Zhou family is also a wealthy family in Wancheng, but David killed Zhou Tiancheng directly for himself, without fear of offending the Zhou family. At this moment, Ji Ruxue's heart was very warm, and she leaned even more in David's arms. I said that if I dare to touch Miss Ji, I will pay with the lives of all of you Zhou family members. Now it's your turn. David looked at the two coldly. Feeling David's icy gaze, the hearts of the two were extremely heavy, and their bodies were shaking. The two of them were afraid. After David cut off Zhou Tiancheng's body with one sword, they were afraid. It seemed that David was not afraid of their Zhou family's fame at all. At this moment, the faces of the two people are getting more and more ugly, and their hearts are full of remorse. If they did not stand up, they would not have fallen to such a point. Chen, Mr. Chen, it is Zhou Tiancheng who touches Palace Master Ji. Although he is the second master of my Zhou family, he is messing around everywhere. Now that the master is away, we can't control him. Now Zhou Tiancheng is dead. I also hope that Mr. Chen can spare the Zhou family. At this time, Zhou Feng began to beg David for mercy. Zhou Tiancheng is dead, but there is still more to die for. If it wasn't for his sake, how could the Zhou family be in such a catastrophe? Yes, it was all done by Zhou Tiancheng, and it has nothing to do with us. Now that he is dead, I hope you can let us go. Zhou Yu also hurriedly followed David to beg for mercy. Xiaode listened to the words of the two with disbelief. However, it was also reflected from the side that the Zhou family did not seem to like Zhou Tiancheng very much. As I said, If you dare to touch Miss G, then let everyone in your Zhou family pay with their lives. You too commit suicide now, and you can still avoid the pain of flesh and blood." David's indifferent voice had no trace of emotion. Zhou Tiancheng dared to defile Ji Ruxue. David could not let the Zhou family go. "You!" Zhou Feng and Zhou Yu immediately blushed. They all begged David so lowly, and Zhou Tiancheng was also killed. Must the Zhou family be exterminated? David held the sword in one hand and looked at the two coldly. "Are you ready to die?" "David, don't think we are really afraid of you, just don't want to lose both sides. If that's the case, then don't blame us for trying so hard." Zhou Feng roared, his face was hideous, full of madness, and then he took out a red medicine bottle from his body, opened the bottle cap directly, and poured the medicine inside into his mouth. Seeing the medicine bottle in Zhou Feng's hand, David frowned slightly, because the moment he opened the bottle cap, he smelled a manic smell, and it also had the smell of corpse. How could a normal martial arts family refine this medicine? Could it be that the Zhou family has also become an evil cultivator? Just as David was thinking, Zhou Feng's body instantly swelled a lot, and his clothes shattered, revealing two-horned dragon-like arms, his chest bulging high, and the aura on his body began to wreak havoc.